All right. Hello, everybody, and what is up? I know you're excited to come back to the Paidia Cup Valorant matchmaking season sponsored by Xbox. Basically, what this is, it is a 9-week-long season hosted by Esports U that allows women Valorant teams to compete with other teams who are online and ready to play. All teams who play in 5 or more matches at the end of the season will compete in a double elimination final bracket for their shot at securing a spot in a show match during the CECC finals weekend from May 5th to May 7th. So of course, I mean, that's pretty exciting, but how does this all work? From February 14th to April 11th, which is the 9-week season, compete against other teams in the matchmaking season. Every time your team captain clicks play match, you will be put into a queue until you are matched with another registered team in a Paidia lobby room. From there, exchange your lobby ID, play the match, and then come back to Paidia to report your score. Matches, of course, can be played anytime throughout the season, but we are encouraging teams to be online every Tuesday from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST to guarantee matches and be a part of our weekly broadcasts. I mean, listen, there's a lot of time to do this, right? And you can still be a part of this, so I definitely recommend it. But my name is Gompers, and I'm here joined by Epitomes. I'm sorry, I talked for a long time, but how's it going?
I mean, it's going pretty well, but on top of the matchmaking season that you just talked about, Gompers, we also have the CECC Paidia Cup qualifiers that the signups are now open. So it will take place on the weekend of March 11th to 12th, and on the qualifier, unlike the matchmaking season for Paidia Cup, all members must be from the same school. So for the matchmaking season, to reiterate, you do not have to all be from the same school to play on the same team, but for the qualifier, you do. And the winners of the qualifier would then receive a spot in the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup on May 5th to 7th in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, that's as exciting as it can get, but yeah, I mean, of course, being powered by PaidiaGaming.com. So, of course, anyone with a free account is able to sign up for tournaments, host tournaments, play matchmaking seasons, and much more. And of course, we encourage you to check that out as well. But, I mean, moving forward to the matchup that we have, this is actually a team that we were able to see before. Or Puff Girls, I think, which is, they were super aggressive. And not only that, but they had said that they literally only played, I think it was one match before they, I think, just 2-0'd a team, which to me is a bit impressive.
Yeah, and they're going up against University of South Florida, which I don't believe we saw on the broadcast last week. So it's going to be interesting how that plays out. University collegiate squad going up against a squad named Powerpuff Girls, who I assume is going to be a more puggy since they only played one match. But since it has been a week, maybe they have gotten some more matches in, gotten a little bit more practice, and we're going to see them dominate even harder.
I mean, maybe, or, we're going to be able to make some history here. But in terms of the matchups, right, and in terms of just in general, the teams that we'll be seeing, I think overall, I talked about this before with Ash about, being able to see the history really quickly while I say this, let's actually see the end so we can continue this through. But, just making that story, making that history. And I feel like Powerpuff Girls definitely on the road to that, as this is the second time they've been broadcasted. So, already being able to see the picks and bans, Tala, I'm seeing some Icebox, I'm seeing some Fracture and Ascent, honestly, not too surprising.
Yeah, Icebox, Ascent. I mean, the Fracture is a little bit more surprising, but you just have so many more maps that you want to ban now. You maybe haven't played as much Split since it just came back in the competitive pool. You probably haven't played too much Lotus, and even then it's a little bit more of a complex map. And Fracture is one of the more complex maps, but it's been out longer than Pearl, and people just don't like playing Pearl, so we end up going to Fracture, which kind of forces people to be a little bit more innovative. But of course, the first map of Icebox, I like to call it a unlocked or solved map because a lot of people really just play the same team compositions on it, and I feel like there is still room for innovation, but people don't really like to innovate in terms of agent compositions.
Yeah, agent composition, so we'll be able to see what we're cooking up on Icebox as we head straight over to that agent select. So, I mean, definitely expecting something that we have seen before, to be honest with you, like the Sage, you know, possibly bringing out that Sova and kind of just sticking to the roots of that Icebox match. So, yeah, already looking at it, we're seeing exactly just that. Maybe the Sage being replaced completely by that Killjoy, which to me is a bit surprising.
Yeah, Killjoy did get hit with some recent nerfs, but for the most part, I think you have to decide double initiator, double sentinel, double duelist. No one ever does double controller on this map. But that's basically your options, and usually if it's double sentinel, it's Killjoy Sage. Used to be Chamber Sage, but Chamber just got nerfed way too hard. Nobody likes to play him anymore. Double duelist, sometimes it's Arena, sometimes it's the Raze, but always that Jet to make that space. And for the sentinel, usually it's the Sova, or initiator is the Sova.
Yeah, the Sova making a lot more sense on a map like this one. You know, with KO, I definitely feel like there is a bit more of that versatility there, but you know, obviously the compositions work for what they're trying to achieve. So I think definitely looking at some pretty heavy defense here, which you know, I feel like that's what that Killjoy might be centered around, some early information from that Sova. So you know, when we're looking at this composition, obviously you're gonna have to think, you know, how are we gonna utilize our agent to the best of our ability with the combination that we have. So you know, honestly, not too bad. I like it.
Yeah, I also definitely do like it. I am a little bit hesitant about the Reyna Fade because I feel like Fade has a lot less range on a map as big as Icebox and is kind of not as good as getting info and in those post-plant situations because you do have the Prowlers, but they are notorious for being a little bit bad at clearing corners, whereas the drone can very reliably clear everything that you need it to. But we are definitely going to see it going into this matchup with USF versus Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, and a matchup where we saw, you know, Powerpuff Girls in terms of broadcast history, you know, what exactly happened there, and, you know, them telling us, hey, we don't really, you know, put too much practice into this. We kind of just came into this and, you know, hope for the best. And, you know, there is some of that fun in these teams. I definitely enjoyable to listen to, and honestly excited to see what they've been cooking up because they've had a whole week again to kind of test themselves and really get those scrims in if they did, and if not, right, you're coming back into, you know, possibly the same type of play style as we saw before.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see that aggression from Powerpuff Girls, but this time they do start on the defense, so you can get punished very easily for aggression, especially on Icebox, because the rotations are pretty long, so getting caught out can mean an open site for either A or B. And now looking at this team composition once again, I think that we may be going to a short tech pause, not everything is working in the online environment as of right now, but looking at the team compositions again, we talked about the Fade. The Reyna is interesting because I do feel like you need to have a lot of confidence to lock in Reyna when you're trying to play a game like Valorant in officials, but it also could indicate a little bit more of a puggy play style as well.
Yeah, that's also another thing, most definitely. And with the two duelists, I'm definitely seeing some pretty heavy aggression, honestly, towards that Reyna and that Jet side. Because, you know, with that composition, you're thinking Reyna as that entry duelist to really give you those frags. Especially since as a Reyna, you really got to frag out to even have any impact as that certain type of duelist. So, you know, Gizmo, I'm assuming they're put on that role because they're confident, they're feeling good, and honestly, they might succeed.
Getting into the round now, it seems like that early poison orb mid is going to help them take some space towards kitchen if they choose to, but you do have Jet waiting at top tube for someone to aggress, so it seems like they're going to play passively around the corner instead while the rest of the team works their way up B main.
Yeah, already on the come up there, Leah gets a nice shot. Already starting off on Teddy. So, you know, you miss out on one of those duelists, two of your players already down, you're stuck in a position where you can't get yourself onto site. So, obviously looking for some of these picks. Sitting down just behind Yellow, though. Gizmo finding themselves at least a couple of that damage there off of Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, that Viper wall went down at the worst time, and you do see that the attackers want to creep up for that plant, but it's just not safe to do so, knowing that there are so many people on the other side of that wall, and this is kind of the situation where players like to pick Sage because it
30
provides
seconds
you
left.
with that safe plant using the barrier orb. Now with the recon on the flank, they know that they are getting pinched here in B main.
I like the timing here. Definitely waiting things out to make sure a possible rotation has kind of invaded, but already sitting up top. There is some protection there. But the biggest thing is keeping everything set together. All that Powerpuff Girls needs to do right now is stall out for some of that time. Qatar already coming up behind with Gizmo, saving it for a couple seconds here. Not even enough time regardless. So, yeah, I mean, a good save overall from Powerpuff Girls. Sure, there might be a straight elimination off the board here and an ace from Gizmo, but, I mean, listen, it's a hard win.
Yeah, an ace after the fact from Gizmo, so there are no guns brought into the next round, but it is going to be a buy-up anyway for Powerpuff Girls, so they don't mind, and they did a really good job at running down that timer, and unfortunately, Gizmo, even though they did get a lot of picks, it was that first plant when Baby and Stacy tried to go for it right on that corner of B site, didn't protect from the top nest of B, and then that ended up letting the planter go down, and then the time running out.
Yeah, but that Poison Orb mid, though, leaves Melanie having to watch what's happening down in 2. Definitely assuming that somebody's peeking out through mid, and all of that attention centered towards there. Already looking for some sort of fight for Powerpuff Girls. Leah close to touch, and some of that damage there. But, I mean, overall, that fight is going to be hard to win down in mid for USF.
No, they're running. They are just going to be walking over to the A site instead. Since they already dropped, they haven't dropped the toxic screen just yet, so they do have a little bit of coverage from screens, but now it's just util dump onto the site.
Oh, this is perfect timing. Still as teamwork goes, right? You got some Spectres, you can hit those angles and shots. That's a free Spectre pickup there from Daisy. Daisy wants it. Doesn't seem like they can. Still sitting back, making sure to keep the spike intact, but still absolutely nothing. And Powerpuff Girls, again, you know, we expected some of that aggression, and I feel like we're definitely seeing that, but in a whole different light, because they're playing some pretty smart strategic stuff here.
Yeah, they're definitely playing a lot more passively on these retakes. You have one of the duelists trying to go in clear with the utility, the boom buddy, the paint shells, to see if anyone's sitting maze or just right on that default plant. And Qatar unfortunately does go down early because of it, but the rest of the team are playing very, very smart angles and taking these strategic fights in which they peek off one another's contact. And it seems like some of USF's players were also being caught out a little bit with their backs kind of hanging out of angles so they can be seen, or like their shoulders just popping out over the corners.
Yeah, it seems like they're going for that mid take again. And it didn't necessarily work out before with the amount of mid control that Powerpuff Girls tends to take, but it seems like obviously looking like the best bet here with Melanie, though, still watching down in tubes. But with the Vandals being in hand, you know, it gives that better shot over towards the side of USF, still seeming like Sasha taking a really risky angle and still winning things out.
Unfortunately, it doesn't clear the corner. Gizmo does trade it back. Leah, though, with the Bulldog finds two. And now it's a free Vandal pickup for the Viper. And the Viper's pit also on the line. Now 2 players left over. A site completely open, but Spike not in their control. So they have to try and work their way in through mid.
The biggest thing is timing here. Footsteps already heard. Qatar having a nice flank. Powerpuff Girls are impeccable with their gameplay. And I mean, coming from somebody who said, yeah, we don't really practice, you know, I don't know, maybe it was meant to be.
Yeah, Leah definitely had a huge play in mid, flanking through to find 2 with only a Bulldog as well. Right here, the play under 2. Gizmo wasn't watching from mid, and Gizmo has had some really good gun rounds. Unfortunately, that one with the Vandal just wasn't in their favor this time. So now they are back onto the save with Powerpuff Girls with 3 in a row already and an ultimate. Gizmo also has the Empress, but unfortunately with only a pistol this round, doesn't look like the Empress is going to be invested.
Overall, positioning for Powerpuff Girls is so interesting to me as well, because, you know, with the Sova getting early information, you got 2 players stuck in mid. Allows Nozomi to play by themselves and maybe even play that retake if too late. Look under you. Hey, seeing the shoulder timing perfect. And already the spike in hand. I mean, again, like, it's just perfect timing, perfect gameplay from Powerpuff Girls.
Gizmo working their way up mid has pretty good position, but it's just the fact that it's just Sheriff can stop the rotations from coming in. Oh, Gizmo has a really nice peek, but is traded out for a 3v3 take on the site.
Toxins going up.
Screen going up. Leaving at least some of that impurity so they can fight through that. Already one player sitting just behind. There from USF. Taina, the only thing they have is... I mean, a tether, but it doesn't matter really, does it, when everybody goes down a 4-0 already starting off. Tala, this is scary.
Yeah, that was a kind of a nice shot from Taina, though. I didn't even realize that it happened until I looked at the kill feed.
Yeah.
But still, Nozomi, once again, really good positioning, and it just feels a little bit like USF are not as aware as Powerpuff Girls are, because they seem to always know instinctively, more or less, where these attackers are going to be, and they have that kind of game sense, but it seems like USF, when they're making that push, they're not aware that someone could push through from maze. They're not watching that angle, and it could also be the fact that they were on a save, that they had less players on the site, but I think USF could really benefit at this point from just trying to play together all 5 as a team.
No chance.
Oh, mid control is so big here for Powerpuff Girls. Always tending to try to make themselves take all the power from it. Nozomi backing off, so that's okay, because honestly, saving their life and having some of that discipline, I mean, definitely puts them in a good position.
Oh, it looks like we have the Killjoy aggressing into the Viper's pit as well, so that Sentinel is just taken out of the round once again. On the other side, the Sentinel, Sasha, looking down B main. Only an alarm bot close B main.
Placing swarm grenade.
Now placing the swarm grenade, waiting for the delay, allowing the rotations to come in.
Everybody getting shot down left and right and center. But still, I mean, having 2 players, Teddy trying to make an advantage happen here. Although information there for Taina.
30 seconds left. Careful.
Real good shots here. Only situation at hand is right. 27 seconds left and 3 players still left on site. What are we going to do here? Spike. They're in here for Taina. Tina. Slowly but surely gathering that information, holding the angle. Nozomi doesn't matter here when you're 5-0. I mean, confidence is definitely radiating.
Oh, Tina makes more sense. I was kind of like reading it like...
Yeah, I was like Taina. Who is Taina? I mean, unless it is Taina, then I'm so sorry.
I was thinking of it like Black China, you know, with like the Y. So I was like, yeah, Taina makes sense, but it's not. And now USF, they do have the 4 ultimates. We didn't see the Empress invested last round, and that was when they had rifles. So this is going to be another unlikely investment, and I feel like the Empress is really one of those ultimates that you just want to pull the trigger on as soon as you have it, because it can just swing a gunfight so quickly. But now we have the Blade Storm from Teddy used on the Eco to see if they can try to make up for that lack of gunpowder that we have here. Second ultimate, that Nightfall.
Gonna try and make a change here. This time USF going in full on the entry, but still so much util. It's the picks off of the util that surprised me the most. And the fact that it is so important in this round alone to allow Powerpuff Girls to take things back. Leah slowly working up, and still it's over in a matter of seconds. It is done. They're cooking.
Nozomi and Leah just did the most toxic snakebite shock dart combo that I've ever seen. And they only needed one shock dart because of that vulnerability status.
Yeah.
So now it's a flawless for them, already up to 6, guaranteeing themselves that tied half already in this first map. And I believe this was the Powerpuff Girls pick. So it makes sense to me that they have some sort of lineups on this map where they can combo off each other. And it definitely feels like they are a very practiced team Gompers after, even though they said they only played one match that last week.
Yeah, they look very formulated. And, you know, of course, maybe they had the time to scrim or figure something out. But, you know, I feel like they definitely just took the basics of teamwork and just ran with it, right? Not taking those 1v1s, always having those cross holds, whether it be trade positioning or whatnot. But, you know, definitely working out for the best. They're moving up towards B. You know, tons of players here trying to get some information. Sasha sitting backhand and making sure they're at least there to get the retake down.
And finally, the Empress comes out, and here's the Viper's Pit as well. Melanie spamming one down, though, and it's the Hunter's Fury to get rid of the lockdown. And this is such a big strength of that Sova Killjoy matchup. Still, Melanie is going to go down. They have it at an even 4v4 with Spike down and Viper's Pit active.
No, not a good shot, but never mind. Actually, still through the smoke.
Someone check their PC.
No, I was about to say, how do you just like do that? All of a sudden, I think they've just had enough. They said, I'm completely done with getting bullied around.
Oh my gosh. The momentum shift here is just huge. I mean, the 3K from Gizmo completely changes the game because you forced the ultimate to be invested, but that was such an expensive round from USF as well that it feels almost like it wasn't worth it, but the amount of momentum you get from this double, triple kill from Gizmo is just huge.
Like, come on. Like a spray transfer, then a, you know,
first shot. Those first two.
a nice lucky one tap. Okay. But the thing is we need to see at least a couple more rounds of something just as spectacular as that.
Yeah. Now they've used the timeout, right? So they invested so much into that last round. It was the lockdown, the Viper's Pit, and the Empress, I believe. So it was 3 ultimates in exchange for the round and one of PBG's Powerpuff Girls ultimates. I was just reading and I was like, PBG? Powerpuff Girls ultimates, and that was the Hunter's Fury. So it feels like to break that momentum, stop the bleeding a little bit, they needed to invest that, but on a round where they don't have everything that they did in the last one, are they still able to perform the same way?
I think maybe so, right? I talked about Gizmo being put on that Reyna, you know, pick, and already seeing that 12-5, you can definitely tell it's working out for the best. But, you know, biggest thing is you're only one person. Need a bit more of the assistance from your team. Everybody trying to work their way up towards B already, and I'm hoping to see something different here. I mean, they know how to play against this team. They got to go aggressive and hard, and that's exactly what USF's going to do.
Yeah, now they're just going to plant that spike on the other side of the toxic screen. Unfortunately, actually, they don't get it down because of that setup. It's just a little bit too much damage, and they're not watching the flank at all. Already the Killjoy taken down, and it's taken too long for them to rotate around. Sasha finding the last one, another flawless. And just as quickly as they swung their momentum in the way of USF, Powerpuff Girls have just gotten it down.
Man, and having that Killjoy definitely should have been a deterrent, right, to those flanks, but it feels like May maybe a bit too focused on getting that entry in. It seems like everything else fell apart from there, but honestly, listen, USF, they're cooking. This is a part of the plan, all right? There should not be an issue.
Yeah, let them cook. It seems like they want to hit the B site again just because of how successful it was in that one round where they dropped that Viper's Pit, but instead they're actually going to put a little bit more presence towards mid, and I do like that they want to try and test and play around mid a little bit since the control is important for getting it really important flanks, second entryways into site, etc., etc.
I think biggest thing is I actually really do like those, aggressive entries here from USF. Biggest thing is just using that util, to gain some of that advantage, whether it be Reyna blinds or right now, right, Paranoia getting shot down. Okay, we know they're just behind Nest here. So what are we going to do to really take advantage of this space?
Oh, that tether actually doesn't hit Melanie either, and there's this Killjoy lockdown to try and just keep them out of the site. It's going to force a rotation out of them, but look at Leah's positioning. She is so far up mid. It's possible to get quite a few picks here if she has to trigger discipline.
They just read so well into this team. They're looking close to a headshot there. If the shot had come through, Leah would have been gone. 30 seconds left. They gotta fight Leah first to get anywhere they want. Sasha there to make sure they can't do much here. And still, yeah, they won the fight out down in mid, but A and B, the patience is running thin there for PBG. And now Powerpuff Girls, they are gonna keep themselves well situated.
10 seconds left.
The rotations have to come through, the spike has to go down, and just in a nick time it will, but Gizmo turns around at the wrong moment. The recon dart is there for the retake as well. It's not going to scan anything though, and there's a possibility of the snowman that they're not aware of.
Yeah, Qatar left alone, but still, the fate is so low that one tap would be completely good. But honestly, right here, yeah, that was good from Tina. Look at that, the jiggle peek, knowing, hey, I'm super low. The only thing I can do here is try my best to get a quick tap in.
Nicely done from USF for their second round. I think leaving Powerpuff Girls a little bit more frazzled with the rotations, and I like that they aren't committing as hard to each site. They are just trying to rotate around and work up some space, but Leah was a little bit out of position, and unfortunately Sasha wasn't in the good position for the trade just yet, a little bit late to the trigger and to the positioning. And now it's going to be an A site hit, with the spike still lingering close to spawn.
Taking an aggressive approach again, but I want to see how they handle this time, if they put any adaptations through. But the showstopper there, and everybody tries to work their way behind. This is good. Teddy taking out the showstopper. They lose some of that leverage there for Powerpuff Girls.
Well, it seems like they are getting their picks, and now in a 2v5 situation as the spike goes down. Just such a well-executed push to clear all those angles. Sasha is in no position to help Melanie as well, and there is a turret watching the flank, so Sasha can peek this, but if May isn't directly in front, such a well-timed push from May as well. Melanie can't find one. Flawless already for USF, and it seems like they're waking up. They're coming back into this match.
Trying to paint themselves a successful picture. It seems like, yeah, everybody really on the come up here, and utilizing that lockdown could possibly get them a bit further into their stance of that 7-3. So, definitely looking forward to seeing what they're going to cook up here. But mid control definitely might not be the way to go.
Powerpuff Girls are just only dedicating that Sova towards mid, and USF has been placing down the poison orb in mid every single round, but have rarely actually gone to push it. Leah now with the Viper's Pit out on A, covering all of that entryway and choke point. But what was that? Tina.
Still, even with the lockdown, tons of damage off of Gizmo. Luckily enough, being the Reyna, they could get maybe a heal off here. Already tons of players down. Powerpuff Girls are going to have to make a miracle happen. Maybe some of the util hits could off-balance Teddy here.
Leah getting found within the smoke of the Viper's Pit is so unfortunate. Now you're in a 3v5 situation. Spike already down. You don't have the toxic stream to retake, but might not need it with Sasha hitting shots like that.
Oh no, and they keep hitting the shots. Unbelievable. Tons of damage as well. Slowly working up Qatar, making sure the trades off are looking good, but still no time. Regardless of the situation, perfect timing to take out the util there from May. Yeah, and I think overall it's
One enemy remaining.
gonna be a pretty difficult win. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls gonna have to run away from the situation. If anything, can't really do that as well. Still though, I mean, at the end of the day, they managed to take everybody out. So,
Last round.
you know,
before the
Powerpuff
switch.
Girls, I'd say I'd give them that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as if May had to actually be very close to detonate the nano swarms, but that was a really good adjustment from USF as well, knowing that they couldn't plant default because there was so much presence in the backside on rafters, so they instead decided to plant safe on the left side of that box in front of Nest and use the nano swarms to get themselves out of that situation and make sure they didn't have to play too close on site so they could deny a lot of trades. Now Powerpuff Girls are going to go into a timeout so they can try and figure out how they can get this last round up on USF and go into the next half a little stronger.
Seems like, yeah, there definitely has been, I wouldn't say that lack of communication from Powerpuff Girls, but more so just those really nice adaptations from USF. They've definitely been a bit more diligent with their angles, and it seems like keeping that flank on watch, maybe trying to get a couple picks down in mid, gaining that control, definitely has been a very, very big help. But yeah, I mean, for Powerpuff Girls, the most that you can really hope for is try to get that early information, maybe some early picks from time to time like we were seeing before down in mid, but you know, without that mid control there really is nothing there for Powerpuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little bit tough since the USF, they've just been playing these rounds very well, and there isn't really too many holes in their strategy except for straight up aim tools that you're taking and losing. And now it's once again that A site hit. The utility has already come out from Powerpuff Girls already. Those paint shells have been expended, but this time they're going to play safer and backside in positions that are just easier to retrieve from.
Recalling my bot.
Okay, this is not a safe position.
This is different though. Oh no, Sasha didn't even fully commit to that, but might actually catch them off that guard.
Goodbye. My
Missing some
ultimate is
shots
ready.
there. Still having to wrap around. The Viper might be next.
Oh.
Nice spike down. The rotation completely being cleared over. And that was good. I mean, that created some of that momentum that we needed to see, but the only thing is Gizmo winning out some of those fights down in mid. Big issue where you got a 3v3 here. The biggest problem is that Empress has been popped, but Nozomi doesn't care. And it pretty much might just be over unless Gizmo can pull what they did in that Viper spit here.
Gizmo gets the first pick, and that's an overheal already.
Oh no. No blind there. But they know at least this time that
remaining.
there isn't much. Oh, 1v1 situation.
No
It's good.
way.
Gizmo. Oh man. I mean, the Reyna's a perfect pick for Gizmo here.
Switching sides.
Yeah, Gizmo is definitely performing at the top of their game, 17 and 8. And the closest one under is more than half of, or it's literally more than half of Gizmo's kills. So Sasha made such a huge play, and it's just so unfortunate that it wasn't worth anything. Nozomi finding that last pick, but Gizmo just in the clutches, and it just seemed like they weren't holding well enough. I feel like they could have had Qatar just hold down the spike and it would have been defused, because Gizmo doesn't know if they're being baited, so they were actually very, very slow on the peaks as well. Powerpuff Girls and a little bit of a lack of coordination in that last round. Now it's 7-5 half, only needs 2 from USF to be able to bring it up to even.
They're trying to create more havoc here. Sitting over towards A, everybody rushing down. Again, right? Like, creates a situation at hand where Melanie needs that first pick to make sure things open up. After winning the last round, right on a miracle here. This pistol round can be of big importance, but Powerpuff Girls looking good. On the come up, Leah. Nice shot off that Viper. So, you know, already seeing as to all of these players going down left, right, and center. Still Gizmo getting shots of their own. Of course, being the top fragger of this team. Can they do more? And they will. Still low enough. The Sova one tap here. I don't know. Powerpuff Girls in a really bad position.
remaining.
Gizmo might actually be
Oh
looking
my.
for that victory win. And I don't know, this pistol might just be over.
Yeah, it does look that way with Gizmo getting another 4K. I mean, it's all 4Ks and aces, and now Gizmo is completely snowballing. And that's not technically a Valorant term, because each round you reset, and you can't technically just snowball and be too far ahead. Every round you get a fresh chance to be able to kill that raid boss that you see on the enemy team, but still, Gizmo is just playing so incredibly well, and not a lot of assists to go around on the USF side either, so it isn't as if they're really setting up these kills. Gizmo is just taking straight up aim duels and winning a lot of them.
Oh, investing in a Vandal is an interesting thing, but honestly, I kind of do the same thing. I'm not gonna around Vandals are big. I'm gonna say it, but you just gotta play a bit more careful so you don't lead into anybody's plans here. Yep, already noticing that the Vandal is there. Melanie's like, I want no piece of that down in mid.
No charges.
Yeah, they're just going to walk right away from it. Ooh, Tina is alone and isolated on the backside, but it's not going to matter much. For some reason, Qatar already up on the site alone. There was no follow-up from the other side. Sasha, though, able to find Baby at Stacy.
They still leaving things to their aim here. Gizmo knows they can frag out with the Vandal, although not wanting to play those close angles because they know, I mean, that's going to give Powerpuff Girls that advantage. So again, I'm really liking the patience I'm seeing out of USF here.
Coming back.
Yeah, they're already going for the rotation
30
toward that
seconds
B
left.
side. There's the Killjoy turret inside of mid to catch anyone who's trying to walk up tube. But with only 2 players left over against USF's 4, who also have upgraded guns, it doesn't look like it's going to be a good situation. Teddy sprays down 2, and the round is over. The score at 7-all.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get used to Gizmo just completely owning like the server. This is insane. 22 and 8, Tala.
Yeah. That's an insane score line above a 2.0 KD. And on the other side, Powerpuff Girls has their controller actually fragging out, and also with a lot of assists. So Leah is setting up a lot of these kills for the rest of their team as well. And it feels like we do need a little bit more performance from Qatar and Melanie, especially on this half. Now that they do have rifles in the hands, I really want to see them getting a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, keeping things in tune with themselves. I feel like the biggest issue with Powerpuff Girls, you know, they're going to have to try to get past Gizmo here and really just work together on the attacking side to make sure, again, they're really trying to off-center these players. I think Tina's util is going to be the best bet, utilizing those prowlers, utilizing those tethers to make sure, hey, this angle's clear, or, you know, really just trying to bait out some of those shots to make sure they know what they're getting themselves into.
Yeah, I mean, now that they do have that advantage just a little bit against them with full rifles across the board, you have more people who can take long-range gunfights against this Reyna, while the rest of the team has to kind of be in close quarters with the Spectres, with the SMGs, while Baby It's Daisy only has that Ghost available. But the bonus round needs to swing in Powerpuff Girls' direction if they have a hope of trying to pull ahead.
Yeah, that hope is 100% there, Melanie!
Oh no! Nobody saw anything.
No,
Close your
my
eyes.
eyes were closed. I don't even know what happened there, but it's okay. You know, Qatar was there to make sure Melanie could at least relax just a bit. Pain Shell is still available there for Qatar as well, so if anybody wants to push up on that spike, there is that insurance.
Oh.
Nice headshots off of May. Just jiggle peeking it, and honestly, that could work out with your Spectre, because you're not fully committing to that angle there.
Toxins going up.
Oh, Leah in good position around yellow though, perfectly able to take anyone down who tries to rotate around towards that spike defuse. Oh, Gizmo only finds one though. They shut down the snowball before it starts, and Sasha with the last pick. A team ace coming through for Powerpuff Girls on their buy up round, and finally they do stop that bleeding, win the first round after losing 6 in a row.
I mean, a come up here, which could work out for the best, but overall, you know, keeping in mind that USF, they're on a super big rollout and has the ultimate again.
Ooh, yeah, the Empress is definitely something you want to watch out for. Not sure if they're going to invest it. It took quite a while for Gizmo to actually want to put in the points that he got from the Empress, even though it's very clear that they can farm it up really quickly. And now Melanie finding the first blood, that's really good for Powerpuff Girls.
Still looking over towards that corner. I like this because we kind of saw this before, but out of USF, they had that Viper's Pit and they tried to get those frags straight through them. Although, you can already see, right, the biggest worry here is going to be that Reina Gizmo getting those shots down. Just all the way towards that back of yellow.
Find you.
And Tina having some of that util to make sure, okay, is anybody sitting down around towards mid? Leah having the angle. Ooh. And it's perfect. Tina couldn't do much here in Gizmo as they start to slowly flow their way through. And Leah takes that first-hand shot, 9-7. The lead is coming back.
And I feel like Leah is such an important factor of Powerpuff Girls' success, being able to set up so much. The 10 assists and 17 kills on Viper. I mean, that Viper's Pit is just so perfect for the decay, and I think Leah plays around it really well. They did have an unlucky streak on the defending half with the Viper's Pit, however, getting sprayed down right through it. And now they've forced USF onto a save buy. So it means that they're likely not going to invest the Empress, likely not going to be able to get as many frags, and Powerpuff Girls is probably going to be able to get themselves up to comfy double digits with that 3-round buffer.
You should run.
Maybe a bit more afraid for Melanie since nobody's there for the trade-off. A good smoke, though, slowly pressuring back, but Melanie doesn't expect the other Mel to come straight through the smoke. Come on.
Well, Teddy does get caught inside of the Killjoy lockdown, and Spike still hasn't been planted. Gizmo on a quick flank as well, but with the pop of the Leer, they're gonna know somebody's there, and Gizmo swiftly falls.
Yeah, this lockdown's gonna be perfect for a pushback, but still. I mean, when you think about it, what util is there to continue this through? 3 players detained completely.
Wait, what?
You know, I feel kind of bad for a little bit. Leah's still clutching. Okay, Leah said, listen, homies, I got you. You can sit there, take a little break. I'll take advantage of this one.
The third-person view of that was so funny. They were just sitting in a line with their hands, like, kind of electrified. While Leah's just fighting for their life on top belt. I mean, clutch of a lifetime from Leah once again. Mentioned the success factor. When Leah's fragging, the team is fragging. And it was a little bit messy as well, considering 3 of them did get detained by the lockdown. And Melanie also did solo go down inside of Tube. But luckily for them, it was the gun round. And I don't think that's a mistake that they should repeat when Gizmo has Empress and the rest of the team has full Vandals.
Already Gizmo's just killing it in the beginning. And even though they did go down, right, they took their one. And, you know, possibly the biggest one that they could have. They got rid of that raise util. So no more for them, but still on the attacking side, Powerpuff Girls getting shots of their own, and Tina goes down. This is big.
My ult's ready.
Teddy does at least find one. 1v3 is doable, but the positioning is really good so far. Teddy able to find another.
No charges left.
But with only 50 health, this is going to be hard to clutch up. Already some of those mollies. Making sure nothing is coming up. A wide swing. Teddy! Oh.
The time is so low now. Goes for the tap. Timing just not on Teddy's side today. 11-7 Powerpuff Girls bring them ever closer to match point, and even on the Vandal bye, unfortunately USF couldn't make much out of it. Tina now starting another timeout for USF's side to figure out what they can do here, but I believe they might still not have a lot of credits in the bank account for whatever strategy they want to execute. Yeah, it looks like this can't be a full buy round for them though.
Yeah, not too much of that economy to really boost into this, but Teddy does have the Blade Storm, so I mean could be one of those win conditions unless somebody wants to full force into this. But you know, in a position like this one, I honestly, Tala, I think saving is the best bet. Take yourself to match point.
Yeah.
Or honestly, if you're willing to risk it for the biscuit, right, have Teddy use that Blade Storm and get everybody in there.
Yeah, I feel like Teddy is the only one who can really invest into this round at all with the full shields and just using the Blade Storm. I mean, the rest of the ultimates are pretty close. The Viper's Pit, 6 out of 8. Tina is very close to the Nightfall as well, and I feel like we haven't seen the Nightfall have as big as an impact as we would have liked. And I feel like the reason is the same reason that Breach isn't really played on Icebox is just because the area of effect isn't as good when there aren't as many corners, especially on that B site.
Alright, Powerpuff Girls. Whipping out the Blade Storm along with Teddy, so you know, we're gonna have to see who gets that first hand pick, but with already tons of util being expended. This is good though, catching off the angle and the Vandal there is to take, but Nozomi, a perfect shot off. Just having that dart there to be able to give away some of that information definitely works out for the best. Gizmo left alone, and even then, I don't even think Gizmo can really pull through with an ace here, right?
Yeah, this is 1v3 with only a Sheriff, and I don't think the Empress is really a good option on that pistol. Knows exactly where 1 is, or at least has some sort of suspicion, but doesn't really have a good way to get out of this since there are no Leers available either. Just going to decide to rotate over to screen side, which has been zoned by the Molly.
A valiant effort, I'd have to say. But, you know, moving up to match point, I think the biggest thing here from Gizmo is definitely we're going to have to see that Empress come out.
Yeah, the Empress has to be popped here, and on the other side, once again, the Viper's Pit is available, so that is a huge threat. Trying to eliminate Leah early has to be one of the win conditions for this round. Nightfall now available. Viper's Pit very close, but it's unlikely they risk it for the biscuit. You know what I'm saying? You said that phrase, and now it's stuck in my head. I don't think they're going to risk it for the ult orb. They're not going to risk it for the biscuit.
My ult's ready.
Still Qatar. I mean, honestly, if all else goes wrong, I was about to say just pop out the showstopper. Still no backside, perfect. And it works out for the best. Taking out the Viper, no more smokes there. It's gonna be difficult to come back from this one, but Gizmo pulling out the Empress and everybody moving up, getting these picks down with the Viper's Pit, and even no space.
Viper's Pit's still a huge factor, but no spike down, so they can actually just sit inside this.
Oh no, the flank.
Oh, Gizmo.
This happened before. And, you know, timing here is going to be of utmost importance since it does seem like you're wrapping around still, though. Not wanting to peek just within the smoke, waiting for the information. Yellow, though, seeing it.
Spike down.
And the spike is there.
30
So now you got to
seconds
clutch up a situation that
There.
might not be too easy. Viper coming up, making a good time out of a bad situation, knowing that somebody's possibly holding it. It would have been good if they could have gotten out, but once you crouch, you're staking yourself in a complete battle.
Yeah, it did commit to that fight pretty hard, but Leah is almost matching Gizmo's scoreline at this point with a lot more assists. So I think that's pretty impressive from the Viper. 12-8, 4-round buffer before we go into overtime, and 1 ultimate for each team. It was definitely really expensive once again for USF, or just clinging on to their, I don't know, for dear life. They only have 3 rifles. It's a bulldog and a sniper for the other 2. Oh, Gizmo. I don't know what they thought would happen there.
Gosh, May. Just getting shot down. Everybody there taken out by Melanie. I mean, they just ran up on it. They said, hey, this is last round. Good luck. And it seems like it worked out.
Melanie is just here for a good time, not a long time.
Oh, yeah. Okay. They're happy with it. They're chilling with it. Powerpuff Girls. I mean, again, this is like, what, the second time we've seen them on the broadcast, and they just continue to impress.
Yeah. I definitely have to say that that was a pretty put together match from Powerpuff Girls. On the defensive side, they did fall apart a little bit, but you did mention them being a more aggressive team. So it makes sense that they would do better on the icebox attack, especially since pushing up on defense, you get out of position really easily. It's not a very tradable position, especially if you're trying to play alone on the site while defending. And now we head over to our next match, which is going to be Ascent. You know, Ascent's pretty typical to me, and I definitely wasn't surprised when we saw this kind of push itself towards, you know, the pool in general. I think the biggest thing is, like, I love to see, like, the compositions that get pulled out. And honestly, I think I'm more so excited to see what Powerpuff Girls and, you know, what we're going to see in general out of both these teams. Yeah, I definitely am hoping to see a little bit more initiator gameplay on Ascent, because I feel like both initiators didn't have a huge impact that was possible on Icebox. And I think part of the reason for that is also the lack of flashes, because people just don't play flashes if they don't play KO. And I don't think KO is as popular in the meta as he was in certain circumstances. So now heading over to Ascent, I'm excited to see what these teams are going to bring to us.
Yeah, I do, of course, want to let you guys know, though, before we start to continue on, is, you know, Riot Games is now on Game Pass. Play legendary titles from Riot Games with premium benefits for PC, Game Pass members. Just link your Xbox profile to your Riot account and unlock agents, little legends, XP boosts, and more. Join now at GamePass.com and get your first month for, is that $1? Is that $1? That's crazy to me.
Wow. And just one whole
just
dollar.
One whole
unlock
dollar.
Everything. So you don't need to invest any time into that. But while you're checking out those Game Pass benefits, we are going to head into a very quick break before we come back with Game 2. See you then.
Enemy down. One enemy remaining. ready. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. No charges. Satisfied. One enemy remaining. Cutting their vision. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to run!
Enemy down. Spike. Enemy down. One enemy remaining. Spike down. B. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Give me that. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Goodbye. My ultimate is ready. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. No charges. Satisfied. One enemy remaining. Cutting their vision. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to run!
Enemy down. Spike. Enemy down. One enemy remaining. Spike down. B. One enemy remaining.
All right, what's up? Welcome back, everybody. We saw some pretty exciting things happen within the last game versus Powerpuff Girls, and I believe it's FSSF. Oh my gosh.
USF.
I was about to say, oh my god, all the
SFU?
letters I had it, all the letters I had it, but it was like I did every single combination known to man. But yeah, I mean, listen, both of these teams battled it out, and of course we saw Powerpuff Girls reign victorious, although we're going to that second map, Tala, and it is going to be Ascent. But of course, before we get into anything further, I do want to say on Paidia Portal, they have designed a tournament feature accessible for all levels of tournaments. So basically, whether if you're looking for a quick bracket with friends or hosting a big tournament with a prize pool, PaidiaGaming.com allows you to collect tournament signups, manage a bracket, communicate with players, and much more. Take a look at PaidiaGaming.com. If you don't know how to spell Paidia, I mean, look above you. It's pretty much right there. But I mean, overall, though, I'm Gompers. I'm back here with Tala. We got a second game to come to. We're going to Ascent.
Yeah, and we talked about how Ascent was a little bit more exciting than Icebox just in terms of agent compositions, but I definitely think even though it's an old map, I think it's the first map that Valorant ever came out with. And basically it's been in the map pool this entire time. People are still finding new ways to innovate. We've seen people play no duelist compositions. We've seen people play double duelist, double initiator, double sentinel, whatever you can think of. They've probably played it. Someone has probably played double controller on Ascent. And I am just excited to see what these teams are going to bring. USF definitely did start a comeback, and I'm curious if they're going to bring that Reyna back once again on Ascent.
Honestly, I think the Reyna was such a good pick that I wouldn't be surprised if I saw it again. Only reason being, I genuinely think that they fragged out very, very well. So, you know, when you're thinking about how to play the Reyna, it talks about in the beginning, if they're a big fragger, they're going to have so much impact on their team. And they quite literally did, whether it be like aces, 4Ks, they got more than what they should have. And they really held the team together. So, I mean, definitely thinking that the Reyna should be something that we should see again. If not, obviously, might just be the Jet.
Yeah, I think the Jet, I don't know if you would put Gizmo on a Jet the same way you would put them on the Reyna, because
Yeah.
I definitely do feel like they were playing a little bit more back as a second or third entry rather than that primary entry to make space, and maybe it hurt their team just a little bit on that attack as well, but it definitely shone a little bit more on the defense. And now we are ready to start the game, so we are going to be going to Ascent Agent Select and see what these teams are going to give us.
All right, what are we seeing here? I mean, already it's interesting, right? Like we're
Killjoy.
Sorry, I saw Tina on the Reyna, and this is different because we're not seeing Gizmo on the Reyna anymore. I mean, if this is something that we're sticking with, I want to see it because listen, if we saw Gizmo on that fragging out the way that they did, honestly, I'm gonna give some kudos there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to be interesting to see Gizmo on the Jet because you need that primary space maker. But on the other side, is that Melanie hovering Phoenix? Are we going to see a Phoenix come out of the team? Qatar once again locking in the Rays, and you know, Rays, decent choice on this map. And I think both of these teams are allergic to flash initiators because neither of them have flashes. They only have Tina, who has like a half Leer, and like Sasha, who also has that paranoia. So it's like nearsighted, kind of a flash, not really a flash, but we'll see how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that overall, I said I'd like to see the combinations, and I'm seeing something good. I'm gonna give you guys a talk. All right, what do you think of Phoenix? I don't want you to think bad. All right, I want you to think good. I want you to think of
6 point
of a
ultimate.
Professional composition, right? Like that is Phoenix to me, and I'm liking the Phoenix appreciation, baby. We're getting Phoenix on Ascent. I'm digging this.
I have a feeling that you lock in Phoenix when you play Ascent on. I'm getting a vibe from you, Gompers. I'm getting the vibe that you farm the ultimate orbs on the map, press X, and then run in. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Listen, I'm an insta-luck Arena for life. That's what I'll say. But would I insta-luck Phoenix on Breeze? Absolutely.
Yeah? Okay. Good to know. You heard it here first. Insta-lock Phoenix when you play Breeze, even though it's out of the map pool, so you can't even do that.
I love Breeze. I actually think Phoenix is one of the strongest duelists on Breeze. I'm also pretty... Yeah, I'm pretty based.
Yeah, you're pretty based.
I'm based.
But now both teams have flashes, so you need to add in the factor of, can I turn a Phoenix flash? And the answer is probably not, because I have seen so many pros not turn Phoenix flashes that it is going to be really tough to deal with that extra factor of not being able to see, and I feel like it's going to make this match a lot more chaotic.
The Phoenix Team Flash is one of the strongest strats out there, I think.
Yeah.
From a analyst standpoint, yeah.
From an analyst standpoint, the Phoenix Team Flash is one of the... Is that the one where you run into the site and throw your flash behind you, and then your entire team is blind, but so is theirs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you blind your team and you blind their team. And then they think that there's more coming in when there isn't, right?
We didn't see anything.
Also, just want to let you guys know, I do believe that the names are actually switched up. So, you know, USF should be where Tina, you know, is on the defense side, and then Powerpuff Girls should be over towards that attacking side. But it seems like already Powerpuff Girls on the aggression here. A nice right-click touch to Teddy. And USF, I mean, really slowly taking things on handle.
Well, Gizmo has gone down, and they've made it a
Spike
2v2
planted.
with the KJ half health. And Spike has gone down as well. It's the tether going out to try and slow them down just a little bit. And now retake coming in through heaven.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Powerpuff
Last
Girls
player
definitely
standing.
clutching things up. No, but Teddy got some space there. Killjoy on
Okay.
Killjoy action. And I think the biggest thing that would have been important there, unfortunately, you know, couldn't push themselves back towards main to play some of that time. I had to focus on
yeah, I feel like this is also really interesting because Powerpuff Girls and USF, which is now USF versus
USF versus USF. I have a feeling USF is gonna win.
Yeah, just a little, you know, just a little hint in my brain. But now Powerpuff Girls.
Now
They-
Powerpuff Girls, who used to be USF,
Yeah.
now taking the role of PPG. Yeah, that's crazy.
They have, I mean, they've definitely done a huge role swap, right? On the entirety of this, team. They have Leah, who was playing Viper, now on the KJ. Sasha, who's playing KJ on the Omen. I mean, Gizmo's still on a duelist on Phoenix, but that's still a duelist. And ooh, nice first shot, but shut down. Free Spectre potentially can be picked up by this squad, though.
You know, I'm really enjoying this Phoenix gameplay, but I think something I like more is the way that some of these players play with Raze. And, you know, making that aggressive peek through. Okay, so interesting. A blast pack that moves themselves over towards that market side. Nobody even shot towards that either, which is a bit surprising. Big and open shot.
Leah got one with the frenzy, and now they have the Spectre. They have
Are they
it.
okay?
Oh,
they're
trying to.
switching? Oh,
no,
okay.
they're trying to give it to Melanie.
All right, the Phoenix Fragger. I understand.
Yeah, I mean, it is the highest health player on their team right now, and they're going to shoot out that window just for, you know, future reference. And Baby and Stacey headed around into the tree room, go and break that door.
Spike
I
planted.
think Melanie wants to swing off the content. It's an astral form, and they've taken down the Astra. Still a 3v2 with the health real low on Powerpuff Girls, but USF, they are getting just completely blinded.
Yeah.
Oh, Tina knows.
I don't even think so. I think more so. No, listening in on it. It's still low enough.
Last player
Working out
standing.
for Tina. Loving the accuracy of the Spectre, because those headshots were absolutely clean, but still 20 health left.
Uh-oh.
Okay, information given down behind Dice, but no, the footsteps giving out some of that noise. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie here. And Katana
Wait, oh no!
messing up the opportunity!
No. Well, I mean, still, it's going to be the round win, right? But,
I'm sorry, I was a bit flabbergasted that my pitch just went everywhere.
Qatar, that was so unfortunate. I mean, I feel like it was unnecessary to take out the paint shells anyway because the ring around the Rosie was successful. Tina was going to go for the tap, and Tina is able to bring that Spectre into the next round, but subsequently just gets less credits. So can't really buy shields unless they want to risk breaking that economy for the team. While PPG, they win the buy-up round and now are able to buy full guns, so they should be able to snowball just a little bit. Ooh, successful lineup. We saw that, Tina. Don't worry.
Okay, a split push coming towards A, but you know, I'm a bit surprised. They read into this pretty well from USF. And they're still waiting around down towards the here. As the Prowler comes through. This is perfect. No, not even staying in that position. Melanie listening in to the rotation there. And completely baiting out this player still, though. A headshot nice enough. If Melanie can, you know, retrieve that. The heal off is great, but Teddy managing to find themselves family.
Spike planted.
Yeah, that is really good for USF, but still, Spike going down. The rest of the team still only has pistols, and Teddy is the only one with any sort of firepower, and they're already 45 HP. So maybe the best move could be to hand this off to May, potentially allow them to get some more fragging power, but nope, not in the cards. Nozomi just shuts it all down in just one breath. And now, Powerpuff Girls, they're up to 2.
All right. I mean, it is a bit impressive as well to kind of win out that bonus round, the anti-eco round. But, you know, overall, they came in with very, very big goals to achieve, and it seems like they're doing just that. 2 ultimates left on the board. Melanie's gonna pop it out, and I'm excited to see it.
Without
Joke's over! You're dead!
Okay, that early run it back. Melanie trying to get that early pick, but it doesn't matter. The shields and the health all comes back. Now you just run as far in as you can, and she's able to find at least one. So that's basically opening up the site while the rest of the defenders are making the rotations in through Market and CT.
spike planted.
There's still tons of information that could be gathered here with the ultimate down from the zone. Gizmo running in, and this is perfect. I mean, we know Gizmo can frag. Still left with that second life, having to make themselves frag out here even more. But it doesn't happen. Powerpuff Girls with that 3-1. Taking the lead again, and you know, I'm getting a feeling of that deja vu.
Oh, I'm feeling that this is very, very coordinated. I mean, I definitely liked how that last round was played out. Yes, they invested the run it back, and that made it really easy because Phoenix is basically just a human drone who can also happen to kill people if you play your cards right. And on that round, there was a lot of peeking off one another's contact and information, and they never really had isolated 1v1s. Gizmo was able to find one player there, and they were left with 4 alive at the end, but Qatar immediately peeked out from Boathouse as soon as they knew where Gizmo was, but they realized that the run it back was expiring and just hid back so they wouldn't get picked in a 1v1 since there was no one else on site.
Oh, we're trying to create a good scenario there. Okay, and this is what I like, right? Really just pushing their util together to make sure they have, you know, a nice cohesive balance here. Powerpuff Girls already taking out Gizmo. And of course, you know, when we talk about Gizmo, we think Fragger, so, I mean, just being able to have an advantage like that is huge.
Okay, so there is a lot of the Fade utility that is delaying them because they are marked. They don't want to go in while the cave. Nina gets a really nice pick from the tree room here. Oh.
Last player
Still
standing.
trying to pick off. Everybody peeking down at unspecified times. And Leah just makes this game feel so much better for the side of Powerpuff Girls. 4-1, such a big lead.
And Gizmo's going to go ahead, activate that timeout, see if they can stop this bleeding. Somehow they got really close last round and they were only on that save with stingers, but that was a lot of the fact that they were trading back and forth, and Powerpuff Girls were the ones who initiated that first trade, so of course they have one player left alive at the end of it. Now with 4 ultimates ready on Powerpuff Girls side and only that Nightfall for USF, it's definitely going to be tough trying to get themselves back in. They are able to buy full, but with only the Nightfall, they really want to play for those retakes, play for the Prowlers and the information that can be given by the area effect after Spike is planted, which just means don't get picked off early.
Yeah, play with the team. Keep yourself nice and put together. But again, I want to remind everyone, right, with USF picking this map, you would think to assume that they'd be able to pull something together. But of course, I mean, PPJ may have just been able to pick the side. So, you know, it might be some of that comfort going towards the attacking side. And, you know, Melanie playing into that Phoenix. And it seems like they're having a bit of fun here.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely also feels like because the USF on that last map as well, they were able to tie it up at 7-7 despite being at a 6-0 deficit at the beginning. It's not time for USF to panic just yet, but being down a map and down on their own map pick definitely might make them a lot more anxious than being down on Icebox would.
You should run.
This is a good usage of the ultimate. Really just trying to secure as many rounds as possible here on the attacking side. And you know, moving up. Leah, surprisingly enough, pushing down in mid, knowing they're going to peek in the fight as well. So now you're leaving yourself a big advantage here. Melanie really just looking to close things out, and it's perfect. The shots, everything, and the situation just leading them closer to that victory.
Yeah, it definitely feels like neither team knows how to deal with the Phoenix, and since Melanie is the aggressor in this situation, it's a lot harder to like avoid a Phoenix on the attack that is actively seeking you out than it is to avoid a defending Phoenix who might be flashing into nothing if Gizmo decides to go onto the aggressive, and if they are going into a post-plant situation, then you are able to hide behind all the corners and you don't have to peek. USF now on the save round once again. They have the Singers, they have 2 ultimates. That Cosmic Divide and Nightfall can potentially be a deadly combination. But May needs to work on not getting picked off too early. Paint shells to delay. This mid positioning is interesting.
Oh no, Qatar. I don't even know if they're going to be able to pick something off here. Passes Gizmo. I guess it was a distraction because Gizmo gets downed anyway. So many players having to retake in here. You're going to see Qatar be that divider between them and the team. The site completely taken over by Powerpuff Girls, and I don't think they're going to take it back here off USF. I mean, Daisy, getting the tether, but still Qatar takes the fight. And it's a perfect shot, and still a flawless coming out from PPG.
Yeah, Melanie is finding the last pick once again, run it back active. And, I mean, Melanie is fragging out, but still 10 and 4. The entire team is pulling a lot of weight, and you can see that the assists are very, very well distributed as well from PPG. So they're able to just set each other up for kills really well, using the Paranoia, using the Prowlers. All that near sighting is definitely going to be an asset on top of Melanie's flashes. And now it seems like USF are able to potentially find themselves back into the game if they use that Showstopper and Nightfall on the divide. Showstopper is out early. Oh, escape from Qatar.
Oh, May. You know, I actually enjoyed the jiggle peeking there. I thought it was really cute and clever. But, oh no, nobody was close enough. They heard the shots. They said, hey, let's back up. Let's take our time.
Still a sizable advantage for USF, though. They have 2 ultimates. They also have full health on all of their players, while PPG are a little bit lacking in the health department.
Pulling them in.
Easy
Oh
missed it.
no. I think it was sadder that we knew that there was going to be 3 people coming out on Daisy. Oh no.
Yeah, Daisy was completely isolated there, and that's really unfortunate for USF, who did have an advantage, and all of a sudden that's all just gone down the drain. They still have that Nightfall that they could potentially invest here near sight 2 of the players with the help of the Prowlers. Full utility out of Tina with the Haunt coming up in just a few seconds.
Where are you?
Looking to come down.
Mark 2.
I mean, Tina's the last
Placing
when
sentry.
standing alongside that killjoy, so, you know, working together here. Okay, looking big, a 3v2 possible. And the possibilities, take the tether there, spraying through. And it's perfect thus far, but the only problem is that they're gonna have to really quick go in on this. The Paranoia, the timing is perfect because it stalls out most of that time and still beacon down. And the trade-off there is impeccable. Sasha with the clutch and leaving that 7-1.
Ooh, and is able to escape the detonation. 7-1 already, and it seems like there are no signs of stopping Powerpuff Girls on this attack. USF, they do have 1 rifle on the board, but May is taking a huge risk by investing so heavily. Instead switches to that Spectre, decides against it, and still that Cosmic Divide is active. They haven't gotten a chance to use it, and I feel that it is such a strong retake ultimate that it's really a shame that they've saved it for so long, and now Powerpuff Girls have had such a huge advantage. Still, that run it back is available. We can probably expect to see Melanie running it in any second now. Right after Qatar tries to scope it out a little bit with the Boom Buddy.
Come on, let's go! Flash!
Melanie's prepared, getting ready still though, gathering so much information regarding regardless of being taken down. The biggest thing is that they gotta continue that entry. Unfortunately, nothing working out. Gizmo taken an interesting angle, waiting for the peek. The flash through. No. This is the better gameplay.
Out of charges.
They at least know where the players are, but they're still looking like they're trying to force this.
30 seconds.
You know, forcing themselves in. Not a lot of work needed to be done here off of Melanie. Never mind.
Down A.
Just as I say that, it seems like Mel slowly clutching things up. This might be that second round needed. You just have to take things back with the spike already there, and the nade coming through, running it back. And then again,
10
still having to
seconds
fight
left.
away all of these players. The shots are going to come down shortly, and it's a one tap from Daisy that allows USF to get that second win.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Powerpuff Girls definitely overcommitted to this A site. They had lots of time. They scoped it out with Melanie's ultimate, but Melanie wasn't able to open up that site, get the pick. They knew there was at least one in Heaven, one in True Room, and that this was the Killjoy site. They had all the information necessary that they could have used to either rotate or try and find an entryway through Garden, but they just stalled themselves out, and the mid-round wasn't really strong and present for Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, they took too many fights there, honestly. It seemed like they were more interested in, you know, clearing out the extremities, except for getting that spike down within that round. So obviously, lesson learned here. Looking as they're going to try to commit to some of that default. And Tina, though, going to get some of that early information.
It's definitely a lot slower than Powerpuff Girls have played it before. Spike still down. They're probably going to use From the Shadows, From the Omen to relocate to whatever site they decide to hit. This is definitely scary.
Though I think they could manage something for Powerpuff Girls. The nice nade completely splitting apart everybody. So Qatar having to fight themselves down on
Spike
site.
down A.
And he's still having some of that race until May. Gonna be able to find a shot off of Leah, but still regardless, losing out on that fight. The lockdown gonna be a big help in order to push everybody back. Gizmo on the come up to run it back, making sure they can at least pick somebody off, but nothing coming through with that. So, I mean, Powerpuff Girls having the advantage now that the lockdown has been committed.
Melanie, nicely done to find one more. 3v2 situation. They have to wait the lockdown. Spike still not planted. Has to go retrieve that from main. Since Sasha came in just a little bit late and died to the Heaven player, that gives them time to break down the door. And this still looks doable with the Cosmic Divide. Now Gizmo finding one.
Player standing.
Oh, I was gonna say, we know Gizmo has like the clutch potential in them, but I think this time it's a bit harder with Melanie playing on that same agent there. And Melanie with the runner back again. So, you know, waiting for that one to be bopped out.
Yeah, last round and a half, they have to invest everything, and it's just the Cosmic Divide they've been holding on to that I'm just hesitant about. They have flashes. They are able to like pop themselves through the smoke with the help of those flashes, but they just haven't been. And it feels like Gizmo definitely is not as practiced on the Phoenix, and it might also be a side effect of being on the defensive half of Haven, not being allowed to be as aggressive as you would be. But it still is definitely a change of pace.
You know, they would have assumed that they wanted to push themselves backwards. Honestly, I think something good here would be popping that showstopper and jumping up towards that window. That's what I want to see. And
they're reading your mind.
Okay, I mean, we saw some nice plays out of the Rays, but this time it's going to be Leah making sure the attacking side gets some of that redemption. Because USF, they pulled something nasty straight out of their pockets, but it seems like they're going to have some of that teamwork to make sure things work.
No!
Leah! No!
That was so close. 1v3 situation now. May last player standing. That was definitely a scary engagement in defender
Spike
spawn
planted.
with Killjoy. But now May, I'm not sure if they know where they are. But now they definitely do with the alarm bot.
Last
To roll
round
around
in
though,
the half.
9-3, I mean, not too far off, but once we hit that double digits, you know, you have to start to get a bit more worried.
Yeah, I mean, last round in the half. Apparently I can't do math because I thought the last round was the last round in the half. But now, only 2 rounds on the defensive side, and I feel like Ascent actually is defensive sided in the fact that it is a lot harder to get in through the chokes of the site as long as you have a good controller and some utility to hold that smoke, but it just seems like a little bit of an underwhelming performance.
Yeah, especially with these early first hands. Ooh, coming through, but a nice trade off from Gizmo. Said, hey, I'm going to take that right back. You know, we're going to see what we're working with, but unfortunately, you know, it just keeps on going. That back and forth. Players getting taken down left and right. There, the dash, but Melanie wins it out.
USF, they are in a precarious situation, but Tina is able to even this out just a little bit. Nightfall available,
Last
Cosmic
player
Divide
standing.
available, 2v2, 2v1 though. Leah has just completely shut down the initiator.
Well divided.
Okay, this is nice usage of the util here.
Covering it.
Because, I mean, kind of expecting everybody to try to push out down towards lane. No, not even checking the lane. Not even making sure, saw the elbow of Leah and still let them pick that fight. It's that 10-2 that we're hitting. And again, the double digits are dangerous. But I do want to say, you know what else is dangerous? Of course, you know, just fast tracking your game, right? You can fast track your Valorant game with PC Game Pass. Members will unlock all current agents, 20% match XP boost given to Battle Pass, Event Pass, and activate agent contract progress, plus get 1-day access to every new agent as they're released. Join now at GamePass.com and get your first month for, of course, $1. $1. I don't know why I said it like that. I should have said
Uno, how do you say dollar in whatever language you're speaking?
I know Spanish, but for some reason I can't say dollar. I don't know.
You just couldn't tell me.
Oh my gosh.
Having a Latina crisis.
All right, well, I may be having a Latino crisis, but you know, there is an entry crisis going on here in Powerpuff Girls. They need to stop the entry from happening to make sure they can keep a hold of this victory. But everybody going down in a matter of seconds. USF, they take hold and advantage of this situation.
Now 2 on the flank, and they seem to know. Gizmo definitely knows, but has at least taken down there. Qatar, now with the Moon Buddy trying to clear out, finds 1, but now it's all left up to 22 HP. Omen picked up the ghost, can take a little bit more of those long range fights. Got spotted, but doesn't shoot.
Oh, looking good, Sasha. Still though, I mean, with the timing, there being sort of that pressure and already jumping up, catching Sasha off guard. Good shot off May. And still, I mean, this pistol round, at least they won it out because now they can start to really gain that momentum back.
Yeah, and now it looks like we have the same situation as we have in that very first round, right? USF won the pistol, but lost because of a spike detonation on that second round. So now Powerpuff Girls can't play time the same way they could on the attack, and they definitely tried to be very, very aggressive with their holds on site. The way that they were holding wasn't very passive. I mean, we had the Fade who was sitting behind the box on laneway, and also a Phoenix who was playing stairs, so it's a lot harder to escape.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I mean, already so much coming down to it. Luckily enough, the Phoenix able to get the heal off, but Melanie, perfect timing. Still so low. Oh. Taken down by May. I mean, that was absolutely perfect. And still making sure the shots are down.
Enemy remaining.
Best of their ability. May's gonna be able to get this ace down if they peek it, but the headshot is perfect. Although not perfect enough, 22 health there. I mean, Zomi's gonna get taken down regardless. But, you know, definitely going to continue to look for those frags.
Spike planted.
They needed someone to soften Nozomi up for her, and it seems like Tina's going to do the softening at the end of the day. Now a 10-4 scoreline, still a long ways to go. You know, I was about to say some absolutely preposterous math, but it's 6 rounds of a buffer in between being tied up Powerpuff Girls and University of South Florida. So now we are looking at a full buy coming out of Powerpuff Girls, while it's a near flawless for USF. So that means they can just buy all Vandals and Phantoms.
Where are you?
Okay, nice mid push, but I mean, biggest worry is if they push too far. Seems like they're just holding across, making sure mid site. Mid side is looking good. Ah, nice catch off from Nozomi. The timing there, absolutely perfect.
Watch your eyes.
Another B site hit coming out from USF. Melanie in a good position once again. They're going to go clear it, but oh, close quarters. It's going to be the SMG Spectre that wins out the gunfight, and the spike now going down. Nozomi gonna trade out for Gizmo though, and they still have that player advantage on Powerpuff Girls side.
No use skill to use here. Oh, just trying to get past like the minefield of that kill from a guitar. Taken out the 2. Now everybody else taken down as well. Yeah, I mean, a good round now for Powerpuff Girls, but you know, when we look at it, definitely something we should have expected here.
And it looks like we're going to be 1 ult point closer to the Nightfall. 3 rounds in to our second half, and 11-4 already. USF should be able to buy up into this round, but it's going to be a disaster if they lose, because that's going to mean very few credits in the bank for almost everybody except for potentially Daisy. And then a save round going into match point is incredibly precarious. Still, they do have the showstopper available from May's near ace in that second round, and baby, it's Daisy having collected up the ult orbs and planting tons of spikes. Cosmic Divide, I want to see it being used a lot more liberally on this attacking side.
There's so many smokes to pop up, which is nice to see here from USF. But then again, right, like you got that 11-4, and we're getting close to that match point. If they lose this one, Eco not going to be looking too good within the next round. Silence being played out, trying to make sure they're playing the timing here. Not going to smoke perfectly aligned, but still the pushback might have been a setback for USF.
Yeah, now with only 3 players left alive, still the showstopper and Cosmic Divide available that could swing them back. Sasha getting aggressive once again. And this is a really good position for if they rotate over towards that site.
Stealing sight.
Oh.
Still peeking, perfect timing.
Oh,
Too late,
okay.
but still, I got worried, to be honest.
Me
Any
too.
second later, that would have been a fail.
Match point.
It's okay. They hit the shots at the end of the day. You know, they got 3 in the round and did a little whiffy on the last 2, but they had backup. Melanie came in from the main and all was well. It was a flawless. Now for USF, they actually do have a little bit of that extra economy to buy back in, but looking at this, Gizmo has that Sheriff in hand. They still have the 2 ultimates from the previous round and a few Phantoms and Vandals, but otherwise they have that shield's disadvantage.
Yeah, coming to that match point, you know, you gotta get yourself a little bit nervous.
Goodbye.
The amount of shield that we're gonna have
Okay.
here. Nozomi!
What was that?
Bullet! It's a 1-to-1. At this point, all they need is 5. Bullets in their gun here. Make a dream happen. There's the third. Maybe an ace can come into fruition. And the last round ace is possible, but will it happen? You know where they are. Gizmo. Just sitting down in that corner, and I swear, I know everybody's saying, Gizmo, don't let them get the ace.
Don't let them get the ace, Gizmo. They could just Nightfall. They could be really, really toxic and Nightfall Gizmo. But I've also seen some really insane clutches happen because people started throwing. Because there was only one player left alive. So they gotta be careful for sure. Oh, the nerves set in. Gizmo takes down Nozomi.
30 seconds left.
Okay.
Defenders win.
And it's over. They didn't get the ace, but they still got the 4K. And when you think about it, I mean, that's as good as any. Overall, though, I mean, a wonderful game played out. Like, I definitely think Powerpuff Girls, you know, they're on the rise. And that's a team we start to, you know, we got to look out for.
Yeah, I definitely expect to see them in the playoffs bracket. Pretty highly seeded just from their record, what we saw in the last 2 matches right here on stream. And I mean, huge game out of both Powerpuff Girls and USF, but it just seemed like Powerpuff Girls were a lot more consistent and a lot more reliable when it came to the teamwork and the trades.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. I think overall as well, it was just a lot of the fights being won out. Majority of the time, whether it be, you know, the entry and taking those 1v1s felt like was a situation that we kept seeing time and time again. Okay, USF, they wanted to peak this, and, you know, they got completely punished for it. I definitely like the mid control that we saw out of Powerpuff Girls, and then coming over towards that attack. You know, just a lot of the entries felt really good to me, especially since they didn't like to play too heavily into that, but they also like to really collect those picks firsthand in the beginning half. But, you know, I do want to say, though, before, you know, we continue on how you can join the matchmaking season, I did want to let you guys know the Xbox Game Pass has PC games, which is, I mean, crazy, right? With the new Xbox app for Windows PC, it's easier than ever to discover your next favorite game. Browse the library, view recommendations, or filter by genre with hundreds of quality games to choose from. Join now at GamePass.com and get your first month for $1. Are you kidding me? Like, if you don't take this deal, I would be pretty surprised because it's $1.
Yeah, I mean, that is. Have you figured out how to say dollar in Spanish yet? Uno.
I'm assuming dólares, I think.
Oh, okay. Maybe. That would make sense. That would make sense. So you heard it from
Google.
golfers. Google Translate is coming in right before we go to the break. And I mean, golfers, have you figured it out? Let us know.
Guys, wait, guys. We're not cutting yet. We're not cutting yet. All right. This is the moment of truth. I think I got it right because I know Spanish. It just says, oh, peso.
Oh, no.
Why am I dumb? I'm Hispanic. What happened to me? I literally, like, dólares. Who came up with that? All right.
The Italians.
Cutting. I'm not going to look stupid anymore. We'll see you guys shortly. I believe we have an interview ready for you soon.
Ultimate is ready. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. No charges. One enemy remaining. Cutting their vision. Last player down mid. Take hold. I'll find you.
Careful now.
Bring them down. Ah. 30 seconds left. Defenders win. Swarm grenade out.
All right, what's up, gamers? Welcome back to the Paidia Cup Valorant matchmaking season sponsored by Xbox. I'm Gompers, your lovely caster, or as I say, interviewer, as we're getting into an interview. And of course, I have my assistant here, Epitome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get you
we're
your
looking
coffee.
the wrong way. All right. Oh, all right. Yeah, we're doing
All right.
Sasha
Hi.
from Powerpuff Girls. And honestly, Sasha, I mean, you guys played amazing. I'm gonna start off my first question with I asked this last to Melanie, but why the Phoenix?
The Phoenix, it works really well. Vel, she just goes in, she gets hers, and
Big brain.
she just makes it work.
You know what? Honestly,
Yeah.
Sasha, you're my favorite person now. Thank you so much.
Really? Yeah. Honestly, I love the Phoenix pick.
That's what I'm saying. On Breeze?
Oh.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Hold on.
Please.
Let's calm down for a second, Gompers.
All right. I'll give the stage to you.
I mean, do you guys have any pre-game routines or anything that you do to get yourself in like the mindset, in the mood?
I mean, for the most part, we kind of just hop in a call like an hour before a game, and we just run death matches until our game time.
Death matches, an hour-long warm-up of death matches.
Yeah.
No swift plays sprinkled in there. You don't want to play a little.
We cycle through death matches and the range.
I mean,
Oh, really?
Tala, it's
Yeah.
working.
If it works, it works. I mean, yeah.
I don't know if it's working because I kind of whiffed on 2 people that were blind, but it's okay.
Oh no,
We didn't see that.
We didn't see that. We
We
didn't see
personally didn't see any of that.
we didn't see that.
Okay. That's
Yeah, we
good.
weren't spectating you or anything.
I was hoping you guys weren't spectating me.
Yeah, no.
No, we definitely weren't. Didn't know what
Didn't
you're
see
talking
it.
about.
My eyes are closed.
Am I gonna go
Yeah.
back on stream to see it later?
Probably. No.
I don't know. Were you using like a Prime Phantom by any chance?
I mean, I was using Prime, but like it wasn't a Phantom, so it probably wasn't me. Hopefully.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
You know what? Slasha, it's okay because you know you guys. It's your second time on broadcast. Your second time winning, so you guys look good on the camera. So you're great.
So
Overall,
far,
though, yeah.
I was gonna say so far we won 2 times on camera, and we also
Oh, yeah.
won 1 time off camera. So like so far we're
Oh,
doing
you
good
guys
right
are
now.
doing awesome. Yeah, you guys have been killing it. Honestly, okay, I do want to ask. You said that you do death matches as your warm up. When I talked to Melanie, Melanie said you probably had like 1 scrim or 1 where you guys. Has that changed at all? Have you like scrimmed?
So far no.
Okay.
The last time we met was for like our last game, which was like I think last Wednesday. So yeah, we haven't really been meeting up as much, but so far like it hasn't imposed any problems. So far like, but whatever is working. So
It is
no need
working.
to change.
Yeah, you guys haven't like I like with you guys saying like you know practice from time to time.
Yeah.
You guys are very coordinated for
Mhm.
what are you like friends outside of the game?
So for the main part, I know Nizomi,
Yeah.
because we all play collegiate Valorant for our schools. But then since we brought in Melanie, which was Leah's friend, and then Qatar and Babu were Nizomi's friends. So like we
Yeah.
all come from like a collegiate background, and we're all also friends on some level. So like it meshes together pretty well.
All right.
Yeah, so what do your comms look like? Do you have like a dedicated caller, someone who's calling the strats, or is it mostly just he's hit 50 trees, peek him?
I don't. For the most part, I feel like I might be like mid rounding a little bit, but like we're all putting in like our share of like comms, and like there's like not one point where like, our call is silent. We're always calling something.
All right.
that's great
I'd
to
hope
hear.
so. Yeah, that is
Oh
great.
yeah, we always know where like the other team is because we like to keep like map control, and we
Yeah.
we maximize whatever we can do for offense and defense.
Awesome. I mean, listen, you guys have been playing amazingly so far, and you know, overall, right? You guys are putting on a good show, and I'm sure teams are going to want to have to watch out for your team in the near future, right? So, honestly, Tala, if there's any more questions from you.
I don't know. Is there anything that you've been really wanting to play? Like your map pool today was Fracture, Ascent, Icebox. Like, do you want to play a Lotus potentially? Do you want to like throw a wrench in the screws?
I want to play Lotus. I like Lotus a lot, but I'm not sure if my teammates feel the same way.
Yeah.
I love Lotus.
I love Lotus. I like playing like I play Harbor on Lotus, and it's like the walls and everything. It's like really good.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, how do you feel about? I have a strat for you that you can probably bring to your team. You know, I'm thinking like a 5 duelist. You know.
Oh, maybe one day we'll go around.
Okay.
Maybe for the stream we'll do it. We'll do it just
Let's
for you.
go. Don't. I mean, like you guys would probably win. So like, it's no hard feelings there. You guys would probably win. So,
Yeah.
if there's anything that you know the audience, any things you want to give, you know, now would be the time to do it.
Well, I'll say thank you guys for like hosting the tournament, and this is like my first tournament. I play with like my NJCU team, and it's like mainly guys, and like I'm the only girl playing with them. So it feels nice to be playing with other girls. Totally different vibe. And I just want to shout out my teammates for Powerpuff Girls because I love them. They're amazing.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me.
All right.
All right.
Stepping into the darkness, Tala. We're back. Yeah, overall, honestly, it's so fun because I feel like at some point we're gonna just interview everybody from Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah.
Like Coach.
If they keep coming back for the streams, we gotta.
Yeah, honestly, at that point. But I mean, yeah, she was incredibly nice.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think it's like something to be said there about playing with like all guy teammates and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden transitioning to like playing with a bunch of other girls, and like the vibe definitely changes a lot. And I'm really glad that there is like a space to be doing that where you can be playing with more like-minded people as opposed to like maybe where you're just with a bunch of guys who wear Axe body spray.
It's the Axe body spray that gets you. That's where you're at. It's not, just bonding.
Yeah, no, it's the body spray. I know you're like
Okay.
in a Discord call. I can't smell you at all, but I can smell you.
Okay. A little stinky over there. That's what you're saying. All right. Yeah. And overall, I do want to say thanks before we, my camera accidentally moved it. I do want to say thanks before we head off to, of course, everybody in production that makes this happen. Thank you so much to Paidia. Thank you so much to Xbox as well, for really being able to sponsor this event. And I mean, overall, thank you to Esports U for just bringing us on and allowing us the opportunity to make these people shine the way that we could. And overall, I mean, thank you so much, Tala, for joining me on the desk I said that 2 times, but I'm going to say it again confidently. We'll see you guys next Tuesday. It'll be Tala and Spice Ash. Caught myself. Ash casts on the desk with you guys next week. So, and hopefully we'll be able to see a different matchup. Maybe Powerpuff Girls will come again, and we're going to see that storyline build even more. We don't know. Stay tuned. We'll see you guys next week.
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for week number 4 of the ECAC Top 8 Plays of the Week. Now, at this point, you're probably realizing two things. One, that's right, I'm going to be with you all season long as we jump through the best moments of every week. And number 2, wow, Septilence really only wears one thing when he's not on the clock. And I can't even defend myself, it's a comfortable outfit. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into week number 4 and see what these players brought to the table to beat out their opponents and be victorious. Wake Forest was already up a game, there were 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just couldn't find that first point to take the lead and put them up 2-0 in the series. But in a final moment of success, Malone clears it from one coast to another and finds an open goal, giving Wake Forest the lead once again.
These Champ 3 and Champ 2 is doing. I mean, seriously, look at Malone making advantages for himself.
Wow.
And he will put Wake Forest on the map. This game number 5 could just go their way.
I just want to say Malone just said, I'm going to show you what a Champ 3 can do. All right, buddy?
On a control map in Overwatch, your team must capture 100% of a point to succeed. 99 just won't cut it. King Rock from Keene University was fully aware of that and didn't just find a Death Blossom. He found a full-blown Death Garden to keep his team alive.
Sound barrier to go away as well, especially now that you have your own. It's going to be a little bit more breathing room. Doesn't look like the one. Okay, there we are. Now it's coming up big. This Reaper has bloomed.
That was just gorgeous amount of patience coming.
GVSU Blue found themselves up by 5 rounds, and it's always better to turn that 5 into a 6. It's incredible, however, that this team doesn't always need all 5. It can come down to just one player and how much they can really GVS do.
An Illusion delivers with efficiency. 3 in a row. No time left, even if they had the chance at Orbital Strike out of the last.
This battle between Muskingum and St. Francis was insanely close. Only 3 players in a round, and there were 1 player left on both sides, both down to their final stock. Things were looking pretty strong for St. Francis, their Luigi only at 40%, but it was up to Splat to do anything but.
Just keep him off stage with that Zare. Oh!
If
that spot right here for Teo.
If that block didn't disappear,
oh
no way!
Oh! Just steps on the
pressure plate.
A tale as old as time, Pace White versus Pace Gold, and Pace White's morale was through the roof as they won a fight, but little did they know, this was Lofi's world, and they wouldn't be living in it for much longer.
Going in with the blade.
Uh-oh, Blade is out. It's hacked. It doesn't matter, though. Slashes away for 2. Looking for a 3rd. Looking for 4. Won't get it just yet on the Blade. However, the slash and dash works out. Lofi's got 3. Looking for everybody else on this team. It's a white.
The Inkling versus Ganondorf matchup is not very good for Ganondorf, but let's be honest, which matchups are? In this clip, we're going to be watching as JD from Fisher learns the hard way that you never really want to meet an Inkling off stage.
Sooner if you don't find that kill confirm or that kill or a bomb off stage like that.
That bomb angle
is so good today.
Yeah, that bomb angle was beautiful.
Week 4 of ECAC Rocket League was absolutely insane. CMU and FC were tied up 0-0, but it was Gand who told FC they shall not pass game number 2.
Side of FC, they've only got 1 player for a moment there. They're trying to recollect, they're trying to reposition, but how do you position around a pinpoint accurate shot like this? Gand goes crossbar down for the first goal.
Adams in reverse, backed the defense off with that.
Whenever I'm on the mic for Valorant, you'll often hear the line, check your corners, repeated over and over and over again. And even with me not on the mic to tell them, I have a feeling this team may have learned that lesson.
Nah, he's got to take the shot.
Take it.
Oh yeah, sounds of teammates running on through and come on dive. The 4K on a completely unaware trio. And it's 11-0 right now.
And those are the top 8 moments we thought deserved just a little bit more time in the spotlight of week number 4 here at ECAC. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're interested in what ECAC has going on, we got something happening nearly every day of the week. So check us out right here. Editor, that's a challenge for you. Wink, wink. And folks, this has been all from me. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy this, and we've got plenty of weeks down the line. Can't wait to see what comes of them.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, he needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to another exciting night right here on Esports U Live. I'm your host, Paulie Hype, and before we get into this evening's college esports action, let's take a quick recap look at what happened recently across the universe in college esports. Let's go back to Friday. It was the NJC AAE Overwatch Week 1, where Hocking College took on North Dakota State College of Science. And let's just say Hocking won this one in dominating fashion. It was seismic on Hocking's team that really helped dominate with the aggressive Widowmaker and leading Hocking College to a 3-0 victory. Well done, Hocking. They take NJC AAE Overwatch Week 1. Now over to the ECC, where it was Overwatch Week number 2, and it was a nice rivalry you like to see. College of Staten Island versus New York Institute of Technology. It was a rematch of the fall 2022 ECC Finals, and we get to see NYIT try to take revenge against CSI for that last rematch that they had. And it was a close one, but in the end of the day, College of Staten Island came out on top. New York Institute wound up picking up one map, but it was not enough, as 3 maps go over to College of Staten Island. They take it against NYIT in Overwatch ECC Week number 2. Then for the third match on Friday, we saw the ECAC League of Legends Week 3, where University of Wisconsin Green Bay took on Muskingum University. You know, back over to the ECC, we saw some League of Legends action between these two fantastic colleges. It was UWGB early advantage in game number 1 with the Tarek and Blitz hooks, and then it was a one-sided affair after that, though. Muskingum's frost shot went absolutely crazy on Shyvana, wound up picking up 2 maps there, is Muskingum University, as they wind up winning ECAC League Week number 3 against the University of Wisconsin Green Bay. I like the way these series are shaking out. Some teams showing up in dominating fashion. This weekend now, on Sunday and Saturday, we wound up having the CECC Midwest Online Region Qualifiers. And the CECC Midwest Qualifiers were first up was Rocket League on the stream. And we saw dominant performances coming out from both Columbia College and Akron Esports, who both made it all the way to the top 2. due to some external circumstances. We don't need to talk about it. Just kidding. But this is only a seeding tournament. So due to what happened outside of play, they were not able to finish, but we will see that exciting action. I can guarantee it in the regionals, where it's all about who will attend and represent at the CECC Arlington at Esports Stadium Arlington in May. But the Midwest Online Regional Qualifiers were fantastic, as on the Valorant side of things, we saw Columbia and GVSU duke it out in the lower bracket, with Columbia coming out on top. In the upper bracket, we saw Northwood, of course, show how dominant they could be against an opponent like Mizzou Esports. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Semis were up next. We saw Michigan State take down both Northwood White and Oakland before having to face Northwood Blue in the finals. The finals went down to the last players, but in the end, Michigan came out on top as the Northwood Slayers. I like that title right there. Our final game of the evening was Overwatch Finals between none other than Ball State and Red Bird Esports. These two going at it once again. Ball State put up a fight, and it was an uphill battle, but at the end of the day, Redbird Esports showed why they are one of the best teams in the nation. I love that right there. Now, over to Monday, starting this week here, it was President's Day. ECC had Rocket League week number 3. Farmingdale State College B took on Utica University. Farmingdale State College wound up winning this one. It was so close. They were looking for their first wins in UFC, and Utica FSC started off strong in game number 1, claiming 2 early goals and not letting Utica get a single one. Game 2 was a much slower paced, but in the end of the day, it was going to be an overall scoreline of 2-0 advantage by Farmingdale State College. The script was flipped a bit, though, because not only did Utica get a goal from kickoff, but got 4 goals overall, while FSC only got 1. Much like the second game, game 4 was much like chess, and they were countering each other, both teams back and forth, until Utica scored a single goal to tie up the series. The possibility for a reverse sweep, get out the broom, it was in play here. So what would happen in the final game? It was within the first 20 seconds, Utica scored 2 goals against FSC, but Farmingdale would not falter against the likes of Utica, and they kept on scoring goals until in the very end they give themselves the first win of the season. Noisemaker, confetti. Farmingdale State College B winds up picking up their first win. Congratulations there. To the final game on Monday, it was the ECAC Super Smash Bros. Week 4, where Fisher College Spring took on Scarlet Tempest of St. John's. This was an amazing matchup. We saw some familiar faces from Fisher take on the opponent in Scarlet Tempest. Fisher's starter was Moxie, and he managed to take out the Tempest Aloha Mola. We've heard that name before falling to EJJ's Diddy Kong. Mateo was up next for Fisher. It was a hard-fought battle, but in the end of the day, EJJ he would eliminate EJJ with only 1 stock left. Mateo quickly fell to Luca of Scarlet Tempest, making a little comeback game 1 in a Fisher win. It felt like the script was kind of repeating itself in the second game. Results happened as Moxie took out Alola Mola yet again, and it went all the way to the closers, Sauce and Luca. With 3 stocks apiece, it went all the way to the final stocks before Sauce delivered the fishing and finishing blow for another Fisher Spring victory. Congratulations, Fisher, in the ECAC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Week 4. Woo! Now we are caught up. We are here this evening for college esports. It's going to be Tuesday, where we have Valorant at 8 p.m. EST for the ECAC. That's going to be a best of 3 game. That's going to be right here on Esports U, and it will be commentated by none other than Ravishing Ravish and Visionary One. So I'll be looking forward to that. That's again at 8 p.m. EST, Valorant. Next at 10 p.m., it's going to be a best of 5 in Overwatch 2 for the Mountain West Conference. This is going to be a debut right here, Mountain West, finally right here on Esports U. I'm excited for it. And that's going to be commentated by Sam Talks and Chef Billy. I cannot wait. This is going to be a fantastic night in college esports with not only Valorant and from the ECAC, but Overwatch 2 from Mountain West. So before we get into Ravishing Ravish and Visionary One, here you go, baby. 10 seconds of hype. Who's with me? College esports. It's Tuesday. Mountain West debut. Woo, 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 woo. Let's go. It's a beautiful evening. Ravishing Ravish, Visionary One, over to you.
Hey, hi. Thanks so much, Paul. Appreciate that toss off. How you doing? Like you said, I'm Ravishing Raven, shown here by the boy Visionary 1. Let's get into some Valorant today, shall we? How about that?
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to have two great teams going at it today, of course, USF and Canisius. So I'm definitely excited to see what they bring to the table. And I have to say, shout out Paulie for being a grown man and wearing a clip-on tie. I think that was beautiful.
I will say nothing. And like you said, yeah, we do got two excellent teams. Let's go roll into the map picks and bans. Shall we just make sure that we get that down and out of the way, just so you know where we're going, just so we also know where we're going to, who picked what and what they're doing as well. That's right there at the bottom. As you see, Pearl Lotus take it away, and we're on to Ascent, Fracture, and Haven. Easily standard.
Yeah, I do have to appreciate that we're not seeing Icebox. You know, that is the traditional 3-map split, is always seeing Ascent, Haven, and Icebox in College Valorant. So getting Fracture in there and seeing a couple of different comps. Obviously, we've seen a lot of Neon from professional play. I'm excited to see kind of where that wraps into when we get over to map number 2. Ascent, I honestly, I'll bet $20 right now we see a mirror comp on Ascent. It's almost like the checkers of Valorant. Just people have figured it out and they really like playing what they like playing at this point.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we definitely did see that. And I believe, you know, on Fracture as well, it should be also a lot of it should be DC standard, especially between these two teams. But with that all being said, I think we're about ready to almost hop into the game as well, right? You guys all ready? Let's go into Agent Select and see what we see on Ascent, my friend, which should be, let's see, now, Jet, Jet, KO, Omen, Sova, and I'm missing one. Killjoy. There you go. That's it.
Yeah, there you go. Yep, that's Barebones. I almost got debated there, but I'm actually seeing a Fade and a Sova here, and that's super.
That's just hover. That means nothing. Come on, man. Don't do this to yourself.
I know. I know it's all debate. At the end of the day, though, I like to get a little bit excited about not seeing mirror comps. So we're gonna see right now. Yeah, Mocha was hovering Neon, of course, switches over to the Killjoy. I have seen teams run Brimstone successfully here, though, so that might be the one kind of added layer depth, is using that, you know, that other controller and kind of favoring the post plant ability of Brimstone versus using that retake ability of Omen with the Paranoia. It's always super strong when you're coming in on a retake. So I can see that being successful, but other than that, it seems pretty standard all the way through.
I like the Brimstone idea, right? Because it's fun for rush comps, especially if we're looking to move in with your Jet, right? So it's not too bad, but it can depend, especially if you do bring up Neon too, then I think that's really great for like fast stat execs. But then all that depends, if you're confident in your gun ability, then you could just go down to just you can go down to just simply looking to hold. And hey, thank goodness it's not mirror, because on one side of USF is what you see every gosh darn day. On the other end, some new elements, right? So the Fade comes back after being nerfed heavily, and we'll see Brim coming in again. Interesting.
Yeah, and like you said, those rush comps, I mean, CC might be trying to come in and kind of surprise USF with a couple of pocket strats. You also have to remember, the Incendiary, the Molly from Brimstone lasts forever. So as long as you can get the plant down, you can theoretically give yourself a chance if they have those lineups ready for this map. So definitely excited to see what they bring.
Yes, sir. Not only just the Incendiary, but the smokes will last for, I think, what, 18.5 seconds around there. So a very, very long time to be able to establish a fair amount of cover for yourself. Usually I find you would, you know, like you're saying, right, set those up mainly for the post plan as well, but we can talk a bit more about that once we head into the actual game and once we see what the teams do manage to do. USF though, on one end, has been looking quite good, right? It's it started off the series, they started off the season about 3-0. On the other end, I find CC as having a tough go of it.
Yeah, they're 0-3 right now, and you know, you can always look to improve, and maybe a switch up in comp and something a little bit non-traditional might give them the kind of push that they need to get their first mat victory. Of course, don't want to talk about it, but USF does have 2 squads here in the ECAC, and last week USF Gold actually defeated the CC team. So now it's time for USF Green to have a run at it. We're going to see the standard purchases all the way around. Of course, Jet's going to have a Sheriff on defense. We're going to see if those long angles can be successful, starting off here on the pistol.
Let's find out, my friend, as we head on in to experience what we must. Currently, in terms of the actual layout between these two teams, it's It is a pistol, right? So I'm expecting pretty much like Harvey stacks that we're seeing right now. Over towards mid, in and nice little right click, giving over onto Sham. Flash with the subs, they'll be able to take down 2. CC running over the entire B site.
Yeah, they did a great job of just kind of executing on mid, just overloading it, not allowing USF to really get any value out of anybody standing there. They isolated the players, they were able to get the picks, and now one has been spotted as well, but Mocha's going to be able to take down Sergeant McGee. To open us off, it's going to be a 2v4 retake right now. There's going to be a lot of that utility, including the Brimstone that we were talking about earlier with those super long smokes, able to come out and potentially delay this push in even further.
Mm-hmm. No, it's 2v4, right? There's not much more that can realistically happen here.
It's college Valorant, man. I've seen crazier.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Caught in the middle like that, tragically, but, you know, Shorty was taking out the util that we wanted for fun, and that's about it and done. Make that 2 left alive. CC, get the first round.
Always integral, especially on Ascent. You typically see defense take pistol rounds, so I'm definitely excited for CC's prospects winning it here on attack. It was just, you know, a great stack up mid, and it ended up working out in their favor as we go on. And I mean, that timing, of course, on the Killjoy on B site when they were going for the retake, I thought something might be opened up, but you know, with 4 people there, they were able to hold their crosses, do a good enough job to keep 2 pistols on them, and we go forward into this round right here.
Yeah, that's also pretty standard bonus buy as well. You see specters across the board, and I believe CC, just a jet. Sorry, one of them didn't manage to get a specter, but nonetheless, we'll pop right in. We'll get the molly down to site cleared out. USF looking to probably pay full 5% retake. Yeah, and that's essentially what they'll get, but with pistol, there's only so much they can do because you're popping into Excite lights with Spectres. I wish them luck.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's a great breakdown right there. You're basically walking into a bullet hose at 5 different angles. So it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to approach this, as everybody's just mainly stacked out of market, of course, and by stairs. We're going to see kind of a 3-2 rush down, hoping they can find some value out of these classes, maybe get something on. And it's a good recon bolt as well, but they're just getting mowed down on lane right now. Nothing's available. Spectrum's going to find one here. Mocha's going to find another. Now it's a 2v3, make it a 2v2. They're coming down onto it. Oh, now it's a smoke. It's held right now. He got it half, but not able to get it through. 3 Spectres down for CC, but they are able to pull out the round.
That was almost possible. That right there for a couple of seconds, I believed, man. But you saw if there was a smoke up also by the both entrances of Boathouse, and if Double stays alive with a Spectre, and Mocha also gets a Spectre, then this is doable. But none of that actually ended up happening. But like I said, we have some stranger things. Nonetheless, they made the round expensive. The buys are too great enough for CC, and full buys across the board for USF, who are continuing to play that 3-2 split on defense.
I'm not really surprised to see that 3-2 split either, to be completely honest with you. It's pretty standard. They're still trying to figure it out. It's an anti-eco and a pistol round, and this space taken by Champagne is absolutely massive right now. As there's one watching it, though, the Brimstone is ratting out the corner. There's a peek. Oh, and Sham is able to pull out the flick right there, but they're everybody and their mother peeking out mid right now to make sure he can get away.
I was gonna say, if both of them being so greedy on the same mid angle, that I'm glad at least CC chose to back off, right? Smoked themselves off so they got rotate over or middle for other space. But from this, Dora seeing the position, they should be able to get more space down mid. Dart, unfortunately, will not find his target. No info will be found mid, but they should know from here that Marcus needs to be the take. Spectrum looking to watch the cross. Champagne is gonna die. And ooh, Q taking down 2 on the entrance. Spectrum has to go up big here. Only finding 1. They haven't been able to enter the site just yet. Kind of locked in the corridor. With Spectrum now flushing out the KO. Her loss will be able to take this. In the meanwhile, it goes down to a 2v2. USF is falling. Remember, this was their buyout, but making things this expensive is huge for CC because he got guns next round.
It is absolutely massive to go ahead and make this expensive. We're going to see this drop, of course, down Boathouse. There's the run. Spectre was going to find 3. You said he had to go big, but losing 3 rifles there. And what I did notice as well, Ravish, is the Fade actually kept a classic for round number 2 on CC. So we saw Cruzian actually have a Phantom that round and still be able to buy this round because they full saved the anti-eco. They weren't, so I mean, there's going to be buys almost across the board. Of course, Speckled is only going to have a Spectre here, but it's going to be pretty even more than even footing just because we're going to see an Ares, a Stinger, and a Bulldog coming out from USF, talking about how expensive that last round was. They're proving it right here, and the gun advantage is actually going to fall back to CC.
Champagne should just buy a Bucky instead of Stinger at this point, man. It's not going to do you any good, bro. It's bad now. Just learn the lesson. Like, I understand we're so attached to Stinger meta, but it's time for us to move on. Be better people. I'll say that. But, yeah, either way. We'll see him pop in outside of there. So just circling around, finally changing up the discretion to use, of course, with buys in their hand now. The entire Killjoy setup is here, though. They would have to go up against a lot to try to get past this. No Astra, so they can't slow them down. The Molly should do a fair bit.
The Mollies will be great, but look at this read. It's a 4-stack on A right now, and no aggression from McGee. Anybody on CC, they're kind of just trying to find anything. A little spam, of course, on Dice, not going to find much. Neither is that 0 point, so it's looking like it's going to be a hard rotate. No information found at all for CC, so they're going to be pushing out of this kind of blind, and you see the early rotate already coming out, moving towards that B site, understanding, hey, a little bit of noise was made, a couple shots were fired, but I don't know if they're expecting all 5 members to be lurking up mid.
Interesting. Now, exactly like you say, so they went ahead and cut noise and moved a little bit farther back, and Champagne might have seen a couple of them start to move over, so they'll change up their sights, and considering they have no info as to where the position they're holding, a look to rush in. Champagne barely just gets caught by the nightfall. One goes down, Spectrum on the entrance, and that's one given over. Looks to reposition. Has to do so for the crosshair. Second not found just yet, but with the 8 seconds left to go, the exec will garner at least 2, and Spike goes down.
Public does a great job with that Ares, trying to find some value out of just some wall bangs. It works out extremely well, able to even this up, at least do a 3v3, and maybe some guns are on the ground for them to pick up. We might be almost straight even at this point with a little bit of chip damage on USF, but there's the Incendiary going ahead and coming out. You see that Ares spamming through, of course, Boathouse, trying to get it off, but a team flash allows Mocha to be taken out. Dumpling's going to find one here as well, and now it's a 2v1, and the ultimate is available. This is going to be a massive moment right now. You have to peek, but you're going to die to Fun, who's going to be able to get the defuse, and it's going to be 2-2. And while this isn't a thrifty for USF, they were definitely at a disadvantage at the beginning of the round, Ravish.
USF started off, like you said, it was a good read, like you were mentioning at the beginning, where they matched the 4-stack the entire site. CC pretty much had to rotate over, but right as the push to come in, right, they lost one, thankfully, to Champagne, who was almost managed to get to with Pepper the Brimstone with enough shots that as soon as the peak did come up by Boathouse, it only took a couple of seconds before they were down to just 1. At least for now, USF have a lot more tools in their pocket, right? The knives that are there alongside the null command, which should be a lot better for the retake options, but there is the Brimstone L2. They want to try to use some more. The flash setup, not able to find anything.
And they're just trying to take advantage of the fact that CC's on an eco right now, and they're basically pushed back into their spawn. They're actually rotating pretty quick towards A, and that's going to be the haunt used. Unfortunately, not spotting anybody. Speckle just kind of sitting here with that Marshall. Of course, 0 point, not going to find anybody again. I really want to say that USF has done a really good job of defense of kind of just staying out of those common KO 0 point spots. They haven't really gotten spotted. They haven't lost a lot of information just by playing where they currently are on the map. So I want to commend them for that so far.
Still 5 strong right now on the side of CC, but remember, USF did lose almost 5 people, so their buys aren't exactly perfect here either. Nonetheless, we'll see what they decide to transition towards. Once again, in front of A, the early Molly is put down at Champagne because he needs to fight his own battles by mid. Right, gets one eventually, but the most important thing that was garnered was the info. Should know by this point, there's a lot of people looking to move over, and holding that long range angle with Stingers unrecommended, but CC have seen a run of options.
Yeah, you got 25 seconds left. You're all holding just top cat. It's kind of difficult to go ahead and move on from here, and you don't want to save either, right? So I feel like this is just a stem beacon situation and see how much value you can get out of the buy that you were able to kind of scrape together. But they're kind of pushing back towards A. Here's some smokes down. We're going to see if they can find any value here. Champagne is literally just sitting here in the smoke. It's a crossfire. Mocha's going to find 2. OW2, and there's the right click from Champagne, who was blinded, by the way. That's a nice little right click right there to go ahead and dispose of the KO, and USF, after dropping the first 2 rounds, kind of swinging this one on back.
Yeah, I mean, naturally so, especially when you've guns in your hands, right? So it was a lot easier to take that fight. And with CC also being cut off from anything that they could do on the A, they got nothing at all. Trying to gamble stack to push into a site isn't ideal, naturally. Here, once again, they'll look to force that here, leaving the Jets on the other side as McGee try to fake towards A, but having 4 people there should be able to sell the image. If anything, the spray goes in. So if anything, a bold peek for Champagne. But the Eddie spray will go get 1.
You know, Ravage, I'm still trying to figure out why all the walls on Ascent are made out of paper mache. Like, it's just
like 4, it's fine.
They don't exist, you know? It's just like, I can wallbang whatever I feel like on this map, and it's kind of the same way on Haven, and it doesn't take me out of it. It makes it such a power play to go ahead and just sit there. And a nice little spray on Fun here. Gonna get some chip damage on, but nothing too crazy. As Mocha is just busy spray painting. Where's the top of A site? Pretty much the life of a KJ main right there. Just, I'm gonna wait. As Sergeant McGee's gonna go ahead, blitz in, get hit with the nano swarm. This is gonna be extremely dangerous for them as they're down to 20 HP. Somehow able to keep their life for now, though.
They're in trees, which should allow Fun to at least, you know, force him to slow down a couple of seconds with the paranoia that he put out to almost 4 members of the team. But he knows that there are people here, and they are locked by the entrance. McGee actually can't peek because he killed they're on site, but watching the entrance. And the second now there's actually people here too. Flash goes in, they're now all gone. Easy stop there. So CC chose to lock themselves in a situation where they go nowhere else.
We'll just start calling that the green room. Essentially, they just locked themselves in tree. There's no way in or out, and you're getting pushed from both sides. Obviously, Mocha did a great job right there, sending it 8, 3, and 4 on the Killjoy right now. Always love seeing the Killjoy top frag, just because you got to give some love to your Sentinels sometimes.
Hell yeah.
You make the right call to set up the site pre-round, and they still hit it. You get rewarded for it. That's what we're seeing right now. The reads so far, and look at this as well. You have 4 camped out on B for USF. CC literally has almost nobody, but they're going to decide to rush mid here. So we're going to see that early pressure that we saw in the pistol round come out, and Sergeant McGee not able to find the value out of the Blade Storm. It's going to be difficult to go ahead and open up with a little bit more of an eco-related buy once again, and Dumpley's going to find 2.
Yeah, we just had Steve ran a spray through the smoke as soon as that was almost about to drop to it's kind of over because you know they're on a save. It's light shields with the Phantom, and honestly, an impressive enough control by Dumpling. That'll be the round for CC. That's Dunzo Bunzo. There's nothing more happening here right now. CC can of course try to at least get some, get maybe a pick or 2, right? Watch the cross, but they still got a spike in front of them. There is the option, but they're being encroached upon. Here it is, and they're found.
Yeah, they are found, and I gotta applaud USF for just playing this out patient, right? They're just gonna hold them and be like, hey, if you want to save a sheriff, that's your prerogative. Is Spectrum gonna be here now? Some spray coming out from all sides, and this is just bullying at this point. At least Speckle's gonna be able to find 1, look at his team, and go, hey, I got mine. What are you guys doing right now? And we're gonna be heading into 5-2 with USF winning 5 straight.
Spectrum actually set up the flash so that way that would go around the corner, but because it was underhanded, Dumpling turned away at the moment that Speckled swung on him. So that's unfortunate, but it's okay. It at least, pad this adds a little bit more. But like you're saying, buy up once again. The ping pong continues for CC, but at least now this time they have tools in their hands. Right, the orbital strike can be big for clearing out the strike with util in general, as is the null command and lockdown as well. The biggest things they have to offer as they'll walk through mid, the smoke with the cover, through trees again they go. Fonda's there, Paranoia should be big. There we go, and the swing, he doesn't choose to do it, but he will stay alive.
Champagne and Sergeant McGee gonna go ahead and trade out 1 for 1, so it's a 4v4, but we're looking at this and they just collapse themselves on tree, and just luckily nobody's really flanked yet, while all of that visibility, all of that momentum, everything was kind of there. USF just holding on to their sights, not playing too aggressive, and obviously McGee is down a lot of damage right now, sitting on 27. Just trying to find anything they can mid, and honestly it looks like this push is stalled out again, and it's just because they have the combination of the fragment that gets thrown down in the entrance, plus the paranoia. Like, are you gonna push through that? Absolutely not.
I was gonna say, I feel like the play here is to put a smoke down, try to enter in, but instead of having no commands enter, unfortunate with by Spectrum. I'd allow them at least make it 4v3 on the site. First time in a while, they've had a personal advantage. One more shot. That's squeezing down. And the third will not be found, so they know Heli's clear for now. Fun. Come on, buddy, let's see it. Gotta get at least one. Hold down tree, space given over. And this is big for CC. They have tree, they have sight, have it all. Coupling bro with no ult in hand. And that corner also being cleared out. Well, maybe we'll have to just face check every single thing. Pre-fire every angle. Give it all up. 2v1 right now.
2v1. I mean, and it's crazy because Sergeant hasn't been cleared out at all. They still think he's lurking up tree.
Yeah.
And running in with an Odin, and as much as we like to meme about Valorant having precise gunplay, running gun with the Odin isn't really it, Chief. So he's gonna drop right there. We're gonna see USF go ahead and drop around finally, breaking their five win streak. But because they had 5 wins in a row, they got plenty of money to work with right now.
Yeah, they can just continue to use all their funds that they currently had. And like you were mentioning, it's tough because especially because you do have an Odin. So you're hoping to just pre-fire whatever angles you can and just hope you stabilize by the time you find somebody. But especially with the crossfire that was there, that was set up by CC, there wasn't much more they could do. Knife also going a bit wide, but instead it would be the tree peak by Sham to get one.
I mean, Sham with the operator, Jet op, you know, being able to vary your angles and kind of see where you're going to go from that, as we see just Spectrum get so aggressive right here, and it's going to pick off Sergeant McGee as well. So 2 people down already for CC, and now, of course, Dumpling is just going to go ahead and abuse this, knowing that somebody has been spotted on B and has died in that choke. Well, you're going to meet the Odin from now on, so he's not leaving that spot until somebody plants a spike, essentially. So we see Mocha just kind of holding down this B site, and not really a lot of rotation coming out. Obviously, op shot missed by Sham right here. Going to have to sit there, and are they going to tank the turret here? Oh, the turret's not going to spot. That's a nice little cheeky angle.
Yeah, because Sham can continue to hold things here. The dash is now gone, but it leaves them with a sense of thinking, all right, once again, now what? And the what is going to be just run it back. Because once the early push, it seems right now, from the side of CC, gets cut off, they're then just left almost bewildered, thinking, where do we go from here? And they try to re-hit the exact same site. And that, as we've seen from empirical evidence, does not go into the favor.
No, it kind of feels like Einstein's definition of insanity, right? Like doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, because it's not happening. I almost want to see them default right now. We see so many of their members of a team just kind of conglomerating together. And we've seen USF be aggressive and try to take that map space. And, you know, extremely heavy lurks out of B main or out of A. And when you're not defaulting it out, you're really giving up all that map space. You're collapsing yourself, and that's the only option you're giving yourself left. So I really want to see them maybe play more patient, which is honestly something we don't say for a lot of collegiate Valorant teams, Ravish.
You know, Einstein didn't say that. That's just Cap.
Oh, it's Cap?
Yeah, it's Cap. That is too. That's crazy that Sham somehow missed that shot. And it pretty much went in front or between 2 people. Laid them with an op in their hand, a paranoia to slow them down alongside the molly, but that'll essentially be it. There's not a ton more space actually garnered, where we see McGee trying to cut off any sort of rotations from mid. Mocha might be aware of that, tried to jump, peek, perhaps bait out any sort of pre-firing, but nothing really found as they rotate back over. McGee's probably telling them, yo, mid is open, come through.
He knows that Mocha is there. That's the big one. And there goes the alarm bot. So at least one is spotted through mid. Spectrum's actually going to find one off camera on the A site as well. And the tag coming out from the recon drone. Going to do a great job. Mocha gets that swing. Her loss, though, taking out Dumpling. Are they all the way up A? Hey, it looks like it could potentially be. That was kind of an awkward swing right there. I didn't really see the minimap too well, but Fun's going to get out Kurzian, and this is going to be a little bit of tough sledding ahead with an operator, of course, and a Spectre in hand. I don't think you get a lot of value out of this. The swing with the classic is actually going to find Mocha. The right click disrespect is there. And here's Breezy looking to maybe get some value out of this. The flash going to come out, so he's just going to end up having to save. But Loss going to continue to try to make this as expensive as possible.
Losing that op is tragic. And not being able to get it back is worse, sadly. But Sham, like we mentioned before, they've got more than enough money to be able to afford it. But still, like an op in their hand, something that you definitely do not want. If you are USF, you know, of course it's 7-3. So only about, you know, maybe only about 3 or 4 or so. Well, it's actually 2 more rounds of the half right now. And if you're USF, you want to continue to put those in your hand, especially for the attack. Nonetheless, we'll now look towards what CC can do, as it's the same sort of stacks we saw before, and that's the outcome.
Yeah, and as soon as they got it, they lost it. So a bit of a shame right there, you know, losing that jet, peeking that angle. That's why it's so difficult to go ahead and swing at a tree, because you have to clear 2 angles right off the rip, where if you work yourself out of the top of catwalk, you at least only have to peek 1 angle off the rip, and then you can kind of lean your way into the second one. Whereas I just feel like you're extremely exposed whenever you try to take that tree angle for the opening rip, at least on offense. But 3 have worked their way up garage, and you know, I'd like to see how this pans out, because they haven't actually been sprayed down by the Odin yet. So there's some opportunity here to maybe take advantage of this, and it's gone.
Nightfall comes out alongside the Molly, but the dart lands first, and because they're not able to shoot the util out, that means they're not spotted. All the positions are given away. If I'm Mocha, I don't swing this. I have lockdown. I don't even need to, and the rest of my teammates are there. So let's work out for themselves. Nice shot, 4K for Champagne.
Champagne kind of, you know, popping bottles and, you know, letting him know that he's not going to drop the op again. It's not going to happen. He kind of made up for his last round where, you know, CC was able to get that one for free. Now it's going to be kind of a scuffed by situation once again. You're going to have 3 fools. You're probably going to have somebody on light shields and another Spectre coming out for Spectral. And you're going against, you know, the full kit essentially of USF here. You're going to have, of course, you're going to see the recon bolt and B. You're going to see the wall bangs. You're going to see the spray downs. It's interesting to see what they do, because it looks like they're stacking B site once again, and it's like you're playing with fire at this point with how much value Dumpling has been able to get out of this.
What's fun right now? Robostrike put down first, and outside Dumpling to make first contact. That's everybody else here, tucks into the corner, but this is so tough. There's so many peaks, and just 1 is given, but 1 should be enough. Enough damage will out to Breezy. To leave them to plant. Oh, and even market is cleared out for USF. So I think it's go more and more in their way here, Viz, because now the lockdown gets put down. That's it. They are stuck on site. There's nowhere to go as we pan out. Beautiful shot by observers, by the way. And they're gonna be detained. Mocha may die, but the rest of USF can choose to do whatever they want. 1 corner is found. Breezy almost pretty much dead. But it's her loss. She's trying to save their lives. Smokes out. And 1 more person left. It's a 1v1. And her loss makes it his win.
They won that? That's, yep. That tiny little corner in the back of Boathouse is the savior for her loss right there. Essentially baiting their teammate and just saying, hey, come in. And unfortunately, Champagne, I'm sorry, not Champagne. Yeah, it was Champagne. Just smoked off where the KO was playing right there. Her loss was able to just find value essentially out of the Cloudburst. And you know what? Sometimes things swing your way. 8-4 on Ascent. You're not staring down the barrel of a gun just yet.
Man, oh man. Yeah, you do have...
You had a chance.
You got a couple rounds, because I was accumulating my thoughts on what goes on here. But I don't know. These pistols could be such a toss-up, because if CC gets this, then this is very doable.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, you have to almost assume that the anti-eco is going to go their way as well. So, I mean, we're going to see, of course, Omen get that dark cover down in mid. Spectrum is going to find 1 here for USF. And then here comes the rush onto the B site, where, just timing difference. Sergeant McGee able to take out Spectrum just because they were trying to throw the flash. And now everybody's just kind of lofted and stuck in market as Champagne is able to find another. We're going to be looking at a 3v4, and a nice little dink going to come out right there for CC as well. Have an opportunity to get some kills. The trades are coming up abundant. USF still up 1 person.
They're not a 3v2. USF, like you're saying, about to fully walk into the site. Now Yuto to slowly be had, slow them down and leave. CC thinking, okay, we're a bunched up S2. The Prowler didn't see Shan. Oh no. Should be free peeking, but if they're smart, they should look through this. And he almost got Tyrant. If they had looked away, they would have been big. He's right in front of them.
No. Oh. That's just pain. That's just pain right there. You got to clear the angles. You have the flash. You got to make sure that you're clear on both sides. They both swing out of market. And, you know, unfortunately for us, we don't have to watch the blind, right? Because I don't enjoy getting flashbanged in real life. But, yeah, just staring at two people while you're blind and not moving has got to be something else. And I almost feel like her loss had to feel like they had moved into somebody and didn't realize it. I'm just trying to calculate what's going on right there. Is this Marshall is essentially going to be an operator and what a shot by Sergeant McGee.
So just one down though. So CC is taking everything they can get, especially up against the bonus, right? So they themselves are also forced up. CC, man, it should make it a real go at it, because once USF gets to double digits, then life gets a lot harder for them, and CC don't want that.
Yeah, CC definitely doesn't want that. We're seeing this kind of lurk up towards A main, a little bit of action in tree, but Fun right here pushing alone with a spike. This could theoretically be dangerous with her loss just sitting right there. Unfortunately, only a classic in hand, but they definitely have an opportunity here to maybe find some value. And that value is going to be gone with this double swing most likely now, as of course the 0 point going to come out. Fun is going to find Prison, and we're just going to go on from here. Fun finds 8. Now they're getting all the value out of tree right now, as they broke the door. Champagne just kind of patiently waiting for the lurks here, just doing jump things, as that's going to be a timing diff right there. And 4v1, make it 4v0, as USF going to find double digits. And with that force, it's going to be even harder for CC to find a way back from this.
This is a crucial round for CC. They either get this, or they're now in a situation where they have to either force up going into the 11th, or put all their eggs in hoping that USF do not get to 13. So this buy right here, this round right here, they have to win to survive. But the buy they have should help in that aspect.
Just a little bit. I mean, USF did lose quite a few guns, of course, on the force, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to go ahead and try to make this happen. But with Dumpling's aim so far, and him having a share of, you know, just a one-tap demon and a bunch of light shields on the other side, might be something to look out for as this round goes on. I mean, just kind of looking at this study, you know, slow kind of default from USF. Not really much going on right now. Nothing spotted. Everybody just kind of holding their angles and waiting to see what happens, of course, with this push. And Dumpling thought about bringing out the recon drone. It's not going to happen just yet. The owl not being used, and we're about to see it right now. And that's going to be an early spot, and Sergeant McGee's just going to have to get out of dodge.
So with McGee actually pretty much just stuck, spotted with the dart, and now stuck behind triple. They're hoping they can try to get one. The paranoia will lend to them getting non-stallies. A good setup from them. Making a 4v5 right up to see on the side. No big ultimates to be had. Her last smoke dissipates. Tragedy gets found. 5 on the side. USF played that so patiently and perfectly, where CC get overpowered within a matter of seconds. And now things looked grim.
Yeah, grim is a way to put it. Dire's another way to put it. USF, you're killing it is another way to put it. They're being patient enough. They're kind of waiting on the overswings. They're waiting on the overpeaks. I mean, I don't mind Sergeant McGee really getting aggressive there. But just unfortunately, the owl drone gets used, and as soon as that's there and you have no support, it's just basically you're getting bullied. You know, the paranoia, the recon bolt coming out as well. It's just a little bit unfortunate to get caught in a situation like that and then not have a team there to back you up. And we're looking at the buy situation right now as well, and it's not looking pretty. So we're not going to see much aggression here. It's going to be more ratty. It's going to be more holding angles and hoping you can find some value. Maybe find yourself a gun for CC, because right now they're basically stuck in between the rock and the hard place, and the Cyclist and in Deliverance.
This McGee could be big. Oh.
Here.
Flashed out. Knows that is at least one person there. Be the KO, right? But probably heard a couple pairs of footsteps too. So this is smart, right? You want to try to fight at long range, especially with the Sheriff. Do what you can do. And there's also the entire killer setup cleared out. CC is make sure that A site is theirs. But does USF just force themselves into the site? Yeah, they get found. Champagne walked in by themselves, and they'll choose to fight. They'll choose to fight on site.
Oh yeah, the 3v3 paranoia, finding something there. Of course, nobody's actually going to be peeking this. That's actually some decent chip damage down onto Hell. So we're going to see if they can find anything here. Of course, where's the retake coming from? Of course, we have her lost, who has just been sitting in tree this entire, sitting in wine this entire time. There's a spray from Dumpling looking to find something. The counter spray from Breezy not going to find much. So we're going to see a double swing right here with two coming out from main, and her loss just gets their completely dome capsized right there. And there's the wall bangs coming out with that recon bolt from Sova. We're going to see if Sergeant McD can do anything here at all, and they're kind of just jiggle peeking this, maybe looking to find just really any kind of value out of the rest of this, with USF just building that economy, and CC with the save out this round, not able to find much, if anything at all. And I think Dumpling's willing to take the death to ensure that they're not even able to carry that Spectre over. And yes, Dumpling is going to get caught at the finish there.
Match point.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is like the fact that they chose to just walk into sight fearlessly and decide, I know everybody's here, but I actually don't care about planting safely. I'd rather decide this here and now. I choose to, I don't shy away from the fire. I choose to be in the smoke where I go, which I respect. CC stuck once again, looking at the brink, possibly falling down a map on a sense. And with no ultimates to slow them down, a Blade Storm on USF, which they did well with last time. Was they can hold off B? It is a slow crawl inside of the site. But the first peak on market is found. And I hope, for Speckled's sake, that he does not get taken down.
This position isn't exactly the safest if you're hoping to not be taken down, though, as the lockdown is going to be used right here as well. So we're going to see that B site most likely being taken. Everybody's going to be rotating over on this, and it's just going to be a fight. Like you said earlier, USF doesn't shy away from the fight, right? So they're going to sit here. They're going to take the site. Nobody, of course, going to be detained. That's going to be a nice haunt up top. Does it get some value? I believe a couple people were spotted on that as well, as a post-plant utility getting set up for USF right now. And I have to say, they're kind of like Ludacris, man. They get on the floor and they throw them bows. They're not really afraid of anything right now.
And nor would I be, because when momentum is in your favor like this, you do whatever you damn well please. And this right here is it. Dumpling bro could go huge. He chooses spray instead of popping at the smoke. A safer play, but one that's ultimately not needed. Mocha will take two by herself, or even just one. McGee, come on, homie, what's it gonna be? What you gonna do? Let's go ahead and see.
Attackers win.
Oh, that's GG.
That was beautiful. What was that? Yeah, that was absolutely, that was beautiful right there. Broke it down, ended in the GG, it rhymed. Ravish is the GOAT, guys. Remind yourselves of that. And we could talk about that map a little bit, of course, but it really just seemed like USF was a little bit more cohesive. They were able to swing off each other a little bit more effectively, and we kind of just saw the actual strategy and the calling that went into it. It was almost miles apart, right? We didn't see that collapse into tree. We saw more space being taken on the map, especially on attack. And on defense, they were just able to hold their angles and kind of figure out and appropriately stack, honestly, the sites. It looked like they had a pretty good read on CC.
Right, it was definitely a back and forth beginning, but as all things go, on Ascent, all it takes a little bit of pattern recognition and deciding that you're simply just better, and then here we are. But remember, it is a BO3. We have Fracture after this, so we'll find out what happens. Stick with us until then.
It's not live, but like you and I know. Yeah, we know. I'm not gonna tweet it. Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
Is it? Did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them? Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give all your strategies. It's over-under.
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place.
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazuya.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your KD?
We're looking at 10-6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass.
Yeah.
Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco! Oh my God, I don't think anyone is going to get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are we doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
Welcome everybody here to the top 5 plays of the week from Esports U. Clutchkey here to help you bring those 5 plays, and we got one from each game lined up. Let's start with play number 5, and this one takes us to Rocket League, where the Bulldogs of Louisiana Tech and the SUNY Poly Wildcats squaring off. But for the Bulldogs, they show us why the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work, with insane passes and a goal to end it.
The options have to go and recover defensively because that's a big long clear. And, well, the long clear can either catalyze an offense or bring into situations like this. Jazz leaps up for the shot, knocks it home.
Now, the Wildcats were able to take a game off the Bulldogs, but in the end, Louisiana Tech would go on to win the series 4-1. Coming in at number 4 is from League of Legends, and it's the Army West Point Black Knights and the Lethbridge College Kodiaks playing in a USA versus Canada game on the Rift. But down 2 people mid-game, it was looking kind of like the Black Knights had a challenging fight coming up in top lane. But then again, the Army isn't called tough for nothing.
2v4, by the way. Now a 3v1 into another 3v1. This is Army West Point just doing the duty list, right? That is almost a full ace. Yeah, the minions will help him out. That is an ace.
Now, that was in game number 1, and Army West Point would go on to win the entire series 2-0.
Let's go to number 3 now in Overwatch 2 action, where the Great Danes of Albany and the Bulls of South Florida squaring off. First map on Oasis, and things started to look good for South Florida to flip the point. Unfortunately for them, one player was hitting shots and one player was showing why Doomfist has Doom in his name.
Getting 2 picks, although that comes out right back. Bob is out of the 4. Ski gets 2. Ski gets 2. This is just an annihilating fracture here from Ski. It's unbelievable. The fight continues on, and it looks like it's going to be a fight win here for Albany.
Albany would go ahead and take that game and take on the sweep as they would defeat South Florida 3-0. 2 spots left on the countdown, and coming in at number 2 is Super Smash Bros. Sauce from the Fisher Falcons taking on Neo Joe from the St. Thomas Aquinas Spartans. It's Mario taking on the Pokemon trainer with the Squirtle out, but don't let Sauce start cooking or they could lay the smackdown on you.
Sauce, there's a couple of Mario players kind of making waves right now, but it's about what Sauce is doing right now to Neo Joe. He's saucing him up. Oh my mercy, what a forward.
Fisher would go ahead and take that fight, take that win, and take the series 2-0. And the number 1 play belonging to Valorant. The Demon Deacons of Wake Forest have a 1-0 lead up on the Bryan Bulldogs, heading to Icebox. But Wake Forest down 6-4. Spike planted on B, and it's a 1v3 situation favoring the Bulldogs. Luckily for the Demon Deacons, this was one of the rounds that Conrad decided to play the hero.
Are they just going to leave this? Are they playing for Hunter's Fury potentially? They are. And there's the shot from Aimbot, though. This is going to be extremely dangerous. He's going to be able to find him. Does he have time?
Now that match would go on to map number 3, and Conrad would also get an ace on that last map, but it wasn't enough as Brian would win the series 2-1.
They're going to have just a little bit more than that, a second and a half, I think.
And that's it for the top 5 of the week from Esports U. We'll see you back out there for even more games. And until next time, this is Clutchkey from Esports U signing off.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is
Homies, welcome on back yet again to Esports. You Ravishing here by Biz, and we're here for map 2 of what we got going on between 2 different teams. Biz, what's up? What do we have?
I mean, we got Fracture coming up for, of course, USF, and I'm gonna have to look for a second.
CC.
Canisius.
CC.
CC so much easier. Canisius. I said it right that time, so we're all good. But we're going to Fracture, so bit of a divergence from the standard college Valorant gameplay that you see here. Obviously, we always see Haven, Icebox, and Ascent for the most part. So we're gonna go over to Fracture. It gives you a little bit more flexibility for comp. You can play it a lot of different ways. You can play double controller, play double duelist if you really want to run that Neon and have that operator presence with Jet, since Shaper is basically gone from essentially, except for Lotus, which we've seen on a couple pro maps. But I'm excited to see what they're bringing out in Agent Select. I always expect to see a Killjoy. I always expect to at least see a Breach, because their ultimates are by far the best ones on this map.
Indeed. Yeah, like you're saying, it should be decently matched comps on both sides. I have never seen Harbor be playing on Fracture. I don't imagine we'll see that today. But yeah, the Jet phase, the Breach, okay, cool, Killjoy so far. Everything pretty much lines up, and this is pretty standard. I have seen a pop-up of more Sage actually come up on Fracture, especially the Sage op, which is a cool tech. But I don't think we'll see it here in Collegiate naturally. And here we are. Fade continues to reign. But on the rest, though, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Fade makes sense too, right? I mean, if you're going to prioritize clearing out angles, getting that haunt, being able to hear gunshots, be able to spot that before you rush on the site, I think it makes a lot of sense as well. And with how close a lot of these angles are on Fracture, on those choke points, it makes sense because the Prowler nerf doesn't hurt you as bad as it does on other mats, kind of like Ascent, where you have to kind of go along those longer sight lines. So I don't think it's really much of an issue here. Of course, for USF, We're going to see how, of course, how both teams play it. Seeing that Brimstone coming out on both sides, not a surprise either. Orbital Strike's great on this map, especially in post plant, as well as the sheer fact that, you know, you really only need 3 smokes to go ahead and aggress on Fracture.
And with the Fracture map, you know, we've been seeing that half the time teams just use the way to caterpillar onto the site past the smoke, so you got nothing going out for the post plants. But Fracture's weird a lot of the times. Yeah. The pacing that can happen for a lot of the pushes, right, is really dependent on how confident your teams is and how down you are to just gamble, walk in. Because what does happen a lot is that early on, you don't manage to get anything, so you decide you might as well rush on in. What's the worst that could happen? Sometimes it works out, many times it does not. So Fracture things like that, and if we're looking at CC back again, was where they were not able to find any sort of plausible way to get on sites, right? And so they would have to gamble and walk in, and here that might work against them.
It might, and we're going to see that 4-second over here. I'm expecting to come here on pistol rounds on Fracture, just because it gives your team a little bit of a boost. Of course, you can hit that site just a little bit more aggressively, swing out and maybe get a shot or two, as we see some spam coming through doors on A here. A little bit of value found with the Haunt. At least one is spotted, but the trail is gone as one peeks out. It's going to be a little bit of back and forth, and Dumpling's going to take the brunt of it. But they did have shields this round, so they're essentially on just base HP that you would expect to see in a regular pistol round.
There was the entire kill up there as well, so I think once they noticed the turret, they decided this is simply not worth it. And so rotating over to B would be a better cause, and yep, there we go. So with just one smoke put down by the entrance, going under underpass to try to hit Arcade is interesting because the KO was also there, but Breach is there watching on site. The knife comes down a little bit too early, or else that would have been actually perfect for trying to notice the actual rotate that is coming over right now, which it is here. As smoke enters in, the fault line should be up in a couple more seconds. Well, one gets found as he's turned around. USF on the first pick and the site.
And this might be a little bit of a timing diff right here, as Mocha's actually going to back up into one. Can't find it over her loss, and that Ray's getting a little bit of action on that flank right there. Is Dumpling going to get popped just a little bit here as well? Not going to find value with that, but Spectrum going to come from the side, be able to take one out. Now it is a 3v4 retake for CC. Make it a 3v2. Great headshot coming out from Sham. Fun's going to find one as well. And essentially, they're just swinging out into isolated 1v1s and losing. So USF taking the pistol round there. Good patience that we saw. They saw the Killjoy utility on the pistol round. Like you said, decided, hey, probably not worth it to go here. Flooded the B site from both angles. Able to get the site, the plant, and the win on the pistol.
Yep. That's it, but it's a pistol though, so it won't exactly result in much. The buys are kind of crazy though, because Spectrum decides I actually don't want full shield. Go to the Phantom, a Bulldog as well. So coming out, so this is a massive sign of confidence from USF. If they lose these guns, that would suck, but ideally they don't, and it'll be the exact same sort of push that we saw right at the last round. This orb also should be for free, and yep, it managed to get it once again. A little bit of spam, if anything. Turret not spotted though, but they're going to try to move in here still.
We're going to see some pressure coming out onto doors, possibly into sand. So this is going to be good. The stim beacon is going to get dropped as well. Smokes are down, and there's just a spray through that. Dumpling's going to find it. You love to see that. But the return fire and the incendiary are going to find something here as well. It's just a pandemonium on the site right now. Spectrum is going to find value, of course, with that Sheriff, and now it's a 2v1. And the kind of what they're staring down right now, that double swing from both angles. You don't have to get too aggressive here. Her loss, but the head is found. It's now a 1v1. And if I'm not mistaken, Spectrum is out of shit. No, Spectrum hasn't been touched. I thought somehow, how did Spectrum make it through all of that crossfire with no damage?
I don't know, actually. It is kind of insane. Her loss, though, so but the Haunt should know exactly where Spectrum is as well. So with both in another position, with her loss only having a Sheriff, it'll have to be immaculate swing timing and dome only, but Spectrum finds him first, keeps the Phantom alive. Bulldog gone away though. But that also means that going into this round, USF's buy is rough.
Yeah, just a little bit. You know, I hate seeing those situations, because if you have a Sheriff, I just feel like you got to pop and swing the heck out of that angle. Like, you don't have a choice. Like, you might as well just swing until you can't swing no more and just see if you can find that headshot, because if you're going up against that, you know you have the fire rate disadvantage. You have to get one accurate shot. You might as well try to throw off your opponent as much as possible instead of slow peeking it. But I digress. You know, you're on an eco anyway. You're able to find four guns out of the hands of Champagne trying to get something here. Spots one, but that's going to be two that are spotted as well, of course, by the 0 point. You know, I'd like to see a little bit, and that's a nice rush out by Sergeant McGee as well, but Fun's going to find one with a Bucky, and I don't want to say that you're the man with the master plan, but you said buy the Bucky instead of the Stinger, and sir, you're right.
I know. Shocker. A lot of trip damage isn't giving over though. USF. Oh, this is actually a big orbital strike, but all results in a slowdown, right? But it does allow the flank for Mocha to come in. He is stuck, still gets one. Reload has the timing. 2 reset. 2. That is 2 for Mocha. Phenomenal shots from her. And it's Quiz, and it's just Q left, man. And like you said, Bucky found him, bada bing, no boom. But yeah, Q can't do nothing more than this. I would suggest he just save. Good.
Yeah, and that is the call coming out from Q. And I don't understand, even if they're on an eco, why you would go ahead and decide to swing Mocha 1 by 1 in that situation. I just triple swing them for all I care. They're not going to be able to kill all 3 of you with a Sheriff. It doesn't shoot fast enough, unless, you know, you're me and you just decide to miss every shot that you possibly can, just to throw stuff. But it just, the lack of cohesion there to understand, hey, there's one isolated here. We know we're getting shot from behind. Why don't we just take this fight together and then push on through the site? Obviously, the orbital strike came through to delay them. But like, as long as you take out another, at least you're giving yourself a fighting chance at a 3v3 when they're on a save. Now, this is all kinds of scuffed as far as the buy situation now for CC. And they're kind of digging themselves into a farther hole. And I want to remind you, this is CC's map pick as well.
It is indeed. That'll be the flash to go. Walk into the site. All the Killjoy util is there. And they can't check towers. They have to check 4 different angles. No smoke team puts out will mean that turns into a just deathmatch on site. But the results in CC coming out on top. Speckled God can fire. The smoke is put down. That is it. Now to 2v4. CC, this is their round to win on a save, mind you. Unless Mocha decides to solo win by herself. Entirely possible. Nightfall put out. There's also a lockdown also available. They're gonna have to push them, and they do so now, but putting a lockdown could be so dangerous. Sees the arm, peeks out. Who's the other side? They see McGee. They're about to win in a 2v4 here, Viz. And the heart was there to just put out the delay. That should just be it. They're spotted, they're swung, and they've won.
I don't have words. I don't have words. I mean, obviously Mocha's been doing work, right? Like just that small flank that came through to allow Spectrum to go ahead and wrap around. But Spectrum's 9-0 right now. They're feeling themselves. They have $7,200 and they refuse to buy their team. He's like, no, these are my kills. You don't deserve my creds. You don't deserve anything. This is all me right now. And the 4K in that round, I'm just so confused as to how CC allowed that to happen.
I know they're really focused on the tower position.
Yeah.
And Spectrum like quietly dropped down, was able to get the flank off, but getting 2 is so illegal. There's just nobody watching the angle, right? And we talked about it before, it's just
Rosa.
They're all so focused on one thing. That is everything put out from her losses kit for what was a preemptive push, unfortunately. And the beta works out perfectly. As one more gone, you've expended Ray's entire kit. A good, like, little back and forth from USF.
It's almost like they're playing with their food right now. Like, they realize,
oh my god.
That's through the smoke, too. Just instant dome for Speckles. And, that's her loss. Okay, you might have expended the kit. At least they're going to find some value there. The post plant is already here and in session, though, and with 4 people on site at varying angles, at varying levels of crossfire, and one actually holding both flanks. This is going to be almost impossible to deal with. Her loss going to find a little bit of value on the fun here, so there's a fighting chance. 3v2 right now in USF's favor, and Champagne has this angle, knows exactly where her loss is. The jump spots are coming out. little bit of a miss, a little bit of a back and forth with the dash quickly expiring. And the double swing right here. And Champagne's gonna live, and they're just gonna go push onto site because they have to. And those haunt locations are just filthy right now. As Her Loss finds 3, but there's not enough time to defuse.
Her Loss, what we have to say, they should get out alive. Yep, they're fine. And as do the rest of USF as there's a 5-0 start. And like you mentioned, good point there where the Haunts have managed to find early info on at least 2 different players who are holding tight angles that can be pretty crucial if they get the right timing on the swing. So them being almost forced to bait out or just swung upon through the smoke is what is allowing USF to just hold the shallow control that they currently have on most of these sites without fear of having to check 4 different angles or having to play super far back. They can continue with the aggressive playstyle, right? They can continue just moving in and out of tower, deciding who goes where and what, and without necessarily having anything to be expended for it. Even right now, Killjoy had moved over from the other side and likely efficiency is there as well.
Yeah, and the best part is the hunt is free and it regenerates. So the longer that USF kind of takes to go ahead on go on site, even though they're just rushing it down right now, as Fun's actually going to find Speckled on site. Mocha's going to drop down the alarm bot. Nano Swarm's on drop as well. And look at this attempt at a retake. We're going to see some smokes go down. Of course, Fault Line going to drop as well. But CC right now, not the best guns, not the best positioning either, with 3 of them quite literally stacked. And do we have 4 people playing off site right now for USF?
Because look at where the plant is, Vince, right? It's right in front of the smoke, right by the edge. So this is a very easy spot for them to continue to hold, set up by the concussion. Pain comes around from door. So while they're once again all focused on a singular angle, it'll take advantage of their focus and leave them in the dust. To be fair, this was a save, but USF, right? Continue to climb higher. Their credits are all almost maxed out. On the other end, CC back in the ping pong again, though. But the biggest note to be had here: both sides have almost all their ultimates.
Yeah, so I'm ready for the round of chaos. I want to see all 8 ults pop this round. Like both Killjoys, give me the Venn diagram. Give me both of course the Rolling Thunders. Give me some KO action as well. I mean, it's gonna be madness if they decide to use these, and since it is a majority save round. Like you said, that plant location was so great, and also the lurk just kind of smoking off that angle that of course that the jet was at, and just allowing everybody to kind of funnel in. I understand, the 3 are dropped, they're on a save. It's more surprising than anything else, and that is surprising as well, as Her Loss gonna just lurk down, go mid, and find 2 and kind of swing this round on its head, and CC might finally get some start of the round momentum headed their way.
Big from Her Loss, right? Was one of the last ones to stay alive, managed to carry over the gun consistently, and now here, possibly giving over a very much needed round over to CC side. But remember, we've seen USF come back from 2v4s before.
Yeah.
But then this time, it's at least 3. But they would have to somehow find a way onto the site. First, Her Loss, big swing. Catches timing, Smike is down. That should be the round.
It theoretically should be, but we still do have the lockdown. So if they want to assume that space, it is still certainly possible. And these haunts have been getting value in. Everything I said, just go ahead and throw it in the bin. It's rubbish. It's garbage. CC gonna pull out this round, of course, on the back of the opening of Her Loss by 2. There was just a massive push down low. Really shouldn't have been able to get both of them, but just caught him by surprise. Was able to take it down and get the round and a tiny bit of momentum towards CC.
Yeah, the spike was on the other side by Arcade, so there's no shot they're getting there unless they strategically walk through and decide, okay, I get you, I see you, I swung on you, I got you. So it would have to be the most tense play ever, but he's in Brazil, so not gonna happen. But instead, there's the ultimate you're hoping for. That's one that was in spawn, mind you, and allowed them to net 1 kill. Mocha being gone is big. A lockdown available here. Another big ultimate now gone. Her Loss, just runs out of time on the showstopper, but will not be punished for either. Good swing from Fun to take out 2 members of CC.
I just unfortunate Valorant timing right there. Breach got caught with the aftershock out and just kind of unfortunately let everything there. The Rolling Thunder going to be used, but I don't think anybody's really here on site as Breezy's going to be found by Fun as well. Champagne going to find another, and it's a 4v1. And don't burn your ult on this round, brother. I mean, I understand holding it, and you get some value out of it, but this round is wraps. It's done. It's dusted. Dumpling going to find that pick right there, and I don't want to start a Rosa counter for the Raze ults that we've seen out of her loss right now, but right now in value in terms of the showstopper, even though they've been great on the rifle, it's 0 for 2.
To be fair, the last one wasn't able to rush out enough, but could have probably caught one, had to sadly walk all the way to the other end of the site where the blast packs would have definitely been a lot more helpful. Yeah. Either way though, still 2 ultimates on the other side, pretty much almost the same number expended on both ends. At a lead USF thinking that, hey, maybe we should pay a bit more attention. Asu might be where. Right, the pusher though, a bit of a 3-2 is looking like her lost found. One more knife would have done the trick, but sadly no. Nothing more gain. Lockdown though is put out. CC having a run way to find solace, but in the process of finding, you know, an exit, they'll exit on the ground.
No, find an exit frag and exact, but Speckled and her loss going to combine for another one right now, and these tight angles being held by USF. They have an opportunity. That's going to come out as well, and her loss is going to win another gunfight, and unfortunately, the stun from the fault line going to take it down. CC starting to gain some momentum, starting to swing and use that utility just a little bit better than we saw on Ascent. Starting to get a couple of rounds off of USF as we continue to progress, of course, through this map right now. There's 3 more to go. If they can swing this 7-5, I think they still have that opportunity.
The flash missed actually from the side doubling, bro, where it was supposed to be near the right near the front, where he was holding behind the corner, but instead he shot to the back because it's concussed, and that unfortunately didn't have the swing for Spectrum. Excuse me. Either way though, I mean, it was like you said, 7-2, not bad, and still 2 ult in the hand of CC, which can be used for the post plants that they have been rocking.
They've started kind of collapsing on those post plants. Breezy gonna find 2 outside of A main right there, so just trying to delay, allow the team to possibly get some more information. It's a great flash right there from Breezy though to find one, and Fun gonna get this one away. Mocha gonna be there. There's a spot right there from Breezy. Even though they get haunted, nobody's in a position to take advantage of that. And you see one going across the rope right now. Of course, who else but Mocha trying to get on that other side. Actually gonna return to main, and the defender Killjoy gonna be used here as well to try to force him off site. Q's gonna find Fun here, and it's good trades all the way around, and Mocha last one alive, and they're gonna be able to push onto site and potentially start this defuse for free.
They're just doing it right now, in fact, my friends, but at least put them out to half. The spray should come in from both of them. The swing should be good, as there are some over there, like you're saying, and that stimmy helps just a little bit. CC slowly but surely finding everything they hoped for.
Yeah, and to be fair, both ultimates were expended that round, right? So ult economy kind of favors back into USF. The money, however, they've finally been broken. After ripping off 6 rounds in a row to start this off, they are finally in a position where not everybody can full buy. The rifles are in the hand of CC, so if you're going to take advantage of that, it needs to be right now. You cannot drop your rifles. You have to maintain the steady economy. If you want to swing this into a 7-5, it's pivotal, but CC, coordination has been looking on point since those early rounds. They kind of found their bearings here on Fracture.
A pretty split apart push from what they have, so but all that is currently is just it's just a scope out for where they might find CC to be holding. Perhaps a change of strat where they're finally playing a bit safer. The USF, losing 3 rounds in a row doesn't feel good, especially when you're on to roll. Spike currently leading towards that B side where the entire Killjoy setup is there. And this should land again, them getting just a bit more space by Arcade. But they would to find a way for them to move up the tower or try to force away through the choke and then look to move in from there.
Yeah, but they can force into this choke all they want. They're not going to find any value out of it just yet until that Nightfall gets dropped. But Q going to find 1, Q going to find 2. They decide to go up the rope. Spectrum is going to at least have a trade, and Spectrum has been the superstar for USF right now as Dumpling. Going to find a little bit more value right here. 0 Point gonna spot them out though, as Spectrum just sitting here kind of waiting on the lurk, making sure nobody is trying to hit that flank, but it's gonna be almost everybody and their mother coming out from Generator right now with no smokes on it at all. I don't think Brimstone has any left, as Dumpling gonna find another one right there. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, and it comes the Bully Ball as Spectold gonna find one. Breezy stays alive here. There's an opportunity, not a lot of chip damage left on him. He's, you know, he's lost 20. Looking at this 2v1, trying to see if he can spot somebody through the smoke, and it's just going to be a crossfire angle, essentially. This should be wraps for USF.
Oh, yeah, 1,000%. It'll leave them, like you're saying, 2v1 with the Incendiary on top of it as well, so they're just completely isolated from trying to take anything else here. But instead, Breezy still somehow finds one of his own, hoping to make sure he dices a spike, and he does not. Gun is saved, one on both ends. And this tower position has been not great for USF. They lost 2 in the beginning and 1 at the end. That's almost everybody within a matter of 4 minutes. No. But I joking, kid. But it'll still leave USF, you know, now with not great ultimate card like we were saying before. They got the orbital strike. Right, and they're too weird from her losses ultimate here, but nothing on USF side can necessarily be there to counter it, except just a pure rush strat as the final round in the half. What are you gonna show us, your homies? What do you got for us?
Oh, we're gonna see what they have. Of course, the door being opened right there by Spectrum. Not gonna be able to find anybody here, of course, because only one's on site. Killjoy turret gonna go down. They stimmied in, they rushed it down. They were able to go ahead and knock out the plant, and they were able to also avoid the orbital strike that could have come in on the plant and kind of delayed that just a bit as well. So not allowing that to go ahead and happen for CC as well. They might use this on post plant though and just try to isolate some fights, as Dumpling's able to find one here. Herlock's gonna get one with the paint shells. That's beautiful as the execute comes on. Q gonna find another, and you know everybody's long at this point. You have to go ahead and use this orbital strike whenever you get the chance, right?
Oh, the smoke dissipates here too, as the second one drops. It's just shot straight back and forth between the two of them. But it's blind fires consistently, and we see in the USF are hoping to fight as much as possible, trade things out. The time's running, and it's gone. Welcome to 4K to bring us to 9-3.
So I guess the real question is, Ravish, do you believe in curses?
No,
okay.
Never have very well.
Fair enough.
No, it's just, look, I understand it, I get it, I've seen it, it's not happening.
Yeah.
I can only be swayed if I see CC get at least 3.
That's fair. That's fair. 3 off the rip, right? They got to win their bonus too.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, see, I like to say that I'm not really superstitious, but I am a little stitious. So when it comes to 9-3s, I like seeing it. Obviously, it's fun for everybody to kind of meme up and chat and talk about it. And I lose most of my games that I'm up 9-3. So why doesn't it happen in college Valorant? It's because these players are a lot better than I am. So I'm expecting USF to come and kind of hold on to that map control, especially with, you know, having the breach, having the brimstone, pretty easy. But also this right, where are you finding these lineups for these haunts, Spectrum? Because every single time he throws that, it seems like he gets immense value out of it.
That's clutch. Yeah. That's huge. Because now with this, right, it's just that much more space gain, and USF also the defense. This lends to this indomitable confidence. He unfortunately dropped off the rope, decides not to take the peek. A smart choice, my friend.
Look at all the map control already afforded to the USF, right? They have everything on spawn side. Like, everybody is ramps. They know everybody's isolated on ramps for CC, and now it's just a foot race to see who can make it to A first. And we're about to see the ensuing bloodbath, of course, from main, from everywhere else. It's going to be a great fault line. It's going to find 2, so these swings can't be vital. Flash going to come out as well, and Mocha's going to take out Q. A Speckled actually going to find one of their own, so we're going to be looking at no spike yet. Mocha gets another, and okay, Mocha just, I guess, go do Mocha things. You're just better. It is what it is at this point. That's going to be Speckled dropping, and that's the round. And like you said, they needed 3 in a row. They're not finding the pistol once again.
Mocha's kind of nuts. I don't know if we pointed this out yet. Yeah, she's insane. Because even in the past couple of rounds, when allowed to anchor or even just having to just stay alive for a post plant, that happens. She does this every goddamn day. All right, puts out Molly again, spike there, smoke, spray, Dunzo Bunzo. It's so easy. Like even here on the pistol, that was with a classic. I don't know how she's finding that high-low angle over and over again. CC decided it's time to force up. You get a couple stingers against a couple specters. We'll see how this plays out.
I mean, the Stinger the Stinger is the definition of a bullet hose, right? The problem with the Stinger is you're only good for one because it only has 20 bullets. As this spam is going to come out, there's a little peek right there. The ADS, the forward bullet spray might work out. Gets a dink, and the swing from Breezy going to get a little bit here as they go ahead and rush through sand. We're going to see, of course, Mocha just going to sit up here. They're basically going to dare Mocha to try to come out. There is the first part. Not going to find any value with those pain shells as everybody is here on site, and Mocha still has not been spotted. The spray finally going to find one. There's Breezy. You going to find more with this? No, you are not. 3 stingers staring down you. Not much to do. USF going to be in a 4v2 post-plant scenario, and unfortunately we've seen this before, and it's already trending in that direction.
The outside angle of the haunt doesn't manage to catch them, taking on the person that's up top. That would be clutch, but it's a high-low angle now. One off sight. Typical God peeks out for a second now. It's more dissipating. It's gonna be on them. And you thought the man advantage would have done anything at all? And what lessons have we learned here, Viz? So constantly, it does not matter. They've proven it to be so that. It matters not if there are 2v4, 2v5, or 1v9. It'll continue to happen, go on the way of USF.
Yeah, and in that 4v2, as soon as that stim beacon gets dropped, like theoretically, you know exactly where they are, right? Like the stim beacon is not silent by any means. So you know there's at least one on drop. But just isolate your gunfights. It's not rocket science, sadly. I don't know what these students are studying.
Just win, Forehead. What are you doing?
It's not even just win. It's give yourself a chance to succeed. Stop taking 1v1s and have multiple people swing on an individual to maybe get some trades, because you're playing 4v2, you have the body advantage, and it's better to play that than just about anything else. And Champagne might find some massive value by taking out the smokes early in this round if Q just gets a little antsy.
No shot, right? So the Pika is there. I mean, this could be nice, but he should have almost full shield here. Yeah, this is tough. Op shot goes wide though, and he has to reposition over instead. But does Q give him the opportunity? No, man, this is continue the back and forth. Finally, that is Spike, and that is gone.
And Champagne continues to do a little bit of damage, rectifying for that first miss. They hop on top of the box, and Sergeant McGee going to find a kill with the Bulldog. That ADS spray has always been good. As Spectrum and Fun going to combine a little bit there, take down Breezy, and Sergeant McGee going to take up an old orb. And I mean, at this point, you might as well just go around the world here. Just find all the old orbs you possibly can, stack that up, and see if you can get it next round, of course, for the Rolling Thunder to maybe secure getting on site, because that really hasn't happened a lot for CC on offense, both on Ascent and on Fracture.
Nope. And now with the biopsy curl you have, though, it will leave Sergeant McGee in a position where I thought he was going to save. I really did. Might have helped, honestly. But now they're in a position where it's full buys across the board, you know, for USF naturally. And CC, you have a couple of light shields, still guns in their hands, but that's it.
Yeah, and I'm sure like Breezy right now, if you get that light buy, you're not allowed to buy a lot of utility, and actually opts to get the full shield and the Guardian. So Breezy looking for the heads, because you're going to lose those sometimes if you're peeking down just the barrel of even that Spectre from Spectrum. I mean, sometimes that Guardian could be just a little bit difficult to get with that spray if you decide, or if you're put in a position where you need to rapid fire. So we're going to see what goes on here. Stim beacon out. This looks like a full-on rush, of course, towards the A site, but they're going to have to deal with Mocha, who's been able to get value out of everything. But Q this time going to find the opening frag, and sight for now, it's going to be CC's.
And getting the anchor off the side, such as Killjoy and Mocha as well, that have been so extremely impactful, is really good sign for the round for the rest of CC, who are able to stay alive for these weeks, right? This round is pretty much just it. They want to turn the record around, but it may not be currently. Just one more taken away. USF continue to fight against a man disadvantage. One taken, the jump up not there, but Sergeant McGee still staying alive as they're still inside of the smoke. They have to find ways to slowly just inch their way in, and they do so. They can't clear everybody else here. It's Champagne with the Yop. And unless they get a collapse, this might be it, and it's not. CC is staying alive.
I like that round right there out of CC. They were decisive. They went ahead and took control of A main, and they just rushed it out and said, okay, Mocha can't kill all 4 of us. And unfortunately for Mocha, they weren't able to. So
that's true. They were right.
So, yeah, I mean, you made the right call there. I want to see more of it. I want to see more decisive action. You have that Brimstone, use that stem beacon, see if you can just find some value. Of course, get your smokes down first play. It's smart, but they're trading off of each other when they're decisive. It's when they get in those default or kind of hangout situations. CC seems to get antsy, and then they kind of peak solo, and things kind of fall apart. So I want to continue to see this aggression coming out. Spectre is going to have a classic and a classic only. This is a full-on eco, so CC should be able to at least get to 5 here, theoretically, and that is going to be the case. As Dumpling's able to find quite a bit of value out of that spray from that Stinger. One's going to be dinked as well. Champagne down to 12 HP.
Yeah, so much damage given over. They're hoping on Champagne side that they could probably get a gun there, and should be able to as they inch it closer and closer. Now Mocha left and almost a one and done angle, but it's never one and done with Mocha. It's never just that. Got another guy should be also taking it here. Oh, he falls off. You can't shoot it on a zip line. It's not just her loss. What you gonna do, brother? This is your spike is gone. The turret is there. You should be spotted. And as soon as you swing, that should be the win for USF.
USF just coming out playing a better game, and you know, good job on CC for being able to at least bring that 1 round back at the very end that we saw there, where they were decisive. They were able to take the space, but unfortunately not able to do it on a consistent basis. And USF just coming out with the strats looked phenomenal for sure. There's really not a ton to break down. Just the utility usage, and honestly, the value that they got out of that utility was much bigger for USF than it was for CC that game. And I think that's really what kind of just separated the two teams, because we did see some good gunplay out of CC.
We 100% did, right? Not because CC did have definitely a decent amount of options when you got down to, just get the early picks. But it just seemed as though no matter any advantage they have was truly insurmountable, right? And the ability for USF to fight back against so many different obstacles so consistently is why they have had such a phenomenal record, why they are now 4-0 on their own side, and CC has continue to have a tough season. But we should be getting an interview from somebody from the side of USF very shortly as well, so we'll see who we can try to scrounge up. Until then, we can just,
leaders of tomorrow, and us as well as all of our brand partners that we work with really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general. because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix, so it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete in.
And homies, welcome back. Once again, we do, of course, got an interview for y'all like we said we would to head on up. We got the homie Champagne here with us. Yo, Sham, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, pretty solid, homie. Now, I gotta say real quick off the rip, it don't seem like y'all sweat much through that entire game, huh? Y'all were vibing, bro.
Yeah, it was a good game. I don't know, everything was clicking on our end. We just felt good, confident. Yeah, scrimming's paying off.
So glad to hear. Bez, what's up?
Yeah, I mean, so obviously USF Gold played them last week, right? I saw on Ascent especially that y'all were just reading them basically round for round. Y'all had, the 4 stacks versus their 4 stacks. You knew where their lurkers were. You knew they loved to go up tree, and y'all found so much value out of that Omen Paranoia. Did them playing your Gold team, did they kind of give you that insider info after playing them last week?
Yeah, we watched their game a little bit. We try not to focus too much on other games just because I feel like every game of Valorant is different, and teams might do things differently to try to throw you off. So we usually just focus on our own game, learn to pick up on certain cues in order to, adapt and, just play to the best of our ability.
And I mean, obviously y'all looked pretty solid on Fracture. I know that's not a map that's played a ton in college Valorant, of course. We always see those stock 3 of Haven, Ascent, and Icebox, or maybe a different map as a decider. Y'all's comp, obviously, especially with that fade, y'all were able to get so much value out of the haunts. Is Fracture something that y'all are immensely comfortable on? Because it definitely looked like it today.
That's kind of our medium map, I would say, like kind of in the middle. We've gone through a couple of comp changes on that map. We're still trying to figure certain things out. But yeah, I'd say we're pretty comfortable. Not our strongest for sure, but.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what you're saying so far is that there's still room for improvement of the Fracture map. Now, here's the thing. Hear me out. Yo, now look. Everybody will tell you just the whole joke about the Yoru, blah blah blah. He's okay. He's whatever. I'm talking about Harbor, baby. Look, you gotta give my Indian brother a chance, bro. I'm telling you, the walls are kind of goaded. So, what you think? You think you could possibly pull him out or not?
Listen, I'd say Harbor is probably the weakest controller, but I don't know. If any team could do it, it's probably ours. So I'll see what I can do for you.
Okay. That's all I wanted to hear, Sham. I appreciate you, homie. I thank you for the interview. You have a wonderful night, man.
All right, you too, guys. Take care.
Yeah, peace.
Thank you.
And with that, always remember, we got Overwatch 2 Mountain coming up next with Chef Billy and Sam Talks. Want to give a big shout out to production, of course, as always, to Colton, Scoots, and Lane for doing their thing. Viz, appreciate you being by my side. And thank you, of course, for watching. Remember, stay tuned. We have more Esports U actions. But until then, I've been Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. Have a good night. Peace.
Now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, like great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CC23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, normally Paul's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story, and I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us, and and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a way of doing this.
All right.
Let's test it. Yeah, okay.
All right,
How do you want to throw yourself here?
You might as well test it. Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct, tight angles make it tough. You have Axorus that actually gets a wall bang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the Util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're going to spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Cena, Sledge option going to be charging forward smash, going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit, and Pin getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That clock has been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy connects off the backboard. What a shot. I watched it unfold slowly. You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here, 2 Omen smokes coming out. 1, oh, Spec finds 3. What? Spraying through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you safe he's trying to play this safe because losing a stock right now for Concord would be really bad, and, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilance, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. And on the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in a passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money. Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody. So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed. Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Plays of the Week. And it's not just any week this time, it is the playoffs. We've got 8 incredible clips, and I'm super excited to jump into them. My name's Septilence. I hope you're ready to hop into the ride, because it's going to be a great one. When I found out this was clip number 8 of the playoffs highlight reel, I was flabbergasted because this is an incredible moment from Swift on the side of RPI. It's not just 1 or 2 elims to win the round and put RPI in a better position. It's all 5 coming from a single player. Take a look.
They hit him with the judge, operator in hand. Swift is trying to be able to find some value to it. The headhunter does a number on him. They're going to get a 4K. They're going to be able to get this plan down. Dakota's going to try and find him. Do they go into the tank? Yes, they do. Oh, they come out. That's the ace for Swift. They're able to make it happen all themselves, and they will get this one for free for RPI.
Clip number 7 tells a pretty amazing story as well. Ball State already up 2 games in a best-of-7 series, and they find themselves tied 2-2, less than a minute left on the clock. Perhaps a little bit more pressure than they'd want there in game number 3, but it's Daffy from Ball State that takes all the pressure and immediately relieves it from the team.
Find it back, pass to Daffy, bar down and in. Ball State will not be denied a game.
The crossbar has been doing a heck of a job here for Hartford, keeping the ball out of the net, but it only lasts for so long as Daffy's able to get...
Playoffs call for one thing: unconventional plays and crazy moments. And I knew this was going to be a crazy moment when the clip started with me looking at the casters. This stock comes through so fast from Northwood that we couldn't even get just the gameplay in the clip. It wouldn't be long enough. It is an incredible moment from SGP, and it just goes to show how good Northwood continues to be.
See, seconds into the match, and SGP's got a spike, a 0 to death at that.
Brother, that was literally one down here. After Fireball, bro, please. Oh, and now we're playing this dangerous game at the ledge.
For clip number 5, we're jumping into one of my favorite games, and we get the chance to see one of my favorite ultimate combinations in the game right now. The Roadhog ultimate and the Kitsune Rush from Kiriko. So unbelievably strong, and it really helps Newberry kind of snap back in a moment where they were struggling to gain their footing once again.
To deal with that Nano Blade. You really just have to get around the protection Suzu and the Sleep Dart.
Well, there's the whole hog, there's the Kitsune Rush, and there goes the lives of Alfred State. Depressus is going to find a third. That's going to be a team kill. Kitsune Rush plus whole hog, overpowered, I swear.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's
gonna
jumped into it.
This corner judge is good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Joy Boy just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
I think excitement is coursing through our veins right now because we are entering not only week 1, but round 1 of the Mountain West Conference. And we have 2 amazing teams coming at you live right now. University of New Mexico going up against University of Nevada, Las Vegas, the Rebel Crusaders. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me, listen, you know him, you love him, he's amazing, Chef Billy.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, it's a Mountain West Conference. My former home, being from the state of Colorado. So get to see some teams out here playing. And I tell you what, UNLV has had a bit of history here. The Rebel Crusaders competed in some collegiate clashes. Before we had the homecoming, the whole collegiate Overwatch homecoming event going on, they played in the collegiate clashes back then, had a pretty good squad, started by Slam Taro. Now, he's taken a step back, kind of gone down to this to the lower team of Rebel Cavalry, and we now see the progenitor here, the team that's going to be representing the top team out of UNLV, the Rebel Crusaders team, led by Hertz. And you know what? I think that they're off to a good start. Being part of Okra, I have a chance to take a look at a lot of these teams that got a lot of off-season footage. Trying to decide where to put everybody at, and UNLV was kind of like just a couple spots before you get onto the list. So we need to see more out of UNLV because we're kind of high on them right now. we're kind of looking at what they're going to do here in their conference, and then we're going to see what they're doing as far as bigger competitions like the CECC and other things like that. So, UNLV definitely looking good. Now, on the other side, Lobos coming out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. This is a Lobos team that, you know, is a little bit newer. I want to see where they're standing at because I have zero information on them right now. So, this is going to be a good learning spot for everybody. Week number 1, the season is brand new. So now we'll see if this is where, you know, they get a good jumping off point, or is this going to be a real starting good foundation here for Rebel Crusaders?
And I think that's what's most exciting, right, Billy, about being here at the very beginning of a season and seeing how these teams are going to be improving as time goes on. What are we able to learn from such high-standing teams like UNLV, like the Rebel Crusaders? What are they going to bring to the table that maybe, you know, us as the Lobos can take away from here, or maybe we can even stand up to them right now here in week 1. And then you take that throughout the rest of the season. It keeps going on from there. And our first map of the evening, Billy, it's Lijiang Tower. What can we say?
I mean, it's always Lijiang Tower. It's always going to be Lijiang Tower. It doesn't matter what competition you're in. ICAS of the World Cup trials this past weekend, we started on Lijiang Tower all the time. We have our own bets going in the background how this map pool is going to work out from here on out. But starting here on Gardens, you know, we've got a ball comp versus a Junker Queen comp. Junker Queen with the new patches that have gone through, very much viable right now. And we see Kurama for the Lobos using Symmetra to get everybody forward, and then coming back on the Tracer.
This is a very interesting choice to bring out the Junker Queen, especially here on Tower. You're going to also get hacked for Cordy Tumor, taking that little bit of extra steps into making sure to control this ball. But there you have it already. We're starting to see some picks go back and forth. Something happened to Faraday there. They took a one-way trip downtown, and that's not coming back anytime soon. This is going to give just University of Nevada that one little bit of extra step that they need in order to get this point that they are getting right now.
I mean, Captain Hertz is on the point, trying to get the percentage going. There it is. Now, Lumi here on the Sombra. We're going to see what kind of work they can get done here. We've already seen one assassination off of a hack. Now, it's all going to be about priority targets. Do you want to go for the Brigitte? Do you want to go for the Junker Queen? That's where we need to be looking.
I'm also interested to see what this Cassidy is going to be able to do. They did throw out the magnetic grenade, unfortunately, not able to secure the kill there just yet, but now we're seeing the shout, keeping the team alive and giving them that bit of a speed boost. Keygator also has that Deadeye, a little bit more of an opportunity to be able to take this point back, and now we're already having the rally, but Sean was not able to get very much out of that before Hertz gets right on top of them. Oh, Billy! Billy! 3 inside of that pulse bomb!
Captain Hertz, Hertz rented car, just rented them a spot all the way back to spot. Holy crap, a 3K off of that, and on the back of the just pistol whip coming out first to take Shen out of the rally. I mean, my word, talk about getting the work done and a one-man horse there. That is Hertz, Mines, and the rally still available.
Unbelievable. And now you're just going to go ahead, throw down the mines. You take out C6H1206 Glucose, in case anybody was wondering. Now it's all about getting the hacks, making sure Junker Queen can't do anything, and walking all over the place. What? Is that another? What? This is unbelievable.
Wow, that was impressive. I mean, we saw the Kurama pulse bomb at land, but I mean, into a lost fight. I'm not sure that I would have pressed Q at that point. You know, maybe just reset and see what you got coming out. Especially with this Rampage online, that would have been so much damage and not being able to be negated. So we'll see now coming out. Sound barrier coming up for Glucose here. That should be an initiator, but you got so much to hold on to.
Oh, and look at Sean. Taking a page from Faraday's book, now left alone here on the point. Faraday has no health. Would be a little bit surprising if they're able to get out, but the way that Cordy, look at how they're flinging them all over the place, right back into the waiting arms of their team, Billy. Unbelievable. This is going to be round 1 more than likely for the Crusaders.
Oh yeah, I mean, there'll be a couple touches here, back and forth, but that'll do it right there. That's the cleanup that you needed. And, you know, just maybe a little bit of personnel differences right now. I mean, on the back of a 4K coming out of Hertz, the 3-man pulse bomb, everybody just cuddled into a corner trying to get away from the destructive force of it. And they just got, you know, they got their reservations ticket stamped and punched back to spawn. Now as we head to Control Center, no, I'm sorry, Night Market, sorry, just got a little bit of a wonky look there. Yeah, I mean, if Hertz is going to stay on this Symmetra, I don't anticipate them to. The Tracer was too dang good. But I think for the Lobos right now, I don't know how much you can get done with the Cassidy, with the Peacekeeper, unless you're tracking the blinks out of the Hertz Tracer. And we see the teleport come out, and yeah, there's a swap right there. So still running with a little bit of a greedy backline, but it really did hold in good stead.
Okay. New Mexico choosing not to engage outside of the point, but guess what, QWERTY is going to be right on your case almost immediately. Dang, look at that. Kurama actually turns things around onto Hertz. I don't think Hertz was quite expecting that, and so now the Crusaders a little less powerful than what we've normally seen from them. It's going to be University of New Mexico able to take this first point.
Well, I mean, that's, you know, it's a priority kill. Taking care of the nuisance, the little fly in the ointment that is Hertz on this Tracer. Exactly what you need. And look at that. There we go. Glucose taking down Lumi. So a little bit of a split DPS look here coming from the Rebel Crusaders. And, you know, the work's getting done here. I don't know about the Junker Queen here. I want to see, you know, a little bit more value gained from the tank position because QWERTY right now is just owning everybody.
He's just able to go right in, slam right down, and immediately destroy everybody. Oh, Kurama, though, to hunt down QWERTY was so low on health. That's going to be huge. And now New Mexico's just walking right forward, taking everyone down along with it, but you got to keep an eye on Hertz because they are trying their best, and thankfully Keygator's stopping that in its tracks.
Yeah, and I mean, Hertz will get back to the fight a little quicker than most. So I mean, you know, it's not necessarily a bad trade there. You're just working up for a pulse bomb. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, going over to the main now. So lost the pulse bomb potential. You're also looking to cordon off Faraday with these walls. So that's gonna be a good look at. I mean, QWERTY on this Reinhardt. This is danger here for the Lobos. Yep.
Yeah, look at that. See what happens to Faraday almost immediately. You bring out the Reinhardt. The hammer is powerful. Brigitte to stun out this Reinhardt in the middle of their charge, but even though Reinhardt was stunned, the rest of the team was not. And so they get to kill everybody, take the point.
Full compositional swap here for UNLV. We've gone over to a very much a brawl composition here. You're going for the Cascool here with the Bay and the Cassidy, and you've got speed. You've got, you know, long-range heals for the Baptiste, and you're going to have the window coming up very shortly.
There's so many opportunities in your pocket, but the way that the Crusaders are playing, they're going to make sure to take away all of the opportunities that they possibly can. Glucose try and go in the back line, be able to maybe sneakily take it away from the Crusaders, but they are right on top of that almost immediately. Not going to happen. Still holding.
Still, the big thing for them right now is that they've got almost 3 ultimates ready to go for the Lobos. So, I mean, they should be able to contest here. But, I mean, look at Lumi. Lumi just swapping over from the Sombra. Already has Deadeye online, and the Shatter is going to stop everybody in their tracks.
All right, Lumi gets the Deadeye, gets a tank with it. This Cowboy still has good firepower on their side. Keygator, unfortunately, not quite able to do the same thing, thanks to the power of the Immortality Field, keeping everyone alive and going. Now, QWERTY is going to turn their attention back over to the point where Kurama has been hanging out there. A smooth boop, though. Billy, this is a team that is so good at supporting each other.
I mean, the immediate adaptation to seeing, you know, that maybe the ball comp wasn't going to work here. Yeah, they were definitely ready for it to go, and they see Keygator on the side there trying to get a little bit of extra work done. Blizzard out.
Oh my gosh! And in this claustrophobic space, I hope you brought your coats. Unfortunately for Keygator and Kurama, it's going to be a little bit cold. Things are starting to thaw out, but not for them. That stops the push in its tracks once more.
Well, I mean, look at Faraday. I mean, just now coming up to a Rampage, we're almost at 90%. So, I mean, what value are you really going to get out of this ultimate? It's going to have to be on the back of some, you know, really good positioning, then follow-up.
Hopefully it's going to happen there because they are running out of time. The wall is going to delay them from actually going to be getting onto there. Someone is able to touch, bringing it to overtime, and slowly switching back over. Now we're going to have the Rampage from Faraday to get onto site, but nobody is going to be able to support them because they are all gone, eliminated, and this is going right into the pocket of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, the Rebel Crusaders.
Man, I mean, that was comprehensive. Once we reached about the 50% capture mark, they decided, you know what, we're going to flip the switch and go over to a brawl composition, and they were able to really use that to full efficiency. So, I mean, here's the bomb that ruled them all. There's the pistol whip, and then goes right in, sticks it onto him, and they back it to everybody. That is a 4K in the space of 3 seconds there, Sam. So, I mean, Whoo, boy, they are firing on all cylinders right out the gate.
Oh, yeah, they are. They really want to set the tone going into this first week, this first round. They want to establish themselves as the dominant team. And I don't know any better way than what they just showed us here on Lijiang Tower. It was basically in their hands almost the entire time. The first half of the second round, they were still running with that ball composition. But once they switched off of it, like you said, once they went over to that brawl style, it was basically keeping them towards their spawn area. University of New Mexico had no chances basically to be able to get out of there. It was denying them so much anything, really.
Yeah. I mean, you need to look at when a team swaps on you, you need to do the same. Even though it was working, once you see that second composition come out, that's the go time for you. Once you lose the team fight and you lose control of the point, that's when you go back and you just say, to heck with my ult charge, unless it's a really impactful ultimate like a sound barrier. And then you swap. You make the changes right away. I think that's something that they just missed an opportunity on. We'll see how it goes as we head into hybrid for our next map, because we've seen two wildly different compositions come out from the Rebel Crusaders, and they really worked them both to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, the Crusaders, they recognized when something wasn't working for them, it was all, we need to switch now. We don't need to waste any time here. We need to make the switches, and we need to make that happen. And that's something that I think we should have seen more of from New Mexico. Couldn't agree more with you there, Billy. It was like you said, too, the Junker Queen is an interesting choice. I don't know at a certain point if it was really working out well for them, especially in the face of that Reinhardt. It did have some successes against the ball, but once the Reinhardt was whipped out, that was just all gone down along with it. Billy, if you look over there, the top right of the screen says next map. Listen, we had a little prediction going on before the stream went live, and right now we're 2 for 2.
We are. I mean, if it goes this way and we only go 3 maps, the next map after this is going to be Esperanza. But that's our projection right now, okay? The votes are not completely in. But, I mean, we just saw a beautiful rush composition, brawl composition, whatever you want to call it, really take advantage of the geometry of Night Market. Now, as you head to King's Row, I mean, this is a Reinhardt's playground. Looking at small, short-controlled pins from the main tank, you're looking for avenues to get in. They've shown that they can run with a greedy backline with a Zenyatta and a Brigitte, and you can also run in with a Zenyatta and a Lucio. So there are options here for the Rebel Crusaders. Now, for UNM, the Lobos, I think they need to bring out something a little bit different that nobody's expecting. I think this is the time for you to bring out maybe a different look here. The Junker Queen just wasn't getting it done. The ult charge just wasn't there. And I think, for the first part, it was because there was highly mobile targets. The second part, when they went into Night Market, you had Reinhardt just basically shadowing Faraday everywhere. Landed massive shatters, went in there with the cleave, with the hammer, and, just nothing to negate it. So, I mean, Commanding Shout is a great opportunity. Yes, Junker Queen has gotten a lot of extra work in the patch balances, but it's not anywhere near where Reinhardt is sitting at right now. Reinhardt is in my S tier right now for the current state of the game as far as tanks. So we'll need to see, if they have a little something different in the bank there, Sam.
Well, hopefully it's going to be that Reinhardt. I love Reinhardt on King's Row. You know it, Billy. You know how much we love it. That Reinhardt v. Reinhardt, the mind games against each other. I also want to talk a little bit about Hertz on that May. They were, first of all, Insane Tracer. Let's be real here. That 4K with the pulse bomb, the 3K pulse bomb, with just a regular kill there on top of it. But their May 2 was also so expertly well done. Isolated Faraday so many times from the rest of the team. And though they weren't able to secure a kill, it caused panic. It caused the rest of the team to have to commit so much to be able to break down the May wall to regroup with their tank, who is in such dire straits. And you force a lot of cooldowns out of them that way. And time again, it just spelled disaster.
Well, as we talked about in the beginning, it was a loser's choice here. So, University of New Mexico has decided that we're going to go to, of course, King's Row here. Nevada, Las Vegas decided that they want to defend first. They want to see what kind of a benchmark they need to get to. Now, we saw the last time that you and I were on an Overwatch cast, we saw an epic Rhine v Rhine happen not only on King's Row, but it also happened on the next map of Coliseo. So, we will see what comes out here. A little bit changes up here. Faraday still on this Junker Queen. I am not a fan, but we'll see what they get done. Kurama over to the Genji. And now they're going to be looking for more mobility here.
Yeah, this is going to be a very bold choice.
Oh, no.
That's a good start, though. Kurama takes out Hertz on the Genji. And so a possibility has just revealed itself as another one falls. Lumi this time around. The Crusaders have no DPS here, and even though they are quick to get back to the point, Mexico, a chance.
I mean, they've got a chance. Well, I mean, now they're up 3. We do see Hertz back in the battle here, going around, stuck with the magnetic grenade, and I mean, QWERTY really taking the brunt of the damage right now, just not dealing with it. I mean, just not having to really worry that much. The support is still there.
Oh my goodness, comes right back in the nick of time to be able to prevent this point from being captured. Now it's all about isolation, put them inside of the hotel, get rid of the supports. Kurama so desperately low on health, is going to be finished off by a melee from Hertz. You can see Faraday had to back away. The Discord orb is on top of them, and so a lot of that damage is going to put some pressure onto them, but they actually capture the point, Billy.
Oh, letter number. They just stepped off the point too long. There wasn't that much pressure coming in from the Lobos. But I mean, now they've got to back up. They've got to get around Bookstore. I mean, you're looking at QWERTY up here, trying to deal with damage up here, but probably looking for a pile driver. My goodness, a commanding shout out once again. Faraday down solo, and hacked as well. Oh man, this is going from bad to a little bit worse here for the Lobos. Let's see what they get out of this.
Ooh, 2 caught inside of that hack. It's gonna be Faraday. Keygator going to follow soon, very shortly thereafter. Now for New Mexico, it's all about the reset, working together as a team, and using some of those ultimates to your advantage.
I mean, this is really sturdy coming from them. Just one ultimate came through for that. Just using the EMP so quickly charged as well. Maybe just a little bit of a brain fart. Them stepping off the point, not realizing that there were people still on the point, and they let it go for free, basically. So that's definitely got to be a little bit of an oopsie moment.
Has to be. But we're gonna see the Crusaders right now making sure that they hold the payload at this archway and let it go no further than that. We also might be seeing being set up here once those mines go away, giving Kurama that nano boost to get the nano blade out, unsheathed, and ready to cleave through the rest of the Crusaders, but it's going to be that much more difficult trying to go through anything. And even though QWERTY is stuck, it's not the ideal target to be stuck. Getting into the backline, at the very least, you managed to get rid of Lumi. But still, with the way that things are working, this payload has not moved very far. The nano boost onto Kurama, but no blade just yet. Still holding on to it, not finding a perfect opportunity to use it. Not the worst call in the world, but still, you got to make something happen here.
I mean, they've got it beyond the archway. Now you see the commanding shout come out, so they're trying to push a little bit forward. I think they're going to try and use this rampage into the blade. I think that's what they're kind of banking on. I mean, they've got 2 antis on the field here. So, I mean, they're really going to need to decide to do it, and Heido goes down.
Ooh, Kurama, both of the supports gone now for the side of the Crusaders. That was the Transcendence and the rally taken away. So now you're able to push even further forward, and, well, really, no one can stop you.
Kurama? Hello? I mean, the Genji pick is turning out to be very providential for the Lobos. They've got 3 ultimates online here. Looking at QWERTY for the 3 contests. They're going to see if maybe Hertz can get in there and get some work done.
Another stick onto QWERTY, but able to shield their way through it. Has the minefield that they can set down. It is indeed going to be committing that. Oh, the dead eye from Keygator. Fortunately, no one eliminated from it, but it did give New Mexico some space to breathe around with. Now we're going to have a sleeping hamster in the back line. Here's the rally. Here's everything being thrown from the Crusaders, and it is finally working out in their favor.
But, I mean, they forced so much out of them. I mean, even getting a little exit kill there for Keygator before he gets rolled over and turned into a pancake. Oh, Lord. Kurama versus QWERTY right now. You need to run. You need to run. And there you go. QWERTY being forced out there. And now, I mean, you know, they were, what, maybe 5 meters from the entrance of point C? They're looking at this Transcendence. It's going to hold them sturdy through this. Nano boost about 30% away for maybe a possible blade.
Was that oh my goodness, it was a trap. They wanted to lure Kurama inside of there to get hacked. Fortunately for this ninja, he's able to get out, but that was a little bit of a dicey situation. still has that blade in their pocket, and I wouldn't mind seeing it eventually to be able to take this. When you got hurt, so letting pulse bombs like that onto Keygator, getting rid of them, it's just so hard to be able to make anything happen with something, but something could be happening. Faraday lands the axe kill onto Hertz. QWERTY Tumor is still rolling around, interrupting and preventing any momentum to be gained here by New Mexico.
I mean, there's the rally out, and I mean, you've got Mines once again. I mean, QWERTY's just getting these almost every other fight. Lots of dispersion here on the point. The blade is still sitting there. Nano Blade is still online, Sam. I'm looking to see where they're going to go with this Faraday, and they're so duress right now, they're going to have to pull something out of their hat.
It looks like they don't need to if Keygator's just going to go ahead and kill everybody. QWERTY Tumor and Hertz are the current victims so far, and now Kurama is just going to do some work of their own.
Kurama is a shining star here for the Lobo squad. 2:20 on the clock here, Sam, as they enter the Foundry. Deadeye, Nano, I mean, they've got almost a full war chest, minus that rally that they had to use during the previous fight. But EMP and Coalescence ready to go here for the Rebel Crusaders.
I can only imagine what they're really planning on saving this Nano Blade for and what they're hoping to get out of it. I wouldn't be surprised though. Lumi, 5 HP, a little dangerous for them, but they're able to escape with their life intact. And with a wombo combo of a Tracer and Kernmaster mace whipping you out of there, it's going to be a little bit more dangerous. Faraday, however, takes down Hey Doggo, and now they are looking for another opportunity to be able to use their ultimate. But still, for the moment, things are going in New Mexico's favor. Kind of right now, the Crusaders are all over the place.
I mean, they're holding on to all these ultimates right now. Just use the Deadeye to take care of some shielding, some armor issues, and they're just pushing through. So, I mean, right now, Nano Blade and the Rampage ready to go.
All right, here we are. We have the Rampage coming forward. 4 caught inside of that EMP. Keygator to be the first casualty to fall from that. Unfortunately, this cowboy doesn't know how to roll when you get EMP'd. And now Faraday is joining their comrade back in the spawn room. It's all time to roll forward and push the Lobos back. Less than a minute to go before this payload expires.
I mean, look, they're exhibiting some really good ultimate discipline, are the Lobos. I would have gone in with the combo. I would have emptied the sink there and giving yourself, that under, over a minute time. Because, I mean, with the Rampage and then the Nano Blade on top of it and maybe throwing a nade, I mean, you could have gotten the work done. Now Lumi's going to be looking in the back to see who you can hack out, looking for Shan, most likely.
Ooh, Kurama wasn't able to do anything there. Wanted to mess around with QWERTY a little bit, but Hertz denied anything happening there. We're going to see the minefields committed by QWERTY, and the minefields are just exactly what they needed. Stalling out that push, and now less than 20 seconds.
You've got to think that now is the time. They've got to go in with this Nano Blade. I mean, they've been holding it for 4 fights now. And Keygator going over to their own Sombra. So, I mean, we're finally seeing a little bit of adaptability here come out.
You gotta imagine that they have to use this now at some point. It has to be expended. This blade has been held on for so long. They could have had so many more blades in the time that they would have been able to use it had they used it so much earlier. But now you're not even gonna be able to take advantage of that Nano Blade, as Glucose, whilst Kurama hasn't even been able to use the blade yet either. Now we're gonna see the Transcendence from Hey Doggo keeps the Rebel Crusaders alive. Faraday is gonna take a trip right downtown. That is overtime gone. Billy, that Dragon Blade, that Nano Blade, held on the entire time.
I mean, okay, so there's ultimate discipline, there's trigger discipline, and then there's waiting way too long. And I think that's what just happened. I think there's a little bit of indecision on when to go with that ultimate. So, still, they almost got there. They were only about, 7 meters. Because I think it's 74.81 meters there at the end of King's Row Point C. So they were about 9 meters away from closing it out. So, I mean, now Rebel Crusaders know where they want to go. They know how far they need to push. Right now, if I'm University of New Mexico, if I'm the Lobos right now, I'm pulling out the Sombra myself. Because Kurama was getting the kills done by himself. On the Genji, we saw the beautiful work being done with the Cyber Ninja. So, I mean, right now, what do you do? I mean, they've got to be thinking, are they going to run out on the ball comp again? We're seeing from UNLV maybe a little bit of a different look. They're going back to this ice coal comp. and seeing, what they can get done here. I mean, we saw how very effective it was on Night Market, Sam. So, man, I'd like to see some more adaptability. The Junker Queen, I don't know how much I'm really liking it. We are not seeing the bleed effect coming through from Carnage enough with the axe swipes.
Yeah, so far for the way that Faraday is playing, it's not that they're bad Junker Queen, it just seems to be that the Crusaders have oh my gosh, they just rush right on top of them. Don't even give them a chance to think. Don't even give them a chance to breathe. As already Kurama has been taken down by the hands of Hertz. Now it's Faraday in a desperate bid to get away, but frozen right in their tracks. They are not going anywhere. Now it's time to speed boost and hunt down the rest. QWERTY on this Reinhardt is a beauty.
I mean, here's the immediate change here from Kurama. I mean, definitely a lot of shield pressure going to be going on top of QWERTY's shield now. So shield management, it's going to become a little bit of a problem. Oh my god, Hertz is crazy!
Hertz is insane. This is going to hide in a corner? Tactical Bay? It actually works?
Okay, that's just disgusting and wrong and beautiful all at the same time, and I'm here for it. Lumi, the Chinese student here playing for UNLV, is a menace here on the hit scan, getting lots of work done with the Peacekeeper. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Hertz has got up their sleeve next because, well, Fair is out to the sky. You don't want to go into Lumi with that. You've seen how deadly they are with the Peacekeeper.
I am genuinely scared for this Pharmacy combo. Look at how much damage they've taken, Billy. The second that Pharah goes ahead and peeks their eyes out where Lumi is, you are going to be in for a world of hurt. I mean, look at what you're doing to Faraday. They're stuck behind the wall. They can't go anywhere. And that is going to be the loss of the tank for New Mexico and more free real estate for the Crusaders.
I mean, well, there you go. I mean, that's an instant answer. You also have the ability to reds. Okay, Key Gator. Yeah, the gloves have come off here. Well, that hurts with a beautiful headshot.
Right back away. From the May of all places. Oh, this Riptire has the potential to be huge. I like it this time around too. Kurama using their ultimates, trying to find the right position to use it. Wanted to go straight for QWERTY, but the way that QWERTY is gonna be able to pick up the Mega Pack right back up to a decent amount of health and is going to survive with this Earth Shatter.
I mean, Key Gator, I think right now if they can land a couple of those for Rex, gets this up a solo shatter. Oh my god, and just takes down Faraday in a hurry. Well, no, Faraday's still being healed up.
That's impressive that they were able to survive, and you're gonna force Lumi to use the Deadeye to make sure you do go down. You really want to make sure that Mercy is not gonna get the revive off. And, well, Lumi, they're on the case. You better believe they're gonna land that headshot to get rid of it.
Oh my god.
What the heck, Billy?
What the what?
What the heck?
Lumi just 180 flicked the Pharah out of the sky was going in barrage as well. Let me also point that out. So, point B taken, 5:05 left on the clock. Oh no. I mean, that's Albuquerque's, that's New Mexico's area code. Things going from bad to worse here. Kurama bringing out the Archer now, trying to get some one-shot potentials here. And, well, there you go. Hertz goes down.
Ooh, this is a good potential here. Kurama, if they're as good as one Shimada bro, then it seems like they can be good on the other. Already starting things off big time around. Throwing out the arrows, but so far, no kills. At the very least, making the Crusaders scramble all over the place. All right, Faraday, what do you got for us with this ultimate of yours? This has to be something big. This has to be something huge. And unfortunately, nothing.
Nada. I mean, Kurama, there we go. Kurama, well, Heidogo decides that, well, violence is the option as a support as well. Bloodthirsty supports are always my favorite. And bye-bye Mercy.
Bye-bye Mercy, and bye-bye the chances here for New Mexico to be able to take this map. Rebel Crusaders, once again, standing tall.
I mean, that was a bit of disjointment there at the end there for the Lobos. Nobody knew where to go, and poor Kurama got off the point. Man, I mean, QWERTY has put on a tour de force here with this Wrecking Ball. The Reinhardt, pretty darn good as well. But, I mean, really, we're taking a look at, maybe a team that's going to really be moving up the rankings here is really going to be pushing, the top teams out here in the Mountain West. We're talking about Utah. We're talking about Boise State, two of our top 20 teams in the unofficial Okra rankings right now for preseason, and we're coming up very closely on a new set of rankings at the beginning of March. So I mean, UNLV are putting their name into the hat right now. They're rapidly approaching their CEC West qualifiers March 2nd and 4th. And I tell you what, if they keep playing like this, they're going to be dang scary to go up against.
I mean, I'm already quaking in my boots, and I'm not even having to go up against them. This is a team that is a well-oiled machine. Even in the face of moments where you don't think they can actually do this, they are going to do this, and they are going to keep putting that pressure forward. Now, as it turns out, our next map is going to be Escort, and so we said it was going to be Esperanza for push. Now, Escort. What are we thinking? Where might the Lobos want to
go? Let's see. They'll probably choose Route 66 because you don't want to go to Rialto with the ball, Reinhardt.
No,
that's just murder, death, kill right there. Dorado could work, but it's not really good for a Junker Queen because once again, Ball exists and Reinhardt exists, and those are two pretty good tanks there. And I'm thinking that QWERTY probably has a good monkey in his back pocket as well if you decide to go to Dorado, because first and second points with Winston, absolutely beautiful, especially with how good the team seems to coalesce around their tank. They really do feed on the aggression being shown by QWERTY. So we'll see where we head. But I mean, my guess is Route 66. Just because you can get more, there's long straightaways there to get the Rampage out. You can bring the Pharah to bear once again. I think we're going Route 66, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. It all just depends on where the Lobos, they feel most comfortable on. What is going to give them the greatest chance of success? And basically what we've seen out of this composition so far, where can Faraday shine the most as this Junker Queen tank, which they seem very staunchly to want to stick on. And you know what? Sometimes that's okay. If that's the tank that you feel most comfortable on, that's what you feel you can get the most utility out of, right, Billy? Sometimes you got to stick with what works. But then there's also times where we want to see kind of maybe some adaptability, maybe something, maybe push yourself, right? Maybe push yourself to try something, because with the way that the Rebel Crusader's going, very painful.
Well, we're going to Dorado. We're going to Dorado. This, man.
Ooh. Okay. Bold choice.
Well, we'll see how they decide to play this. Maybe they decide that maybe Faraday has the Winston in their back pocket, because this would be a great place to show off the monkey, being able to dive on high ground, take care of targets up there. Primal Rage, always good to clear off a payload, and juggle somebody in the corner and get a quick kill out of that. So it just depends on what kind of composition they run here. If you run with the Junker Queen, offensively, it's difficult. Because you don't really have long sight lines. You're going to have to run close. And if your backline's either being dove by a wrecking ball, you can't turn that fast and respond to the damage coming in. I guess the other good tank here would be a Diva, to negate damage coming in.
Right.
You've got the Remake. You've got the ability to go from high to low. I mean, there's so many options here. The Junker Queen is probably down towards my bottom as far as the tanks go. The only worst one.
There we go.
Well, yep. This is a look. This is a look, and I mean, I like it. You've got two people that can get airborne very easily. The damage mitigation is there, something they have not had all series long. So I think this is a great little bit of an adaptation here. It's going to deal with Lumi. Trying to get those shurikens in. It's going to deal with the magnetic grenades coming in. It's going to deal with the anti-nades coming in from Hadago. So, I mean, defensively for UNLV, this composition should have a little bit of an issue going up against a Pharmacy plus Sojourn and Diva.
It's all about making sure you control what these two DPS players are going to be able to do. And Karama is going to have a long road ahead of them. You're already dealing a lot of damage to QWERTY at the very least. It's going to force them away and force them back. It's going to be a lot of damage coming into their way. Karama back up into the air, seeing if there's going to be any opportunity to dislodge from the high ground the rest of UNLV. But for the moment, it seems like, they're going to abandon that high ground, try to rotate around, get back up when they feel it's safe.
The problem is right now is that you're going to need to be able to close the distance on the Doomfist, and you know Hertz is going to have to be landing shots at the Peacekeeper. Now we've seen him do it with the icicles. We've seen him do it with the Tracer, and I mean there's the first kill. That's a great priority pick coming right out.
Lumi taken out by the Pharah in the air. And still forward more of this payload is going to be moving. You can see that QWERTY only has so many options to get out of there. Has to use the power block. Is still going to go dive into the back line. Meanwhile, Kurama is putting in so much damage. Hey Doggo gone. Now QWERTY.
I mean, this should be point A easily for them. Maybe get a couple more directs here. I mean, you've already got Barrage online, so I mean, that's exactly what they did. What a shot! Predictive on the Hertz. I mean, this composition is definitely filling the bill here. Point A gain easily. 505 as they enter point B. Barrage and Nano both online.
And that kind of combination is going to be scary. If they can get it off, if they can get it off right, you really have to make sure that QWERTY is not going to be able to use that defense matrix to completely negate the attempts of using that rocket barrage. For right now, with the way that these two teams are looking, Hertz does have that Deadeye. And Kurama taken down. They still have Sean to get the revive, bring this Pharah back up, and another opportunity to rocket barrage.
I mean, this is going to be a massive opportunity. Yeah, Nano goes on to them. Now you're looking for directs. I mean, you're just going to hold on the barrage. That Nano just saved their life. And now you're going to be looking at, you know, priority pick here. It's going to be QWERTY on this D.Va. Once that's gone, the barrage can be let loose.
It's all about, oh, there it is. Takes out QWERTY Tumor, so the tank has now been eliminated from the field. Oh no. But Lumi, instead of this Dragon Blade, is going to go ahead and slice through everyone else. Gets the tank as well on top of that, and Hertz with a double kill of their own. Hunt down the D.Va. Keep them baby.
Shit. There we go. They're having some friendly banter going on in there. Yeah, I mean, that was a great counterpoint to what the Lobos were trying to do there. I still think that you should have held on to that barrage until D.Va was out of mech and then go in on the back of it still. I mean, well played from UNLV. But still, 3 ultimates ready to go for the Lobos coming in this fight. Deadeye, you need to be fighting Hertz there. And yeah, Hertz has definitely been spotted and looked out. And there goes the bomb up. No good.
Oh, stuck. No good. You throw out the self-destruct, and Hertz throws out a magnetic grenade, which was going to do more damage. Faraday found out real fast. QWERTY Tumor still has a self-destruct of their own, and of course, Hertz with that Deadeye is going to be very scary. Now, Keygator inside of this overclock. Any kill is going to be able to go into their way. Not quite, it seems, but at the very least, he did do some damage, and you got rid of Lumi, who's now on the Ash.
Oh, I don't hate this at all. The only thing is that you don't have the damage boost. So, I mean, there's still a lot to go there. Bomb's gonna come out. Can anybody get away? They do.
Everybody's safe and sound, still alive. And fortunately for QWERTY, not hit with a magnetic grenade or any rockets to the face while they're inside of their baby D.Va form. Back into the mech, and Hertz is going to take this position far away from the rest of the team, far away from the enemy, so that way you force Kurama to come out into the open where they can easily take you out or hit you with a Deadeye if it so comes to that.
I mean, right now what you're looking at is a very stationary back line here for the Lobos, other than Shan being able to get up into the sky. What I want to see. Oh, this is sneaky. Looking for a barrage. Almost has it online.
Very, very close. Sitting at the 97%. This could be an opportunity. They might even just be able to get away with a kill here. Nah. UNLV is just so good at keeping everybody alive. Meanwhile, in their attempt to make this happen, the entire rest of the team is suffering. They're falling. You need to get the heck out of there.
I mean, I want to see a little bit more team cohesion here for the Lobos. They just seem to be playing on 2 different fronts right now and trying to do too much with one person rather than, you know, maybe even running a Sombra here, you know, to deny the efficacy of the defense matrix, not allow QWERTY to get away so easily, not be able to put out that defense matrix. Oh my word, there you go.
There we go. Kurama has finally found the secret formula. 4 kills for them, and that's gonna be UNM taking point B. Very well done.
I mean, that was perfectly placed. It was only the 1 ultimate into that, or I'm sorry, it was 2 ultimates in that fight. That was a nano boosted barrage. So, I mean, they've still got their self-destruct now. as they enter the Foundry here. And I tell you what, they've got some options here, but they're running into an Ashe. They're running into an almost 5 ultimate stack here. Beautiful use of Bob right there.
Yeah, beautiful use of Bob is going to make sure that they cover the high ground while they go down below. Try and continue to put the pressure onto UNM. Sean does get the revive off onto Keygator, so the Sojourn has rejoined into the fray. QWERTY Tumor hit with the afterburner. It's gonna, well, got a little burn from that one. It's gonna be the self-destruct to come forward. Nobody caught inside of it, but you do manage to push off Hurts from the high ground.
Yeah, you also push Lumi out of position as well, which Kurama really gets the beauty on the back of that. Now self-destruct coming out from UNLV. There you go. There's the pocket gun.
There it is. You throw out the self-destruct. What's going to go out on the other side? Who's going to be exploded in it? Sean is. So, though, UNLV, 3 ultimates that they can choose to use, they can choose to hold on to. And it's going to be very powerful ones. That is unbelievable aim, though. Keygator almost taken down. Just one more shot would as well be in for them, but they do manage to live to fight for another day.
I mean, we see QWERTY coming out here on the ball now, so I mean, closer range. Oh no, the Deadeye just completely cordons everybody off. They got to run for the hills.
They do. You're really making sure that they are not able to get back on the payload, burning away some precious time. The rally from Kernmaster. Now we're also going to have a nano-boosted Cole Cassidy, and Hurts already has 2. Looking for the 3rd one. The Diva's going to try and get on top of them, but it's just not going to be happening because the rest of the team is there to stop that.
I mean, evil stagger here going on to the pilot Diva. Faraday in a world of hurt. Sub 45 seconds here, Sam, and well, oh no!
That's cruel.
That's dirty.
That is cruel.
So wrong. I mean, they still got options though. They're gonna have Valkyrie coming up very soon. Both DPS ultimates ready to go, but the mines are almost aligned, and QWERTY is in your backline creating havoc.
Back on the Wrecking Ball. We know what QWERTY can do. We know that they live up to the name of Wrecking Ball. Here it is, already back onto the field, swinging through their way, disrupting the front line, not giving them a chance to even begin to think, is it going to end now? Is it going to end for UNM, or is it going to end for UNLV? And with the way that it's going, it's going to be ending for Keygator at the very least. Kurama does have this rocket barrage, and Sean has popped the Valkyrie. It's got to come up big here, though, but the magnetic grenade from the grave stops Kurama right in their tracks. And that could potentially be it here. Oh, it's definitely going to be it. We got the mines. We had the Dragon Blade. We had it all. Overtime drained away. UNLV now has their win condition.
Oh my lord. I mean, that was still well done by the Lobos. I mean, they, made the composition work. They made the swaps. They made the adaptations to what we saw, so far today from the Rebel Crusaders. And they made them think. They made them play. They made them work really hard. Now, defensively, where do you come out here for the Lobos? I want to see them come out with a little something different. We've seen a lot of the Cassidy, and the Cassidy is, we've gotten some work done. I really like, the Diva swap here for Faraday. I think that they got a lot of value out of it. Provide a lot more protection for their team. You know how I said that QWERTY probably had a Winston in their back pocket? Well, I mean, if this stays the way it is, oh my lord, UNM are in trouble. But Keygator is going to have their own. This is almost a complete swap up here. The first 3 for UNM, the Lobos, bringing out the Sigma, the Soldier, and the Echo.
It's an interesting composition, and I'm very curious to see how this is going to stack up against the UNLV composition that they have. A lot of similarities there, but it was like you said, the 2 biggest differences here, the Cassidy, the Soldier, and the Winston, the Sigma. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to be able to stand strong here?
I mean, you can't stop the Tesla cannon when you close the gap. So I think that's what UNLV wants to do. They want to be able to rush down the target and get on top of it. Beautiful stick for the sticky bombs there. But I mean, you're going to have spot healing here and a damage boost. So, I mean, there's lots of tools here for the Lobos to be able to hold this high ground. Oh my gosh, Doomfist now.
QWERTY Tumor almost immediately getting off of the Winston right back over to the Doomfist, and Kurama now is wanting to sing praises of their own. Comes in and anti-nade, but Kernmaster back into the ground. UNM looking very impressive right now. Gotta watch out for QWERTY though. Oh no, the impressiveness being taken away.
Yeah, I mean, the empowered punch is going to be the real thing they need to worry about. You know, they can't go in there and just shoot for the skies. They're going to have to watch. I mean, big anti comes through for them, and that's going to give them a little bit of room for pause. You're going to have to watch out for the accretions coming out too. Faraday needs to place a very smart play here. Oh my God, QWERTY, it's dirty.
Very dirty indeed. Now Hertz is going to be the one making sure that they keep Keygator in check. Seems like the Doomfist is working out fantastically. And run though you might, Kurama. The only place you're going to run to is your death at the hands of QWERTY. Point A taken by UNLV.
Did you see the follow from Lumi there going in with the seismic slam? I mean, that was beautiful coordination. This is what I've been talking about all series long, is the ability for them to go through. Glucose takes down Lumi as they got the focusing beam out, was looking for Keygator. Keygator is going to be just fine. And there's the res coming through. So, I mean, UNLV right now, they've got a sturdy and a good push behind them. Let's see what they can do to deal with the damage coming in. Big sleep.
Big sleep indeed. However, QWERTY Tumor inside of their Meteor Strike manages to get out Keygator. Unfortunately for the Doomfist, they're going to take a small little nap. You still got Lumi to deal with, though. They're going to be in your backline. They're going to throw out the sticky bombs. Now we're going to see the tactical visor, but they're going to duplicate into the soldier. The anti-nade was almost so good, was so close to being able to take them out. But unfortunately, the Kurama tactical visor is a little bit more powerful. The execution just wasn't there, but still, UNLV holding on. Revive comes up. So does Glucose. Unbelievable what QWERTY's able to do in this Doomfist, however.
Oh man, I mean, in the power block is gone, so I mean the power punch is going to be really that big of a problem. They're pocketing everything they can into Kurama right now, and it's doing the job. Payload isn't even moving there. It's finally starting to move once again.
All right, excellent move. UNM recognizing that if we just stay inside this room, QWERTY has to come to us. And so we're going to either make this Doomfist get away so that way we can take some space, or we stay in here and take them out. And it worked out perfectly for them.
Hertz swapping over to the Ashe now, so Bob will be an issue coming up later in our engagement. But Keygator, I want to see where they go with this duplicate that they almost have online here. I think that they need to really go maybe for the Ashe, or unless they know how to play Doomfist. I think Doomfist or Ultimate getting a quick Meteor Strike would be just absolutely key for them.
Oh, this was so good by Keygator here, but the power block from QWERTY Tumor saves their life just in time for their supports to bring them back up to full. Kurama, however, has been on a tear. The second one comes in too. The missiles land so explosively. Oh, support's gone.
This has been an impressive, you know, based upon what we've seen so far in the series. This has been very impressive coming out from the Lobos. I mean, you've seen the work get done. Keygator's really been smart with the ultimate discipline. Every hero that we've seen them on today, they've really been smart when they pull the trigger. So I want to see, you know, are they going to go over to the Soldier? Or are they going to go over to the Ashe, I'm sorry. Or are they going to go for the Doomfist? I think that you go for the Doomfist just to give yourself a second tank.
All right, and you've already gotten control of high ground once more. Very well-placed Javelin from Faraday gets rid of Ashe. And Heydago is going to make sure they join them back down on the ground. Really, what you're going to have to watch out for is Keygator in this Doomfist build up to the Meteor Strike as quick as they can, giving every single ounce of healing that you can. But look at what Kurama is doing inside of this aimbot. The two supports are going to try and keep themselves up. They're doing a really good job at it. You can tell that Kurama got very scared of the wombo combo of these supports keeping each other alive. And Heydago is seeing red. Now they are ready to become the DPS support of their dreams. Supported with QWERTY Tumor, anything is possible.
I mean, QWERTY getting absolutely bodied there by the entirety of the squad. I mean, there's so much going on in this small room, and finally Glucose gets the kill going through. I mean, Lumi has the ultimate. Oh my god, gets the Orisa somehow? How did you get the Orisa through that?
I don't know how you got the Orisa. We got to give it to Glucose landing some of these sleeps right now, though. It's been saving this team time and time again. Lumi, the double kill, still hiding, still fighting in there, still duking it out, still looking for opportunities.
I mean, they have 75 seconds, just less than 75 seconds. Lumi goes down. There goes the healer. I mean, they're going to have a very broken fight coming up here. It's going to take about to the 40-second mark for everybody to be back together. And you're going into Terra Surge. Look at the swaps coming out for UNLV. They've brought Kern Master onto the Kiriko. So you're going to have the cleanse for the Antis, which has really been plaguing this UNLV squad here on point 2.
We're going to see, and went back over to the Mercy, decided that the Kiriko wasn't the choice. Qwerty has to be able to use this big time, and now Bob is going to have to do some things of their own. This is a really great opening. Hurst takes down Glucose, and Bob on this high ground is going to make sure to dominate it, get UNM out of there. Now Hurst stepping up in a very big way. 2 in their pocket, looking for the third one. That's going to be Faraday, taken out by Lumi. Now, finally, for UNLV, able to get this payload to point B.
Oh, man, I mean, the repositioning there on the Meteor Strike, that gets them point B. I mean, Hertz got a lot done. Bob really sectioned off the high ground, didn't make that available to them. Such a smart usage of the Bob, and then they get the work done on the back of it.
And work they got done big time. Good enough, at the very least, be able to get them to the point. UNM has multiple ultimates in their pocket. Most importantly, the big upcoming Nano Visor, which could really turn things on its head. Here it is, the Tactical Visor already being expanded, already used. Lumi, the first casualty, booked off the high ground, but this isn't going to stop Karama. This is not going to stop them from dealing all of the damage.
I mean, the fact that we saw just the 2 ultimates go in there and got the full value out of it. Karama's not done yet, looking for the moth, but Faraday actually cleans it out. Karama with a 4K into that fight. This next engagement, 50 seconds left on the clock. Nano available to UNLV. Nothing else on board. You want to see it probably go on to, I mean, you're looking either Nano Bob or Nano Blade. Both are coming up very close here. But this Terror Surge, if this lands perfectly, this will win them the map.
Absolutely, completely stop Lumi in their tracks, or completely stop Bob, one of the two. But it's going to have to be perfect timing from Faraday. Nothing less than absolute perfection, and they're doing a fantastic job so far being able to hold this ground. Qwerty Coomer gets rid of Key Gator. Now we're going to be inside of this blade. Lumi is going to go get rid of Glucose, looking towards Karama. They're going to try and reposition themselves. Meanwhile, while that's happening, Sean gets a revive off. So too does Kern Master. It's right back from Lumi though, making sure that this Ana is not able to do anything. And Billy, that's gonna put things right down to bed. Key Gator in their last ditch effort to hit the duplicate, taken immediately out of it, and with the final 2 falling there.
Wow.
UNLV are your winners of this matchup.
Oh man, but I mean, okay. First 2 maps aside, I really want to give props to the Lobos here. I mean, they played their butts off. I mean, I want to say something else, but they really did come out nicely here on this Dorado. I was kind of worried about them, but they showed adaptation once again. And I mean, once they got their wombo combos in line, I mean, they got it done. You know, it was scrappy. They really made UNLV work for this 3-0 sweep here. I tell you what, steel sharpens steel. I think if they go back and they look at the VODs, they look at some of the positioning, and they look at some of the personnel change or personnel choices that they made, they might think of not maybe playing the Junker Queen for the first 2 maps. Yeah. Because I mean, going into a Reinhardt and a Ball, it's not a good matchup. Let's just be completely honest. But then, you know, looking at how the supports were able to come back for each other, looking at how they were able to peel constantly, UNLV had that down to an art, and they played together. They went in with their tank. The engages were beautiful. You know, we had some hero plays coming from both Lumi and Hertz, but still, I mean, Karama is a damn good DPS player in their own right. Karama, come on. Karama was just insane.
I mean, whether it was on the Pharah or whether it was on the Soldier 76 from what we saw here on Dorado, they did a fantastic job. And in fact, I think a lot of what UNM was able to accomplish was because of some of the smarter plays that they had. They were more than happy to take the long game and just relying on the team to be able to take that distraction and put the pressure on. And it came up perfectly time and time for them again. We're going to go to a short break, though, as we get things set up for an interview with Qwerty.
Lawrence going head-to-head, both teams, 2 players left, but Hispanerd wants to clean up their opponents as quick as humanly possible, and quick they certainly were.
Over yet. Yeah, little known fact, PhD actually stands for pretty heavy dude, because Dr. Mario might as well be a heavy. With how he hits and how hard he can be to kill sometimes, the fact that he has Mario's hitboxes, his get-off move tools, and his kill confirms at ledge, like I said, throw confirms.
At the beginning of this video, I talked about the individual presence a single player can have to make or break success for their team. Keller from Fisher College proves that point in its entirety by dropping a 4K against Ball State University and removing any iota of wind from their sails on Kings Row.
They could potentially use, be able to make something happen here. Now Ravenstrider is going to use the Kitsune Keller! 2 kills inside of the, oh my word, inside of the Dragons, and now they're looking for a 4K.
For our silver medal spot, our second clip here in the highlights of the playoffs is going to go to none other than Lackawanna. They have peppered themselves in these highlight reels week after week, and when they entered this upper bracket round 1, they immediately wanted to send the message they were there to win.
That's a big reason why Barton shouldn't be feeling too hard done by if they lose this series. That's a beautiful play.
And our number 1 gold medal clip of the ECAC playoff highlights is a beautiful moment from Hybrid, one that left my jaw on the floor. Let's see if the same goes for you.
For the team, it means a lot, right? Hybrid lurking in front, annihilate for yeah!
Blows up that entire push.
And as much as I hate to say it, folks, this is the final ECAC top plays of the week here for the fall split. It's a sad moment, and I'm really glad that I've had the opportunity to sit through this with you week after week and really highlight these individual players, because as great as the team play can be, it's awesome to see these moments where one person can make or break such an incredible moment for their team. I have been Septilence, you have been wonderful, and rocking through all of these weeks with me, getting to see all these wonderful moments, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the spring. But until then, check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you on the other side.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's
gonna
jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2 dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy, just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the ECAC Highlights, week number 8. It has been 8 weeks already, and hey, if you've been watching these on a bit of a binge, you like the new background, brand new first video it's going to be in, super excited to jump into this with you guys. Of course, I'm Septilence, here to walk you through the highlights of week number 8 at the ECAC. We are kicking off strong with clip number 8 here, as it's going to be Tony Pajamas on the Ness, Fisher College and NYIT, 2 of the greatest Smash programs in the country, going head to head, just completely dominant on both sides. But Tony Pajamas got sick of waiting and wanted to give Fisher that leg up once again.
Dying to limit options. They'll push this final plan away. Can they get back yet again? And up air yet again into the yo-yo, and they'll be caught by the forward air. Tony will take him down.
For clip number 7, we'll be joining CSI and Iona going head-to-head in game number 3. A full-blown best-of-7, both teams a 1 win already under their belts, and somebody needed to walk away with that second win. It's a 3-3 tie-up, less than a minute on the clock, and CSI in these final moments comes back to life to sneak out a game 3 win.
Staten Island, and it gets them tied up. The calculated moves here from both offenses, phenomenal. And that one, I mean, it's not exactly calculated. I mean, yeah, it's calculated, but it's not the prettiest to place the back wall touch there, Flater, but it works. And just like that, CSI's in the lead.
For clip number 6, we're jumping into the beautiful game known as Valorant. Stockton versus SUNY Poly, and Stockton constantly trying to keep that small lead they've held out. Their Jet in particular starts with a very rough round and actually turns it into quite the miracle run to secure them another round win on the side of Stockton.
Looking for the sales. And I think at the moment they've missed the holiday deal. Somnus will find another one. Coupons expired, pocket taken out yet again. That's the cart full of groceries taken down. And a 4K, a no-scope to clean it up.
Now, anyone who knows me knows that I can be a little bit biased towards Overwatch and how exciting the game can be, but my good friend Big J over at Bethel really brings out a power play for clip number 5 here at the ECAC.
And if you overextend with that Primal, it can cost your team a lot. Bethel is going to have 2 ultimates. Big J going to pop it early, it seems, and he's definitely going to try. It is huge as he puts down the Lucio and the Sojourn to boot. Kiriko not far behind, and Boise removed from this mortal coil.
Do y'all remember clip number 7 of this week? CSI versus Iona. Both teams 1 win already underneath their belts. Well, did anybody wonder how they got there? We're going to jump back into game number 1 and watch as CSI clutches out an incredible victory to start this series off.
2-2, a great demonstration of what both sides are capable of offensively. Is anyone back right now? I don't think so. That's game 1. CSI, take it.
All right, Bepik, okay, just 1 beat, more than enough for Mux to put that goal in, and Driftsy already ready to make sure it goes in. CSI off the game 1 comeback.
I hope you folks are ready for clip number 3, our bronze medal, because it is a heartbreaker. Things looking great for Concord. They have the numbers, they get onto the point, but they forgot to look at the Roadhog, and Zerial teaches them the hard way just how scary that Roadhog can be.
Has all the ults in the world.
And they do a nice job for Mr. Business, though, to take out Cozy while they were using their... Oh my goodness! Zerial, you're just getting a double kill with a whole hog, pushing people off.
Now, way back in clip number 8, I talked about how good Tony Pajamas from Fisher can truly be when he unlocks his full potential. But folks, you don't have to take my word for it anymore. Check out what this kid does in our silver medal clip of the week.
He will find a look from the ledge.
We promise you QWERTY Tumor, and we are going to be delivering. Joining us from UNLV off of a 3-0 victory, the QWERTY Tumor. QWERTY, how's the team feeling? Big win here.
Yeah, team is doing great. I think everybody's really happy that we won that. It looked a little bit like we felt like it was going to be pretty good after that first map, and then we had like the Rhine swap for the comp, and we felt like we were adaptable. And honestly, everybody's just kind of proud of where we are. The fact that we're really putting into the work on like the comps that we're practicing, and it's working out in scrim or in matches.
Okay, well, I tell you what, I looking at I'm on the Ochre committee, so I know you guys know what what Ochre is. We didn't have you in our top 20. We need to see more from you, and having a first-hand view of seeing what you guys got. The first thing I want to say is adaptability. I love the fact that you guys are willing to go ahead and swap. When you just see it ain't working, tell me about that and how you guys decide when and where to swap.
All right, well, I think it's kind of funny, but I'm thinking back on that Lijiang map where the Junker Queen just sat up on point. They were like, we could not walk in like at all. And there was like a point where both my DPS players died, kind of heartbreaking. And our Lucio player, or Kern, he throws at a comment. He's like, guys, this isn't working. I'm like, go to spawn! And like the entire team like runs back and like, Ryan! And then we run out on the comp. So it's a bit of like, hey, is this working? And then somebody clicks and realizes it's not working, and we have to like quickly swap because we need to play counter, because we do think we're good enough to compete with some of these teams, but we do know that we're not on the same skill footing as some of these players. So having that synergy and that composition change really just helps us get forward and compete with some of the really top players in the collegiate scene.
All right. Well, let's talk about, at least in your conference, the Mountain West. I mean, you're looking at Utah, who really has been surprising for the past, let's say, 9 to 12 months, really has made a big move in their scene. But the big juggernaut in your area is Boise State. So those are the two that you really got to be kind of amping yourself up for. What are you going to be looking to do against those teams other than VOD review?
All right. For Utah, our plan is pretty cut and simple. We think that we're on the same level as Utah. We think we can just, if we during during the CECC conference, we kind of just let our guard down. We won 2 maps really easily, and as a team, like we kind of just were tired and went, haha, let's go Junker Queen comp, and then got steamrolled. So I think we just need to keep our mentals up and play strong against Utah. Boise, on the other hand, Boise's something else. They are they're a unit, you know. Their manager, their organizer, Doc Haxall. He's always cooking up something in the back lines, and that's kind of scary. But for Boise, we just have to kind of play our game. We have to play not at what they're strong at, but we need to play to our strong suits. Clear is a phenomenal player for them. They have Goblin, Plato, or I think they still have Plato, but they have a very strong DPS line. Their supports are good. You know, they are solid in every round. So we have to figure out what we can beat them in on an individual level and take that and challenge them when they're comfortable. And that's the only way I see us like taking them down.
I mean, if you guys play the way you did tonight and you do the adaptability, I think that you guys have it in your back pocket. I was very disappointed that you got off Winton, though. And went to the Doomfist. I was very disappointed, but I'll allow it because your Doomfist was good. So I'll allow it this time, but next time you bring Monkey out, you better at least keep him out there for a while.
As soon as it's a Monkey meta, I will show you the nastiest primals of the 21st century. But as of right now, I walked out of spawn, saw an Echo and a soldier with like a mercy pocket. I'm like, what am I gonna do? You can't kill anything. You just sit there like like no. We need some big damage, and that's kind of where Doom came through. But yeah,
I mean, it was perfectly done.
Yeah, thank you.
Indeed. Very well executed. I'm loving the confidence coming off of you. I'm loving the confidence coming off of the team as well. And I'm really excited to see, and I know Billy's also really excited to see how UNLV is going to be taking the rest of this Mountain West Conference. Now, is there anybody that you want to go ahead and give a shout out to?
I feel like the easiest one and the most obvious one is every single player on my team. We've had some weird roster changes and things going in and out of like fluctuation and uncertainty, and we just have such a dedicated group of 5 who are just trying to play out and get stuff done, and it's really nice to see. I think Lumi has like before this season had like 15 minutes on Sombra, and he's been grinding the character like crazy. I've been learning ball out of nowhere. Like we just have a committed team who just wants to do something and put UNLV's name out there a little bit better. So everyone on the team I think did a phenomenal job, and I really want to shout them out.
I couldn't agree more. It was a lot of fun to be able to watch you all play tonight at a fantastic level of Overwatch. In this season, if you guys keep going like this, it is going to be one heck of a season. Thank you so much for joining us, though, Qwerty Tumor. It was a pleasure. And that is going to be it for us here, the Mountain West Conference here on Esports U. Billy, any final thoughts before we close out?
Well, ECAC comes back tomorrow on Esports U. You will see me doing Rocket League at 7 p.m., and then you will have Overwatch after that, and then the Mountain West League of Legends will follow to close the day out. So don't miss any of that action tomorrow. But for myself and Sam, have yourselves a good night. Take care of each other inside and out of the game, and we will see you later.
He finds the forward air. He's going deep for him, and he got him without...
And I truly could not imagine a better clip to wrap off week number 8. Kiwi from the side of Pace found almost every member of JJC ripe for the picking.
It just comes down to being one of those things where who is using utility more effective. Is Kiwi running a frenzy on Chamber? This is interesting, and I love it. As the season's going to come out, going to find a ton of value with that frenzy. Make it, oh my God. And just Kiwi popping off there with 3. Make it 4. The ace got stolen, but we just saw a Chamber with a frenzy.
And with that, folks, I hate to say it, but that does bring Week 8 and the main season here to an end for the time being. We've got playoffs right around the corner, and I'll be right back here to walk through those with all of you. I'm still Septilence. I hope you're still having a great time. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you for those playoff highlights.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big.
Can y'all believe we are already 6 weeks into the ECAC highlight videos, and there's still so much content and so many great plays to see from these teams? It's pretty amazing, but I'm super excited to jump into it. If you don't know by now, I'm Septilence, and I have the honor to walk you through this week's highlights. I'm very excited to see what we got. Catholic U starts the series up. Toddy, 2 stocks on the board, needs to take 1 more off of Cherry. When Cherry answers back strong, Toddy finds themselves in a bit of a panic, but they play it cool, they find the stock, and they win out the set for their team.
And again, this is Min Min. If anyone has the potential to rob someone, especially off stage, it can definitely be Min Min. Ooh, that was sexy. Oh no!
Suni Poly was feeling great. 2 games already won, 2 games to go, and Wake Forest already 1 point in the lead, but with 16 seconds left on the clock, Toucan strikes a goal to tie things up and gives Suni Poly their chance at the 3rd win in a row.
Field pass to Toucan with the shot. There goes the tie. 16 seconds left here in game number 3. Looking at potential overtime now.
And the only reason why that was not saved because of the amazing speed on the ball there. Thankless in the right position.
The pistol round in Valorant is one that many consider to be possibly the hardest in the game because you have no utility. You've just got your pistol and a dream to win the round. Space from UA, however, had his opponent seeing stars when he takes down all 5 of them in less than a minute with only a pistol.
That to cut off vision and go for a defusal. Pond is also available, so I'll be selling for some information. Crossfire, it's going to be something of a nightmare to deal with.
One enemy.
One's gonna back up. Oh, a nice dink. That's a 4K. Looking for the ace is Shadow, as they want to be able to get another one, and they're gonna open up this game.
For clip number 5 here, our keen-eyed viewers might notice that clip number 7 does in fact spoil the result of this one, but does not make it any less interesting. Suni Poly, things are close, but in the final half of this game, they close it out aggressively against Wake Forest.
Go ahead and push it through. Of course you are. Had plenty of boost as well. Why not? Wes has just been a mechanical nuisance for the defense here of Wake Forest. If not extending the play, getting some of these individual.
With a great EMP Death Blossom combo, Southern Arkansas was feeling fantastic. One member of the opposing team already down 4 to go and they could cap that first point, but they're about to learn the hard way that nothing shines brighter than the suns.
Out onto the field. This might be good enough for Bellarmine to be able to hold on, but no. Oh,
both the healers!
Suns! No way! You just went right up into the back line and hit the fatty shatty from behind. We were trying to do the same thing, but Suns...
Yoru in Valorant is considered to be one of the worst agents in the entire game, but Rusty, clearly a big fan of Yoru just like myself, comes out quick, gets a 3v1 victory, and secures the penultimate round for UA.
Hurry. Does OCM first, able to turn 1 from boxes, will be able to counter strike. No, where are you looking? What? Oh my goodness!